Chapter 8. They stood in the shadowed corridor as if paralyzed. Gwen was a dim blue silhouette, her eyes black pits. Her mouth twitched at the corner, reminding Dirk horribly of Breton and his twitch. "They found us," she said. "Yes," Dirk said. Both of them were whispering, out of fear that Breton Braith, like the displaced voice of challenge, would hear them if they spoke aloud. Dirk was acutely aware that speakers surrounded him, and ears as well, and maybe eyes, all invisible behind the carpeted walls. "How?" said Gwen. "They couldn't have. It's impossible." "They did. It must be possible. But what do we do now? Do I go to them? What's down on the 52nd sub-level anyway?" Gwen frowned. "I don't know. Challenge wasn't my city. I know the subsurface levels weren't residential, though." "Machines," Dirk suggested. "Power. Life support." "Computers," Gwen added, in a small, hollow whisper. Dirk set down the bags he was carrying. It seemed silly to cling tightly to clothing and possessions at this point. "They killed the voice," he said. "Maybe, if it can be killed. I thought it was a whole network of computers scattered throughout the tower. I don't know. Maybe it was only one large installation. In any case, they got the central brain, the nerve center, whatever. No more friendly advice from the walls. And Breton can probably see us right now." "No," Gwen said. "Why not? The voice could." "Yes, maybe. Though I don't think the voice's sensing devices had to include visual sensors by any means. I mean, it didn't need them. It had other senses, things humans don't have. That's not the point. The voice was a supercomputer, built to handle billions of bits of information simultaneously. Breton can't do that. No human can. Besides, the inputs weren't intended to make sense to him, or to you, or to me. Only to the voice. Even if Breton is standing where he has access to all of the data the voice was getting, it will mostly be meaningless gibberish to him, or it will flood by so fast as to be useless. Maybe a trained cyberneticist could make something out of it, though I doubt it. Not Breton, though. Not unless he knows some secret we don't. He knew how to find us, Dirk said, and he knew where the brain of Challenge was, and how to short-circuit it." "I don't know how he found us," Gwen replied, "but it was no great trick to get to the voice. The lowest sub-level, Dirk. It was just a guess on his part. It had to be. Cavalars build their holdfast deep into stone, and the lowest level is always the safest, the most secure. That's where they quarter the women and other holdfast treasures." Dirk was thoughtful. "Wait a minute. He can't know exactly where we are. Otherwise, why try to get us down to the basement? Why threaten to hunt us?" Gwen nodded. "If he's in a computer center, though," Dirk continued, "we have to be careful. He might be able to find us." "Some of the computers must still be functioning," Gwen said, glancing toward the dim blue globe a few meters away. "The city is still alive, more or less." "Can he ask the voice where we are, if he brings it back?" "Maybe, but would it tell him? I don't think so. We're legal residents, unarmed. He's a dangerous intruder violating all the norms of AI Emerald." "He? You mean they? Chell is with him, maybe others as well." "A party of intruders, then. But there can't be more than, 20? Less? How could they take over a city this size?" "AI Emerald is a world singularly without violence, Dirk, and this is a festival world. I doubt that Challenge had many defenses. The warders—" Dirk looked around suddenly. "Yes, warders. The voice mentioned them. It was sending one for us." He almost expected to see something large and menacing wheel into sight from a cross-corridor, as if on cue. But there was nothing. Shadows and cobalt globes and blue silence. "We can't just stand here," Gwen said. She had stopped whispering. So had he. Both of them realized that if Breton Braith and his fellows could hear every word they spoke, then they could surely be located in a dozen other ways as well. If so, their case was hopeless. Whispering was a wasted gesture. "The air car is only 2 levels away," she said. "The Braiths might be 2 levels away too," Dirk replied. "Even if they're not, we have to avoid the air car. They have to know we've got one, and they'll be expecting us to run for it. Maybe that was why Breton made his little speech, to flush us out into the air, where we'd be easy prey. His Holdfast brothers are probably out there waiting to laser us down." He paused, thoughtful. "But we can't just stay here, either." "Not around our own compartment," she said. "The voice knew where we were, and Breton Braith might be able to find out. But we have to stay in the city. You're right about that." "We hide, then," Dirk said. "Where?" Gwen shrugged. "Here, there, and everywhere. It's a big city, as Breton Braith said." Gwen quickly knelt and went through her bag, discarding all the cumbersome clothing, but retaining her field supplies and sensor pack. Dirk put on the heavy greatcoat that Ruark had given him and abandoned everything else. They walked toward the outer concourse. Gwen was anxious to get as far from their compartment as possible, and neither of them was willing to risk using the tubes. The lights above the wide concourse boulevard still burned bright and white, and the slidewalks were humming evenly. The corkscrew road seemed to have an independent power supply. "Up or down?" Dirk asked. Gwen did not seem to hear. She was listening to something else. "Quiet," she said. Her mouth twitched. Above the steady hum of the slidewalks, then Dirk heard the other noise, faint but unmistakable. A howl. It came from the corridor behind them. Dirk was positive of that. It came like a chill breath from out of the warm blue stillness, and it seemed to hang in the air far longer than it should have. Dim, distant shouts followed close on its heels. There was a short silence. Gwen and Dirk looked at each other and stood very still, listening. The howl came again, louder, more distinct, echoing a bit this time. It was a furious shriek of a howl, long and high-pitched. "Braith hounds," Gwen said, in a voice that was much steadier than it had any right to be. Dirk remembered the beast he had encountered when he walked through the streets of Lawton, the horse-sized dog that had snarled at his approach, the creature with the hairless rat's face and the small red eyes. He looked down the corridor behind them with apprehension, but nothing moved in the cobalt shadows. The sounds were growing louder, closer. "Down," Gwen said, "and quickly." Dirk needed no persuasion. They hurried to the median strip of the concourse, across the width of the silent boulevard, and got onto the first and slowest of the descending slidewalks. Then they began to move in, hopping from belt to belt until they were riding the swiftest of the descenders. Gwen unslung her field supplies and opened the packet, rummaging through the contents, while Dirk stood above her, one hand resting on her shoulder, and watched the level numbers slide by, black sentinels mounted above the dusk-dark moors that led off into the interior corridors of Challenge. The numbers flashed past at regular intervals, growing steadily smaller. They had just passed into the 490s when Gwen stood, holding a palm-sized rod of blue-black metal in her right hand. "Take off your clothes," she said. "What?" "Take off your clothes," she repeated. When Dirk only looked at her, she shook her head impatiently and tapped his chest with the point of the rod. "Null scent," she told him. "Arkin and I use it in the wild. Spray ourselves before going out. It will kill the body scent for about 4 hours, and hopefully throw the hounds off the trail." Dirk nodded and began to strip. When he was naked, Gwen made him stand with his legs far apart and his arms raised over his head. She touched one end of the metal rod, and from the other a fine grey mist issued, its soft touch tingling his bare skin. He felt cold and foolish, and very vulnerable as she treated him back and front, head to toe. Then she knelt and sprayed his clothing as well, inside and out, everything except the heavy greatcoat that Arkin had given him, which she carefully set to one side. When she was finished, Dirk dressed again. His clothes were dry and dusty with the ashen powder, while Gwen stripped in turn and let him spray her. "What about the coat?" he said, while she got back into her clothes. She had treated everything, the sensor pack, the field supplies, her jade and silver armlet, everything except Arkin's patched brown greatcoat. Dirk nudged it with the toe of his boot. Gwen picked it up and tossed it over the guardrail onto the swiftly moving belt of an ascending slidewalk. They watched as it receded from them, out of sight. "You don't need it," Gwen said when the coat was gone. "Maybe it will lead the pack in the wrong direction. They're certain to have followed us as far as the concourse." Dirk looked dubious. "Maybe," he said, with a glance at the inner wall. Level 472 came and went. "I think we should get off," he said suddenly. "Get away from the concourse." Gwen looked at him, questioning. "You said it yourself," he said. "Whoever is behind us will get at least as far as the concourse. If they've already started down, my coat won't fool them much. They'll see it sailing past and laugh." She smiled. Conceded, but it was worth a try. "So assume they're coming down after us." "We'll have built a good lead by this point," she interrupted. "They'll never get a pack of hounds onto a slidewalk, which means they'll be on foot." "So? The concourse still isn't safe, Gwen. Look, that can't be Breton up there. He's down in the sublevels. It probably isn't Chell either, is it?" "No, a Cavalier hunts with his 10. They do not split." "I figured as much. So we've got one pair playing games with the power way below us, another pair at our backs. How many others are after us? Can you answer that?" "No. I'd guess a few at least, and even if it isn't so, we'd be better off to assume the worst and work from there. If there are other Braiths loose in the city, and if they're in contact with the hunters behind us, the ones above us will tell the others to close off the concourse." Her eyes narrowed. "Maybe not. Hunting parties seldom work together. Each pair want the kill for themselves. Damn, but I wish I had a weapon." Dirk ignored her final comment. "We shouldn't take any chances," he said. Even as he said it, the bright lights above them began to flicker, fading down abruptly into a dim, lingering grayness, and simultaneously the slidewalk beneath them jerked and began to slow. Gwen stumbled. Dirk caught her and held her in his arms. The slowest belt stopped first, then the one next to it, and finally the descender they were riding. Gwen shivered and looked up at him, and Dirk hugged her more tightly, drawing desperately needed reassurance from the warmth and closeness of her body. Below them, Dirk swore that the sound came from below them, from the direction the slidewalk had been taking them. A shrill scream rang briefly, and not so very far away. Gwen pulled loose of him. They did not speak. They moved from belt to belt across the shadowed, empty traffic lanes toward the passage that led away from the dangerous concourse and into the corridors again. He glanced up at the numbers as they passed from gray dimness into blue. Level 468. When the carpet swallowed their footsteps once again, they began to run, moving quickly down the first long corridor, then turning again and yet again, sometimes right and sometimes left, choosing at random the directions they took. They ran until both of them were short of breath, and then they paused and sank into the carpets beneath the light of a dusky bluish globe. "What was it?" he said at last, when his breath returned to him. Gwen was still heaving and panting with the effort of their run. They had come a long way. She fought to catch her breath. Silent tears left wet trails down her face in the blue light. "What do you think it was?" she said at last, with an edge in her voice. "That was a mockman, screaming." Dirk opened his mouth and tasted salt. He touched the wetness on his own cheeks then, and wondered how long he had been crying. "More Braiths, then," he said. "Below us," she said, "and they've found a victim. Damn, damn, damn! We led them here. We're to blame. How could we have been so stupid? John was always afraid they would start to hunt the cities." "They started yesterday," Dirk said, "with the Black Weiner jelly children. It was only a matter of time until they came here. Don't get all—" She turned her face up to his, her features tight with anger, her cheeks streaked by tears. "What?" she spat. "You don't think we're responsible? Who else, then? Breton Braith followed you, Dirk. Why did we come here? We could have gone to 12th Dream, to Muskel, to Esvolch. Empty cities. No one would have gotten hurt. Now the Emerald will be—" "How many residents did the voice say were left?" "I don't remember. 400, I think. Something like that." He tried to put his arm around her and pull her to him, but she shrugged it off and glared at him. "It's our fault," she said. "We have to do something." "All we can do is try to stay alive," he told her. "They're after us, too, remember? We can't worry about the others." Gwen was staring at him, her face hard with what? Perhaps contempt, Dirk thought. The look startled him. "I don't believe what you're saying," she said. "Can't you think of anyone besides yourself? Damn it, Dirk, we've got the null scent going for us, if nothing else. The Emerald, they've got nothing at all. No weapons, no protection. They're mock men. Game, that's all. We've got to do something." "What? Commit suicide? Is that what? You didn't want me to go against Breton this morning in the duel, but now you—" "Yes, now we have to. You wouldn't have talked this way back on Avalon," she said, her voice rising until it was almost a shout. "You were different then. John wouldn't—" She stopped, suddenly aware of her words, and looked away from him. Then she began to sob. Dirk sat very still. "So that's it," he said after a time. His voice was quiet. "John wouldn't think of himself, right? John would play the hero." Gwen looked at him again. "He would, you know." He nodded. "He would. Maybe I would have, once. Maybe you're right. Maybe I've changed. I don't know anything any more." He felt sick and weary and defeated then, and very ashamed. His thoughts went back and forth and round and round. They were both right, he kept thinking. They had brought the Braiths down on challenge, on hundreds of innocent victims. The guilt was theirs. Gwen was right, and yet he was right too. They could do nothing now, nothing. If that was selfish, it was no less true. Gwen was crying openly. He reached for her once more, and this time she let him hold her and try to comfort her with his hands. But all the while, as he stroked her long black hair and fought to hold back his own tears, he knew that it was no good, that it changed nothing. The Braiths were hunting, killing, and he could not stop them. He could hardly save himself. He was not the old Dirk after all, the Dirk of Avalon, no. And the woman in his arms was not Jenny. Both of them were only prey. And suddenly it came to him. "Yes," he said loudly. Gwen looked at him, and Dirk got unsteadily to his feet, pulling her up after him. "Dirk," she said. "We can do something," he said, and he led her to the door of the nearest compartment. It opened easily. Dirk went to the view screen by the bed. The room lights were all out. The only illumination was the long rectangle of faded blue that fell from the open doorway. Gwen stood in the frame, uncertain, a bleak, dark silhouette. Dirk turned on the screen, hoping he could do nothing else, and it lit under his hands, and he breathed easier. He turned to Gwen. "What are you going to do?" she asked him. "Tell me your home call number," he said. She understood. Slowly she nodded, and she told him the numbers, and he punched them out one by one and waited. The throbbing call signal brightened the room. When it dissolved, The patterns of light reshaped themselves into the strong-jawed features of John Vickery. No one spoke. Gwen came forward to stand behind Dirk, one hand up on his shoulder. Vickery looked at them in silence, and Dirk was afraid for a long moment that he would blank the screen and leave them to their fate. He did not. He said to Dirk, "You were a holdfast brother. I trusted you." Then his eyes shifted to Gwen. "And you I loved." "John," she said, quick and soft, in a voice so much a whisper that Dirk doubted that Vickery could hear. Then she broke and turned and walked swiftly from the room. Still Vickery did not close out the connection. "You are in challenge, I see. Why have you called Talarian?" "You know what we must do, my Ten and I?" "I know," Dirk said. "I risk it. I had to tell you. The Braiths have followed us. Somehow, I don't know how. We never thought we would be traced. But they are here. Breton Braith Lantry has knocked out the city computer and seems to control much of the remaining power. The others, they have hunting packs here. They are in the corridors." "I understand," Vickery said. Emotion, unreadable, strange, flickered across his face. "The residents?" Dirk nodded. "Will you come?" Vickery smiled very faintly, and there was no joy in it. "You ask my help, Dirk Talarian?" He shook his head. "No, I should not jape. It is not you who asks, not for yourself. I understand that. For the others, the Emerald, yes, Garth and I will come. We will bring our beacons, and those such as we find before the hunters we shall make Corariel of Ironjade. Yet it will take time, too long perhaps. Many will die. Yesterday, at the city in the Starless Pool, a creature called a mother died a sudden death. The Jelly Children— do you know of the Black Wyner Jelly Children, Talarian?" "Yes, I know enough." "They burst forth from their mother to find another, and discovered none. During the decades they have lived inside their vast host, others of their world had caught the creature and brought it to Warlorn from the world of the Black Wine Ocean, and lastly abandoned it. There is scant love lost between the Jelly Children and other Black Winers not of the cult. So they stumbled forth, 100 of them or more, overrunning their city, filling it with a sudden life, knowing nothing of where they were or why. Most were old, quite old. In panic they began to wake their dead city. So Rosef Highbraith found them. I did what I could do, protected some. The Braiths found many others because it took time. It will be the same in challenge. Those that take to the corridors and run, those will be hunted down and slain, long before my Ten and I can help. Do you understand?" Dirk nodded. "It is not enough to call me," Vickery said. "You must act yourself. Breton Braith Lantry wants you badly, you and no other. He may even allow you to duel. The others want only to hunt you as a mockman, but even they value you high above any other prey. Come into the open, Talarian, and they will come after you. For the Emerald hiding around you, the time will be important." "I see," Dirk said. "You want Gwen and me—" Vickery flinched visibly. "No, not Gwen. Me, then. You want me to draw attention to myself? Without a weapon?" "You have a weapon," Vickery said. "You stole it yourself, giving insult to Ironjade. Whether you choose to use it or not is a decision that only you can make. I will not trust you to make the correct choice. I trusted you once. I simply tell you. One other thing, Talarian. Whatever you do or do not do, it changes nothing between you and me. This call changes nothing. You know what we must do." "You said that," Dirk replied. "I say it a second time. I want you to remember." Vickery frowned. "And now I will go. It is a long flight to challenge, a long, cold flight." The screen went dark before Dirk could frame an answer. Gwen was waiting just outside the door, leaning up against the carpeted wall, her face in her hands. She straightened when Dirk came out. "Are they coming?" she asked. Yes. I'm sorry I left. I couldn't face him. It doesn't matter. It does. No, he said sharply. His stomach ached. He kept imagining far-off screams. It doesn't. You made it clear before how you feel. Did I? She laughed. If you know how I feel, you know more than me, Dirk. Gwen, I don't— No, listen, it doesn't matter. You were right. We have to— John said we have a weapon. She frowned. He did? Does he think I took my dart gun, or what? No, I don't think so. He only said that we have a weapon, that we stole it ourselves and insulted Ironjade. She closed her eyes. What? She said. Of course. Her eyes opened again. The air car. It's armed with laser cannon. That has to be what he meant. They aren't charged. I don't even think they're connected. That was the air car I used most of the time. And Goss. I understand. But you think the lasers can be fixed? Made to work? Maybe. I don't know. But what else could John have meant? The Braiths may have found the car, of course, Dirk said. His voice was cool and even. We'll have to take that chance. Hiding? We can't hide. They'll find us. Breton may be on his way right now, if my transmission to Lawton registered anywhere down below. No, we double back to the air car. They won't expect that, if they know we were headed down along the concourse. The air car is 52 levels above us, Gwen pointed out. How do we get to it? If Breton has as much control over the power as we think he does, he has surely killed the tubes. He stopped the slidewalks. He knew we were using the slidewalks, Dirk said, or at least that we were on the concourse. The ones tracking us told him. They are in contact, Gwen. The Braiths. They have to be. The belt stopped too conveniently. But that makes it easy. Easy? What? For us to draw attention to ourselves, he said. For us to get them after us. To save the goddamned Emerald. That's what John wants us to do. Isn't that what you want us to do? His voice was sharp. Gwen paled slightly. Well, she said, yes. Then you win. We're going to do it. She looked thoughtful. The tubes, then, if they're still working? We couldn't trust the tubes, Dirk said, even if they were working. Breton might stop them while we were inside one. I don't know of any stairs, she said, and we'd never find them without the voice, even if they do exist. We could walk up the concourse, but we know of at least 2 Braith hunting parties roaming the concourse. There are probably more. No. What then? What's left? He frowned. The center shaft. Dirk leaned forward across the wrought iron railing, looked up and then down, and grew dizzy. The center shaft seemed to go on forever in both directions. It was only 2 kilometers from top to bottom, he knew, but everything about it gave the feeling of all but infinite distance. The rising currents of warm air that gave buoyancy to the feather-like floaters also filled the echoing shaft with a gray-white mist, and the balconies that lined the circumference, level on level on level, were all identical, giving the illusion of unending repetition. Gwen had taken something from her sensor pack, a palm-sized, silvery metallic instrument. She stood next to Dirk by the railing and tossed it lightly out into the shaft. Both of them watched it travel, spinning over and over, winking at them with reflected light. It sailed halfway across the diameter of the great cylinder before it began to fall, slowly, gently, half supported by the rising air, a mote of metal dust dancing in the artificial sunlight. They watched it for an eon before it vanished in the grey gulf below them. Well, Gwen said after it was lost to sight, the gravity grid is still on. Yes. Breton doesn't know the city. Not well enough. Dirk glanced up again. I guess we should get started. Who goes first? After you, she said. Dirk opened the balcony gate and retreated to the wall. He brushed a tangle of hair out of his eyes impatiently, shrugged, and ran forward, kicking as hard as he could when his boot touched the edge. The leap took him out and up and up. For one wild moment it was like falling, and Dirk's stomach wrenched. But then he looked and saw and felt, and it was not like falling at all. It was flying, soaring. He laughed aloud, suddenly giddy, and he brought his arms in front of him and swept them back in powerful strokes, swimming higher and faster. The rows of empty balconies went by, 1 level, 2, 5. Sooner or later he would begin to drop, a slow, curving descent into grey-shrouded distance. But he would scarcely have time to fall far. The other side of the center shaft was only 30 meters off, an easy jump against the paperclip chains of the shaft's trace gravity. Finally the curving wall grew near, and he bounced off one black iron railing, spinning out and tumbling upward absurdly before he reached and caught a post of the balcony just above the one he'd hit. It was easy to pull himself in. He'd come clear across the center shaft and 11 levels up. Smiling and strangely elated, he sat and gathered strength for a second leap while he watched Gwen come after him. She flew like some graceful, impossible bird, her black hair shimmering behind her as she soared. She also outjumped him by 2 levels. By the time he reached the 520th level, Dirk was bruised in a half-dozen places where he'd banged up against the iron railings, but he felt almost good. At the end of his 6th dizzy leap across the plunging shaft, he was half reluctant to pull himself onto the target balcony and return to normal gravity. But he did. Gwen was already there waiting for him, her sensor pack and field supplies strapped to her back between the shoulder blades. She gave him a hand and helped pull him over the railing. They went out into the broad corridor that circled the center shaft, into the now familiar blue shadows. Globes shone dimly at junctions on either side of them, where long straight passages led away from the city's core like spokes on some great wheel. At random they chose one and began to walk swiftly toward the perimeter. It was a longer walk than Dirk would have thought possible, past numerous other intersections, he lost count at 40, each like the others, past black doors that differed only in their numbering. Neither he nor Gwen spoke. The good feeling that he had touched briefly, the joy of wingless flight, dropped from him as suddenly as it had come while he walked through the murky dimness. In its place, a faint tinge of fear. His ears conjured up phantoms to worry him, far-off howlings and the soft footfalls of pursuers. His eyes made the more distant light globes into something strange and terrible, and found shapes in the cobalt corners where only darkness lay. But they encountered nothing, no one. It was only his mind playing tricks on him. Yet the Braiths had been here, close to the perimeter of challenge, where the cross corridor met the outer concourse. They found one of the balloon-tired vehicles that the voice used to carry guests back and forth. It was empty and overturned, lying half on the blue carpet and half on the clean, cold plastic that floored the concourse proper. When they reached it, they stopped, and Gwen's eyes met Dirk's in wordless comment. The balloon-tired cars, he recalled shortly, had no controls for their passengers. The voice drove them directly. And here one lay on its side without power or motion. He noticed something else as well. Near one rear wheel the blue carpet was damp and smelly. "Come," Gwen whispered, and they started out across the silent concourse, hoping that the Braiths who had been here were gone out of earshot. The airlot and their car were very close now. It would be cruel irony if they did not reach them. But it seemed to Dirk that their steps echoed horribly loud on the uncarpeted surface of the boulevard. Surely the whole building could hear them, even Breton Braith in the deep cellars kilometers below. When they reached the pedestrian walkway that bridged the median strip of unmoving slidewalks, the two of them began to run. He was not sure who started, Gwen or himself. One instant they were walking side by side, trying to move as quickly as possible with as little noise as they could. Then suddenly they were running. Beyond the concourse, uncarpeted corridor, two turns, a wide door that seemed reluctant to open. Finally Dirk smashed his bruised shoulder against it, and he and it both groaned in protest. But the door gave way, and they stood again on the air lot of Challenge's 520th level. The night was cold and dark. They could hear Warlorn's eternal wind whining against the emeraldy tower, and a single bright star burned in the long, low rectangle that framed the outworld sky. Inside, the air lot itself was just as black. No lights went on when they entered. But the air car was still there, hunched in the darkness like a living thing, like the banshee it was intended to resemble, and no Braiths stood guarding it. They went to it. Gwen took off her sensor pack and field supplies and put them in the back seat where the sky scoot still lay. Dirk stood and watched her, shivering as he did so. Ruark's great coat was gone, and the air was frigid tonight. Gwen touched a control on the instrument panel, and a dark crack opened in the center of the Manta's hood. Metal panels swung back and up, and the guts of the Cavalar machine were before them. She came around front and turned on a light built into the underside of one of the hood panels. The other panel, Dirk saw, was lined with metal tools in clips. Gwen stood in a small pool of yellow light studying the intricate machinery. Dirk went to her side. Finally she shook her head. "No," she said in a tired voice. "It won't work." "We can draw power from the gravity grid," Dirk suggested. "You have the tools," he pointed. "I don't know enough," she said. "A little, yes. I hoped I'd be able to figure. You know. I can't. It's more than just a matter of power. The wing lasers aren't even connected. They might as well be ornaments for all the good they're going to do us." She looked at Dirk. "I don't suppose you—" "No," he said. She nodded. "We have no weapon, then." Dirk stood and glanced out past the Manta toward Warlorn's empty sky. "We could fly out of here." Gwen reached out and caught the hood panels, one in each hand, and brought them down and together again, and once more the dark banshee was whole and fierce. Her voice was toneless. "No. Remember what you said? The Braiths will be outside. Their cars will be armed. We wouldn't have a chance. No." She walked around Dirk and got into the air car. After a time he followed her. He sat twisted about in his seat so that he faced the lonely star in the cold night sky. He was conscious of being very tired, and he knew it was more than physical. Since coming to Challenge, his emotions had washed over him like waves over a beach, one after another. But suddenly it seemed as though the ocean had gone. There were no waves left at all. "I suppose you were right before, in the corridor," he said in a thoughtful, introspective voice. He was not looking at Gwen. "Right?" she said. "About being selfish. About, you know, about not being a white knight." "A white knight?" "Like John. I was never a white knight, maybe, but back on Avalon I like to think I was. I believed in things. Now I can hardly even remember what they were. Except for you, Jenny. You I remembered. That was why— well, you understand. The last 7 years I've done things. Nothing terrible, you know, but still things that I might not have done on Avalon. Cynical things. Selfish things. But until now I'd never gotten anyone killed." "Don't flog yourself, Dirk," she said. Her voice was weary, too. "It's not attractive." "I want to do something," Dirk said. "I have to. I can't just, you know. You were right. We can't do anything except run and die, and that won't help at all. We have no weapon." Dirk laughed bitterly. "So we wait for John and Gus to come and save us, and then—" "Our reunion was terribly short-lived, wasn't it?" She leaned forward without answering and cradled her head against her forearm on the instrument panel. Dirk glanced at her and then looked outward again. He was still cold in his thin clothing, but somehow it did not seem important. They sat quietly in the mantel, until finally Dirk turned and put a hand on Gwen's shoulder. "The weapon," he said in a strangely animated voice. "John said we had a weapon." "The lasers on the air car," Gwen said. "But no," Dirk said, suddenly grinning. "No, no, no!" What else could he have meant? In answer, Dirk reached out and turned on the air car's lifters, and the grey metal banshee stirred to life and rose slightly from the floor plates. "The car," he said. "The car itself." "The Braiths outside have cars," she said. "Armed cars." "Yes," Dirk said. "But John and I weren't talking about the Braiths outside. We were talking about the hunting parties inside, the ones roaming around through the concourse killing people." Understanding burst across her face like sunlight. She grinned. "Yes," she said savagely, and she reached out to her instruments, and the matter growled, and from somewhere under its hood bright columns of white light fanned out to chase the darkness before them. While she hovered a half-meter from the floor, Dirk vaulted out over the wings, went to the battered door, and used his equally battered shoulder to knock loose a second panel wide enough to give the air car exit. Then Gwen moved the manta to him, and he climbed in again. A short time later they were in the concourse, floating above the boulevard, close to where the overturned balloon-tired car lay. The bright beams of the headlamps swung over the still slidewalks and the long deserted shops to point straight ahead, down the path that would lead around and around and around the tall tower of Challenge until it reached the ground at last. "You realize," Gwen said before they started, "that we're in the up lane. Descending traffic is supposed to stay on the other side of the median." She pointed. "This is prohibited, no doubt, by the norms of AI Emerald," Dirk smiled. "But I don't think the voice will mind." Gwen gave him a faint smile back, touched her instruments, and the manta beneath them leaped forward with a rush and gathered speed. Then for a long time they made their own wind as they swept through the grey gloom, faster and faster, Gwen pale and tight-lipped at the controls, Dirk beside her idly watching the level numbers as corridor after corridor flicked by. They heard the Braiths a long time before they saw them. The howling again, the wild, baying shrieks, unlike any canine that Dirk had ever heard before, made even wilder by the echoes that raced up and down the concourse in their wake. When he first heard the pack, Dirk reached out and snapped off the air car's lights. Gwen looked at him, questioning. "We don't make much noise," he said. "They'll never hear us over the howls and their own shouts. But they might see the light coming up behind them, right?" "Right," she said. Nothing more. She was intent on the air car. Dirk watched her in the pale grey light that remained to them. Her eyes were jade again, hard and polished, as angry as Gus Janacek's could sometimes be. She had her gun at last, and the Kevlar hunters were somewhere ahead. Close to level 497 they passed an area littered with scraps of torn cloth that fluttered and stirred in the wash of their descent. One piece, bigger than the others, scarcely moved from where it lay in the middle of the boulevard, the remains of a brown patchwork greatcoat, ripped to shreds. Ahead, the howling came stronger and louder. A smile passed briefly across Gwen's lips. Dirk saw it and wondered, and remembered his gentle Jenny of Avalon. Then they saw the figures. Small black shapes on the shadowed concourse, shapes that swelled rapidly into men and dogs as the matter swept forward toward them. 5 of the great hounds were loping down the boulevard freely, close on the heels of a 6th, larger than any of them, that strained at the ends of 2 heavy black chains. 2 men were on the far ends of the chains, stumbling behind the pack as the massive leader pulled them along. They grew. How fast they grew! The hounds heard the air car coming first. The leader fought to turn, and one of the chains whipped loose from the hands of a hunter. 3 of the free-roaming pack hounds spun, snarling, and a 4th began bounding back up the concourse toward the fast-descending car. The men briefly seemed confused. One was tangled in the chain he was holding when the lead dog reversed directions. The other, empty-handed, began to reach for something at his hip. Gwen turned on the lights. In the semi-darkness, the matter's eyes were blinding. The air car ripped into them. Impressions rolled over Dirk, one after another. A lingering howl turned abruptly into a squeal of pain. Impact made the matter shudder. Savage red eyes gleaming horridly close. A rat's face and yellow teeth wet with slaver. Then impact again, another shudder, a snap. More impacts, sickening fleshy sounds. 1, 2, 3. A scream, a very human scream. Then there was a man outlined in the wash of the headlamps. It took them an hour to reach him, it seemed. He was a large, square man, no one that Dirk knew, dressed in thick pants and jacket of chameleon cloth that seemed to change color as they neared. His hands were up in front of his eyes, one clutching a useless dueling laser, and Dirk could see the sheen of metal peeking from beneath the man's sleeve. White hair fell to his shoulders. Then, suddenly, after an eternity of frozen motion, he was gone. The matter shuddered once again. Dirk shook with it. Ahead was grey emptiness, the long curving boulevard. Behind, Dirk turned to look. A hound was chasing after them, dragging 2 chains noisily as it ran. But it dwindled smaller and smaller as he watched. Dark shapes littered the cold plastic street. No sooner had he started to count them than they were gone. A pulse of light flamed briefly overhead, coming nowhere near them. Shortly he and Gwen were alone again, and there was no sound except the rushing whisper of their descent. Her face was very still. Her hands were steady. His were not. "I think we killed him," he said. "Yes," she replied. "We did. Some of the hounds as well." She was quiet for a while. Then she said, "His name, as I recall, was Tehran Braith something." Both of them were quiet. Gwen turned off the headlamps once more. "What are you doing?" Dirk said. "There are more ahead of us," she said. "Remember the scream we heard?" "Yes." He thought for a time. "Can the car take any more collisions?" She smiled faintly. "Ah," she said, "the Cavalarico Duello has several aerial modes. Air cars are often chosen as weapons. They are strongly built. This car is constructed to withstand laser fires as long as possible. The armor— Need I go on?" "No." He paused. "Gwen." "Yes." "Don't kill any more of them." She glanced at him. "They're hunting the Emerald," she said, "and whoever else is unlucky enough to be left inside of Challenge. They would gladly hunt us. Still," he said, "we can draw them off, win some time for the others. John will get here soon. No one need be killed." She sighed, and her hands moved, and she slowed the air car. "Dirk," she started to say. Then she saw something and brought them to a near halt, so they hovered and slid forward slowly. "Here," she said. "Look." She pointed. The light was so dim it was hard to make things out clearly until they came closer, and then a carcass of some sort, or what remained of one, in the center of the concourse, still and bloody, chunks of meat scattered around it, dried dark blood on the plastic. "That has got to be the victim we heard earlier," Gwen explained in conversational tones. "Mockman hunters don't eat their kill, you know. In one breath they say the creatures aren't human, only some sort of semi-sentient animals, and they believe it too. Yet the stench of cannibalism is too strong even for them, so they don't dare. Even in the oldest days, on High Cavalon, during the dark centuries, the holdfast hunters never ate the flesh of the mockmen they ran down. They would leave that for the gods, for the carrion moths, for the sand beetles. After they had given their hounds a taste, of course, as a reward. The hunters do take trophies, however. The head. You see the torso there? Show me the head." Dirk felt sick. "The skin, too," Gwen continued. "They carry flaying knives, or they did. Remember, mockman hunting has been banned on High Cavalon for generations. Even the High Bond Council of Braith has ruled against it. Such kills as the remaining hunters made were surreptitious. They have to hide their trophies, except maybe from each other. Here, though, well, let me just say that John expects the Braiths to remain on Warlawn for as long as they can. He has told me there is talk of renouncing Braith, of bringing their Bethans from the home world's holdfasts, and forming a new coalition here, a gathering that will bring back all the old ways, all the dead and dying ugliness. For a time, a year, or 2, or 10, as long as the Toberian Stratershield can gather in the warmth. Lorimar, Hylarten, and the like, with no one to restrain them. It would be insane. Perhaps. That won't stop them. If Jontany and Garth were to leave tomorrow, it would be done. The presence of Iron Jade deters them. They fear that if they and the other Braith traditionalists moved here in force, then the progressive faction of Iron Jade would also send men in force. There would be nothing to hunt then, and they and their children would face a short, hard life on a dying world, without even the pleasures they covet, the joys of high hunt. "No," she shrugged. "But there are trophy rooms in Larton even now. Lorimar alone boasts 5 heads, and it is said he has 2 jackets of mockman skin. He doesn't wear them. John would kill him." She threw the air car forward again, and once more they began to build up speed. "Now," she said, "do you still want me to swerve aside the next time some of them come up, now that you know what they are?" He did not answer. A very short time later the noises began once more below them, the drawn-out howls and the shouts echoing down the otherwise empty concourse. They passed another overturned vehicle, its flat soft tires deflated and torn, and Gwen had to turn to pass around it. A little later there was a dead hulk of black metal blocking their descent, a massive robot with 4 tensed arms frozen in grotesque postures above its head. The upper part of its torso was a dark cylinder studded with glass eyes. The lower part was a base the size of an air car, on treads. "A warder," Gwen said as they went by the quiet mechanical corpse, and Dirk saw that the hands had been sheared off each of its arms in turn, and that the body was riddled with fused laser holes. "Was it fighting them?" he asked. "Probably," she answered. "Which means that the voice is still alive, still controls some functions. Maybe that's why we haven't heard anything further from Breton Braith. It could be that they're having trouble down there. The voice would naturally mass its warders to protect the city's life functions." She shrugged. "But it doesn't matter. The Emerald don't hold with violence. The warders are instruments of restraint. They fire sleep darts, and I think they can emit tear gas from those grills in their base. The Braiths will win, always." Behind them the robot was already gone, and the concourse was empty once more. The noises ahead grew very loud. This time Dirk said nothing when Gwen bore down upon them and turned on her lights, and the screams and the impacts piled one upon the other. She got both of the Braith hunters, although afterward she said she was not so sure the second one was dead. He'd been hit a glancing blow that spun him to one side, into one of his own hounds. And Dirk could find no voice at all, because as the man went stumbling and spinning off their right wing, he lost his grip on the thing he had been carrying, and it flew through the air and smashed against the window of a shop, leaving a bloody path on the glass when it slid down to the floor. He had been holding it, Dirk noted, by the hair. The corkscrew road went around and around the tower that was Challenge, sinking slowly and steadily. It took more time than Dirk could have imagined to sink from level 388, where they surprised the second party of Braiths, to level 1, a long flight in grey silence. They encountered no one else, neither Cavalier nor Emerald. On level 120, a solitary warder blocked their way, turning all its dim eyes on them and commanding them to halt in the voice, still even and cordial, of the voice of Challenge. But Gwen did not slow, and when she neared, the warder rolled off out of her way, firing no darts and emitting no gas. Its echoing commands chased them down the concourse. On level 57, the dim lights above them flickered and went out, and for an instant they flew in total darkness. Then Gwen turned on the headlamps and slackened her speed just a bit. Neither of them spoke, but Dirk thought of Breton Braith and wondered briefly whether the lights had failed or had been turned off. The latter, he guessed. A survivor above had finally called his holdfast brothers below. On level 1, the concourse ended in a great mall and traffic circle. They could see very little of it. Only where the beams of the headlamps touched did shapes leap startlingly out of the ocean of pitch that surrounded them. The center of the mall seemed to be a tree of sorts. Dirk caught glimpses of a massive gnarled trunk, a virtual wall of wood, and they could hear leaves rustling above them. The road curved around the great tree and met itself. Gwen followed it all around the wide circle. On the far side of the tree a wide gateway stood open to the night, and Dirk felt the touch of wind on his face and realized why the leaves had been rustling. As they swept past the gateway, staying on the circle, he looked out. Beyond the gate a white ribbon of road led away from Challenge, and an air car was moving low over the road, quickly, toward the city, toward them. Dirk glimpsed it only for an instant. It was dark, but everything was dark in the meager outworld starlight, and metallic, some misshapen Cavalier beast he could not even begin to identify. It was not the Iron Jades. Of that he was sure. Chapter 9. "We have succeeded," Gwen said dryly after they had moved beyond the gate. "They're after us." "They saw us?" "They had to. Our light as we went past the open gateway. They couldn't miss that." Thick darkness rushed by them on either side, and the leaves still rustled above their heads. "We run?" Dirk said. "Their car will have working lasers, and ours doesn't. The outer concourse is the only road open to us. The Braith air car will chase us up, and somewhere above us the hunters will be waiting. We only killed 2, maybe 3. There will be more. We're trapped." Dirk was thoughtful. "We can loop around the circle again, go out the gate after they've entered." "Yes, that's an obvious try. Too obvious, though. There will be another air car outside waiting for us, I'd guess. I have a better idea." As she spoke, she slowed the Manta and brought it to a halt. Immediately before them the road forked amid the bright wash of the headlamps. To the left the traffic circle curved back on itself. To the right was the outer concourse, beginning its 2-kilometer ascent. Gwen turned off the lights, and darkness engulfed them. When Dirk started to speak, she quieted him with a sharp "shh." The world was very black. He had gone blind. Gwen, the air car, Challenge, everything had vanished. He heard leaves brushing against each other, and he thought he heard the other air car, the brakes, coming down on them. But that had to be his mind, for surely he would first have seen their lights. There was a gentle rocking motion, as if he were sitting in a small boat. Something hard touched his arm, and Dirk started, and then other something scraped against his face. Leaves. They were rising, right up into the low-hanging dense foliage of the great spreading emerald tree. A branch, pushed down and then released, whipped him painfully across the cheek, drawing blood. Leaves pressed all around him. Finally there was a soft thud as the wings of the manta came hard against the bulk of a massive limb. They could rise no more. They hovered, blind, enveloped by darkness and unseen foliage. A very short time later a blur of light flashed by beneath them, curving off to the right, up the concourse. No sooner was it gone than another came into sight, from the left, turned sharply up the fork, and followed the first. Dirk was very grateful that Gwen had ignored his suggestion. They hovered amid the leaves for an endless time, but no other cars appeared. Finally Gwen lowered them back to the road. "That won't lose them permanently," she said. "When their trap closes and we're not in it, they'll begin to wonder." Dirk was dabbing at the wetness on his cheek with his shirt-tail. When his fingers finally told him that the thin trickle of blood had dried, he turned in the direction of Gwen's voice. He was still blind. "So they'll hunt for us," he said. "That's good. While they're being bothered by trying to figure out where we went, they won't be killing any emeraldy, and John and Gosh should get here soon. Now is the time for us to hide, I think." "Hide or run," came Gwen's answer from the darkness. She still had not touched the air-car lights. "I have an idea," Dirk said. He touched his cheek again. Then, satisfied, he began to tuck away his shirt-tails. "When you were swinging around the circle, I noticed something. A ramp with a sign. Just saw it briefly in the headlamps, but it reminded me. Warlorn has a subway network, right? Intercity?" "True," Gwen said. "It's dismantled, though." "Is it? I know the trains don't run, but what about the tunnels? Did they fill them in?" "I don't know. I hardly think so." Suddenly the air-car's headlamps woke again, and Dirk blinked at the sudden light. "Show me this sign," Gwen said, and once more they began the wide circuit around the central tree. It was a subway entrance, as Dirk had guessed. A shallow ramp led down into darkness. Gwen stopped their forward motion and left them hovering a few meters away while she played the headlamps over the sign. "It will mean abandoning the air car," she said at last. "Our only weapon." "Yes," Dirk said. The entrance was much too narrow for the grey metal manta to pass. Clearly the subway builders had not counted on anyone wanting to fly through their tunnels. But that might be best. We can't leave Challenge, and inside the city the car limits our mobility pretty severely. Right? When Gwen did not answer immediately, he rubbed his head wearily. "It sounds right to me, but maybe I'm not thinking so clearly. I'm tired, and I'd probably be scared if I stopped to think about this. I've got bruises and cuts, and I want to get some sleep." "Well," Gwen said, "the subway might be worth a chance then. We can put a few kilometers between us and Challenge, and sleep. I don't think the Braiths will think to hunt for us there, down in the tunnels." "It's decided, then," Dirk said. They went about it very methodically. Gwen set the air car down next to the subterranean ramp and got the sensor pack and the field supplies out of the back seat. They took the sky scoots as well, changing into the flight boots and discarding their own footwear. And among the tools mounted on the underside of the Banshee's hood was a small hand torch, a metal and plastic rod as long as a man's forearm that gave off a pale white light. When they were ready to depart, Gwen treated them both with null scent again, then had Dirk wait by the subway entrance, while she flew the air car halfway around the great circle and left it standing in the center of the roadway near one of the largest first-level corridors. Let the Braiths think they had gone off into the interior labyrinths of Challenge. They'd have a fine long hunt ahead of them. Dirk waited in darkness while Gwen walked the long walk back around the tree, lighting her path with the hand torch. Then together they went down the ramp to the abandoned subway terminal. The descent was longer than Dirk had expected. They went at least 2 levels below the surface, he guessed, walking quietly while their light reflected off featureless walls of pastel blue. He thought of Breton Braith, some 50 levels below even them, and hoped briefly and insanely that the tunnels would still be powered, being, after all, something outside of the Emerald Tower city and thus beyond Breton's reach. But, of course, the subway system had been depowered long before Breton and the other Braiths had ever come to Warlorn. Below they found nothing but a vast echoing platform and massive stone wormholes rushing away to infinity. Infinity seemed very close at hand in the dark. The terminal was still, and its stillness seemed steeped in death, much more so than the quiet corridors of Challenge. It was like walking through a tomb. There was dust everywhere. The voice had permitted no dust in Challenge, Dirk realized, but the subways were not of Challenge, not the work of AI Emerald at all. As they walked, their footsteps sounded horribly loud. Gwen studied a systems map very carefully before they set off into the tunnels. "There are 2 lines down here," she said, whispering for some reason. "One line connects all the festival cities in a great circuit. Trains, it appears, used to run along it in both directions. The other line is a shuttle service connecting Challenge with the spaceport. Each city had its own spaceport shuttle. So which way should we go?" Dirk was exhausted and irritable. "I don't care," he said. "What difference does it make? We can't very well walk to the next city anyway. Even with the sky scoots, the distances are too much." Gwen nodded thoughtfully, still looking at the map. 230 kilometers to Esvoch in one direction, 380 to Krain-Lamia if we go the other way. More than that to the spaceport. "I guess you're right." She shrugged and turned and picked a direction at random. "That way," she said. They wanted speed and distance. Sitting on the edge of the platform above the track, they locked their boots into the tissue metal platforms of their sky scoots, then set off slowly in the direction Gwen had indicated. She went first, staying a bare 1/4 meter off the ground and trailing her left hand along the tunnel wall lightly. Her right held the hand torch. Dirk stayed behind her, flying a little higher so that he could see over her shoulder. The tunnel they had chosen was a great gentle curve, veering away ever so slightly to their left. There was nothing to see, nothing to remark on. At times Dirk lost the sensation of motion entirely, so even and uneventful was their flight. Then it seemed to him that he and Gwen were floating in some timeless limbo while the walls crawled steadily past. But at last, when they had come a good 3 kilometers from Challenge, they dropped to the bottom of the tunnel and stopped. By then neither of them had anything to say. Gwen leaned the hand torch up against a rough-hewn stone wall while they sat in the dirt and removed their boots. Wordless, she unslung her field supplies and used the packet as a pillow. No sooner did her head touch it than she was asleep, gone from him, and apart from him too. His own weariness did not lift, but Dirk found it difficult to sleep. Instead, he sat by the edge of the small circle of pale light Gwen had left the hand-torch on, and watched her breathe, watched the shadows play along her cheeks and in her hair when she moved restlessly in sleep. He grew aware then of how very far she lay from him, and he remembered that they had not touched or talked all the way from Challenge. He did not think about it. His mind was too fogged by fear and fatigue for thought. But he felt it like a weight upon his chest, and the dark pressed very heavy on him in the long, dusty hollow beneath the world. Finally he shut off the torch and all sight of his Jenny, and tried to sleep himself. It came in time, but nightmares came with it. He dreamed he was with Gwen, kissing her, holding her closely. But when his lips met hers, it was not Gwen at all. It was Breton Braith he was kissing, Breton, whose lips were dry and hard, whose glowstone eye flamed frighteningly close in the blackness. And after that he was running again, running down some endless tunnel, running to nowhere. But at his back he could hear the rush of water, and when he looked over his shoulder, he thought he could glimpse a solitary bargeman poling an empty barge. The bargeman was floating down an oily black stream, and Dirk was running over dry stone. But somehow in the dream that seemed not to matter. He ran and he ran, but always the barge loomed closer, and finally he could see that the bargeman had no face at all. There was a quiet after that, and for the rest of the long night Dirk did not dream. A light was shining where no light ought to be. It reached him even through his closed eyelids and his slumber. A wavering yellow radiance, close at hand and then receding a bit. Dirk was aware of it only dimly when it first intruded on his hard-earned sleep. He mumbled and rolled away from it. Voices muttered nearby, and someone laughed a small sharp laugh. Dirk ignored it. Then they kicked him, quite hard, across the face. His head snapped sideways, and the chains of sleep dissolved in a blur of pain. Lost and hurt, not knowing where he was, he struggled to sit up. His temple throbbed. Everything was too bright. He threw an arm across his eyes to block out the light and shield himself from further kicks. There was another laugh. Slowly the world took form. They were Braiths, of course. One of them, a gangling, bony man with a frizz of black hair, stood on the far side of the tunnel, holding Gwen with one hand and a laser pistol with the other. Another laser, a rifle, was slung across his shoulders on a strap. Gwen's hands had been bound behind her back, and she stood silently with her eyes downcast. The Braith who was standing over Dirk had not drawn a laser, but in his left hand was a high-powered hand-torch that filled the subway with yellow light. The glare of the torch made it difficult for Dirk to make out his features, but he was Kevlar tall and quite heavy, and seemed to be bald as an egg. "At last we have won your attention," said the man with the light. The other one laughed, the same laugh Dirk had heard earlier. With difficulty Dirk rose to his feet and took a step backwards, away from the Kevlars. He leaned up against the tunnel wall and tried to steady himself, but his skull screamed at him and the scene swam. The bright-hot hand-torch was an ache eating into his eyes. "You have injured the game, Pierre," the Braith with the laser commented from the other side of the tunnel. "Not overly, I would hope," said the heavy man. "Are you going to kill me?" Dirk asked. The words came with remarkable ease, considering what they were. He was finally beginning to recover from the kick. Gwen raised her eyes when he spoke. "Eventually they'll kill you," she said in a hopeless voice. "It won't be an easy end. I'm sorry, Dirk." "Silence, Bethan bitch," said the heavy man, the one called Pierre. Dirk was vaguely conscious of having heard the name before. The man glanced at her casually as he spoke, then looked back toward Dirk. "What does she mean?" Dirk said nervously. He was pressing himself hard against the stone and trying to tense his muscles inconspicuously. Pierre stood less than a meter away. The Wraith seemed cocky and off guard, but Dirk wondered how true an impression that might be. The man was holding the torch aloft in his left hand, but his right held something else, a batten about a meter long of some dark wood, with a round hardwood knob at one end and a short blade at the other. He held it lightly between his fingers, his hand around the center shaft, tapping it rhythmically against his leg. "You have led us a spirited chase, Mockman," Piers said. "I do not say this lightly, or in jape. Few are my equals in the old high hunt. None are my superior. Even Lorimar Highbraith Archelor has only half my trophy count. So when I tell you that this hunt has been extraordinary, you know I say truth. I am elated that it is not over." "What?" Dirk said. "Not over?" The man was so close, he wondered if he could get Piers between himself and the other man, the one with the laser, and maybe wrest the bladed baton away from him. Perhaps he could even get Piers' holstered sidearm. "There is no sport in taking a sleeping Mockman, nor is there honor. You will run again, Dirk Talarian." "He'll make you his personal curarial," Gwen said angrily, looking at the two Wraiths with calculated defiance. "No one will be able to hunt you except him and his 10. Piers turned toward her again. "I said silence." She laughed at him. "Knowing Piers," she continued, "the hunt will be pure tradition. You'll be cut loose in the forests, probably naked. These two will put away their lasers and air cars and come after you on foot, with knives and throwing swords and hounds. After they deliver me to my masters, of course." Piers was frowning. The other Wraith raised his pistol and used it to give Gwen a sharp crack across the mouth. Dirk tensed, hesitated an instant too long, and jumped. Even a meter was too far. Piers was smiling as his head turned again. The baton came up with frightening speed, and the knob caught Dirk square in the gut. He staggered and doubled up, and somehow tried to keep going. Piers stepped daintily backwards and brought his stick around hard into Dirk's groin. The world vanished in a red haze. He was vaguely conscious of Piers standing over him once more after he had collapsed. Then the Wraith struck him a third time, an almost casual blow to the side of his head, and then there was nothing. He hurt. That was the first thing he knew. That was all he knew. He hurt. His head spun and throbbed and shuddered in a strange sort of rhythm. His stomach ached as well, and below that he felt numb. Pain and dizziness were the boundaries of Dirk's world. For the longest time, that was everything. Gradually, though, a blurred sort of awareness returned to him. He began to notice things. The pain first. It came and went in waves. Up and down it went, up and down. He was going up and down, too, he finally realized, jouncing and bouncing. He was lying on something, being dragged or carried. He moved his hands, or tried to. It was hard. The pain seemed to wipe away all normal sensation. His mouth was full of blood. His ears were ringing, buzzing, burning. He was being carried, yes. There were voices. He could hear voices, talking and buzzing. The words would not come clear. Ahead, somewhere, a light danced and wavered. Everything else was a gray mist. Little by little the buzzing dwindled. Finally the words began to come. "Not be happy," said a voice he did not know. He did not think he knew it, anyway. It was hard to tell. Everything was so terribly distant, and he was bouncing, and the pain came and went, came and went, came and went. "Yes," said another voice, heavy, clipped, sure. More buzzing, several voices at once. Dirk understood nothing. Then one man silenced the others. "Enough," he said. This voice was more removed even than the first two. It came from somewhere ahead, from the wavering light. "Here? Here. I have no fear of Breton Braith Lantry, Rosef. You forget who I am. I had taken 3 heads in the wild when Breton Braith was still sucking women's teats. The mockman is mine by all the old rights." "Truth," the first unknown voice replied. "If you had taken him in the tunnels, none would deny your right. Yet you did not." "I wish a pure hunt of the oldest kind." Someone said something in old Kavalar. There was a laugh. "Many the time we hunted together in our youth, Peer," the strange voice said. "Had you only felt differently about women, we might well have become 10 and 10, we two. I would not speak you wrong. Breton Braith Lantry wants this man badly." "He is no man, he is a mockman. You ruled him so yourself, Rosef. The wants of Breton Braith are nothing to me." "I did rule him mockman, and so he is. To you and me, he is only one such, one among many. We have the Jelly Children to hunt, the Emerally, and others. You do not need him, Peer. Breton Braith feels differently. He came to the death square and was made a fool when the man he challenged was no man at all." "That is truth, but it is not the whole of it. Hilarion is a special sort of prey. 2 of our Kethi are dead at his hands, and Korat lies dying with a broken spine. No mockman has ever run that way before. I will take him, as is my right. I found him, I alone." "Yes," said the second new voice, the heavy, clipped one. "That is truth enough, Peer. How did you discover him?" Peer was glad enough of a chance to boast. "I was not misled by the air-car as you were, and you, and even Lorimar. He had been too clever, this mockman, and the Bethin bitch who ran at his side. They would not let the car sit like a pointer to the place they had gone. When you had all taken your hounds and fanned out down the corridor, my 10 and I began to search them all by torchlight, looking for a trail. I knew the hounds would be useless. No need for them. I am a better tracker than any hound or hound master. I have tracked mockmen over the bare stone of the Lamaran hills, through the blasted dead cities, even into the abandoned holdfasts of Taal and Bronze Fist and the Glowstone Mountain. These 2 were pitifully easy. We checked each corridor for a distance of several meters, then moved on to check the next. We found the trail. Scuff marks on the floor outside a subway ramp. Then veritable road signs in the dust. The track vanished when they began to use their flying toys, of course, but by then we had only 2 possible directions to consider. I feared they might try to fly all the way to Esvuch or Krain Lamia, but such was not the truth. It took us most of the day and long walking, yet we caught them." Dirk was almost alert by then, though his body was still wrapped in a gauze of pain, and he doubted that it would respond very efficiently if he tried to move. He could see quite clearly. Here Braith was walking in front with the hand-torch, talking to a smaller man in white and purple, who must be Rosef, the arbiter of the duels that never were. Between them was Gwen, walking under her own power, her hands still bound. She was silent. Dirk wondered if they had gagged her, but it was impossible to tell, since he could only see her back. He was lying in a litter of sorts, bouncing with every step. Another Braith in white and purple was holding the front end, his big knuckled fists wrapped around the wooden poles. The bony laughter, Piers 10, was probably behind him then, at the other end of the litter. They were still in the tunnel, walking. The subway appeared to go on forever, and Dirk had no inkling of how long he had been out. Quite a while, he guessed. There had been no Rosef and no litter when he had tried to tackle Pier, he was certain of that. His captors had probably waited in the tunnel after calling their holdfast brothers for help. No one appeared to have noticed that Dirk had opened his eyes. Or perhaps they had noticed, and they simply didn't care. He was in no condition to do anything except maybe scream for help. Pier and Rosef continued to talk, with the 2 others interjecting comments from time to time. Dirk tried to listen, but the pain made it hard to concentrate, and what they were saying was of very little value to Gwen and himself. Chiefly Rosef seemed to be warning Peer that Breton Braith would be very upset if Peer killed Dirk, since Breton Braith wanted to kill Dirk himself. Peer didn't care. From his comments it seemed clear that he had little respect for Breton, who was 2 generations younger than the rest of them, and therefore suspect. At no time in the conversation did any of the hunters mention the Iron Jades, which led Dirk to conclude that either John and Goss had not yet reached Challenge, or these 4 were not yet aware of it. After a while he stopped straining to understand and let himself slide back into a semi-sleep. The voices became a blur again and went on a long time. Finally, though, they stopped. One end of the litter dropped roughly, and he was jarred back to attention. Strong hands supported him beneath his arms and lifted. They had reached the terminal beneath Challenge, and Piers 10 was lifting him to the platform. He did not even try to help. He went limp as he could, and let them move him like a piece of dead meat. Then he was in the litter again, and they were carrying him up the ramp into the city proper. They had not handled him gently at the platform. His head was swimming once again. Pastel blue walls went by, and he was reminded of their descent down the ramp last night. For some reason, hiding in the subway had seemed like a terribly good idea at the time. The walls vanished, and they were in Challenge once again. He saw the great emerald tree, this time in all of its massive grandeur. It was a gnarled giant, blue and black, its limbs hanging low over the visible curve of the traffic circle, while its topmost branches brushed against the shadowed ceiling. Day had come, Dirk realized. The gateway remained open, and through its arch he could see Fat Satan and a single yellow star hanging on the horizon. He was much too lost and weary to know whether they were rising or setting. 2 hulking Cavalier air cars sat on the road near the subway ramp. Peer halted nearby, and Dirk was lowered to the floor. He struggled to sit up, to no avail. His limbs thrashed weakly, and the pain came back, until he surrendered and lay back again. "Summon the others," Peer said. "These matters should be settled here and now, so my Corariel can be made ready for the hunt." He stood over Dirk as he spoke. All of them were clustered around the litter, even Gwen, but she alone looked down, and her eyes caught his. She was gagged and tired and hopeless. It took well over an hour for the other Braiths to assemble. For Dirk, an hour of fading light and gathering strength. It was sunset, he soon realized. Beyond the gateway, Fat Satan sank slowly out of sight. The darkness swelled around them, growing thicker and denser, until finally the Cavaliers were forced to turn on the headlamps of their air cars. By then, Dirk's dizziness had all but passed. Peer, noticing, had his hands bound behind his back and forced him to sit up against the side of one of the cars. They placed Gwen beside him, but did not remove her gag. Though Dirk was not gagged, he did not try to speak. He sat with the cold metal to his back and his wrists chafing within their bonds, and he waited and watched and listened. From time to time he would glance toward Gwen, but she sat slumped with her head downcast and did not return his gaze. Singly and in pairs they came, the Kethy of Braith, the hunters of Warlorn. From the shadows and dark places they came, like pale ghosts, a noise and a vague shape at first, before they walked into the small circle of light and turned to men again. Even then they were more and less than human. The first to come led 4 tall rat-faced hounds, and Dirk recognized him from the wild grey plunge down the outer concourse. The man chained his hounds to the bumper of Rosef's air car, gave curt greetings to Peer and Rosef and their tens, then sat cross-legged on the floor a few meters from the prisoners. He did not speak, not once. His eyes fixed on Gwen and never left her, and he did not move at all. Nearby, Dirk could hear his hounds growling in the shadows, their iron chains twisting and rattling. Then the others came. Lorrimar Highbraith Ochelor, a brown giant in a pitch-black suit of chameleon cloth fastened with buttons of pale bone, arrived in a massive domed air-car of deep red. Within, Dirk could hear the sounds of a pack of Braith hounds. With Lorrimar was another man, a square, fat man, twice as heavy as Peer, his bulk hard and solid as brick, his face pale and porcine. After them, alone and on foot, came a frail-looking oldster, bald and wrinkled and nearly toothless, with one hand of flesh and bone and one three-pronged claw of dark metal. The old man had a child's head slung from his belt. It was still bleeding, and one leg of his white trousers bore the long brown stain of its dripping. Finally Chell arrived, as tall as Lorrimar, white-haired and mustachioed, and very weary, leading a single huge Braith hound. Within the pool of light he stopped and blinked. "Where is your 10?" Peer demanded. "Here," a rasp from the darkness. A few meters away a single glowstone shone dimly. Breton Braith-Lantry came forward and stood next to Chell. His face twitched. "All have gathered," Roseph Highbraith said to Peer. "No," someone objected. "There is Korat." The silent hunter spoke up from the floor. "He is no more. He begged ending. I granted it. In truth, he was badly broken. He was the second Keth I have watched die today. The first was my 10, Ferran Braith Nalaris." As he spoke, his eyes never left Gwen. He finished with a long, breathless sentence in Old Kavalar. "3 of us are gone," the old man said. "We shall have a silence for them," Peer said. He was still holding his baton with its hardwood knob and its short blade, and he tapped it restlessly against his leg as he spoke, just as he had done in the tunnels. Through her gag Gwen tried to scream. Peer's 10, the gangling Kavalar with the wild black hair, came over and stood above her menacingly. But Dirk, ungagged, had gotten the idea. "I'm not going to keep silence," he shouted, or tried to. His voice was not quite up to shouting. "They were killers, all of them. Deserved to die." All of the Braiths were looking at him. "Gag him and stop his screaming," Peer said. His 10 moved quickly to comply. When it was done, Peer spoke again. "You shall have time enough to scream, Dirk Talarian, when you run naked through the forests and you hear my hounds baying behind you." Breton's head and shoulders turned awkwardly. Light glistened on his scar tissue. "No," he said. "First claim is mine." Peer faced him. "I tracked the mockman. I took him." Breton twitched. Chell, still holding the great hound by a chain wrapped about one heavy hand, laid his other hand on Breton's shoulder. "This is no matter to me," another voice said. The Braith who sat on the floor, staring, unmoving. "What of the bitch?" The others shifted their attention uneasily. "She cannot be at issue, Myrick," said Lorrimar Highbraith. "She is of Iron Jade." The man's lips drew back sharply. For an instant his placid face was wildly distorted, a beast face, a rictus of emotion. Then it passed. His features settled into pale stillness again, everything held in check. "I will kill this woman," he said. "Ferran was my 10. She has set his ghost adrift upon a soulless world." "Her?" Lorrimar's voice was incredulous. "Is this truth?" "I saw," replied the man on the floor, the one called Myrick. "I fired after her when she rode us down and left Ferran dying. This is truth, Lorrimar Highbraith." Dirk tried to rise to his feet, but the gangling Kavalar pushed him down again, hard, and slammed his head back against the metal flank of the air-car to underline the point. The frail oldster spoke then, the clawed ancient who carried the child's head. "Take her, then, as your personal prey," he said, his voice as thin and sharp as the blade of the flaying knife that hung at his belt. "The wisdom of the holdfast is old and certain, my brothers. She is no true woman now, if she ever was. neither held wife or enketh. Who is there to vouch for her? She has left her high bond's protection to run with a mockman. If she was flesh of man's flesh once, it is so no longer. You know the ways of the mockmen, the liars, the weirs, the great deceivers. Alone with her in the dark, this mockman Dirk would surely have slain her and set in her place a demon like himself, fashioned in her image. Chell nodded agreement and said something grave in old Kavalar. The other Braiths looked less certain. Lorimar traded scowls with his 10, the square fat man. Breton's hideous face was noncommittal, half a mask of scar tissue, half blank innocence. Peer frowned and continued to tap restlessly with his baton. It was Rosef who replied, "I ruled Gwen Delvano human when I was arbiter at the Square of Death," he said carefully. "This is truth," Peer said. "Perhaps she was human then," the old man said. "Yet she has tasted blood and slept with a mockman, and who will call her human now?" The hounds began to howl. The 4 that Myrick had chained to the air-car started the cacophony, and it was taken up by the pack locked inside Lorimar's domed vehicle. Chell's massive canine snarled and pulled at his chain until the elderly Braith jerked back angrily. Then the creature sat and joined the howling. Most of the hunters glanced toward the silent darkness beyond their little circle. Myrick, frozen-faced and immobile, was the notable exception. His eyes never left Gwen Delvano, and more than one touched his sidearm. On the edge of the circle, beyond the air-cars and their pool of light, the 2 Iron Jades stood side by side in shadow. Dirk's pain, his head was pounding, abruptly seemed of no consequence. His body trembled and shook. He looked at Gwen. She was looking up, at them, at John especially. He walked into the light then, and Dirk saw that he was staring at Gwen almost as fixedly as the man called Myrick. He seemed to move very slowly, like a figure in some dusty dream, a man asleep. Garth Janacek was alive and liquid at his side. Vickery was dressed in a mottled suit of chameleon cloth, all shades of black, and blacker when he entered the circle of his enemies. By the time the hounds had quieted, he was wearing dusty gray. The sleeves of his shirt ended just above the elbow. Iron and glowstone embraced his right forearm, jade and silver his left. For an endless instant he loomed very large. Chell and Lorimar both stood a head taller, but somehow, briefly, Vickery seemed to dominate. He flowed past them, a striding ghost, how unreal he was even there, who walked through the Braiths as if he could not see them, and stopped near Gwen and Dirk. But it was all illusion. The noise subsided, the Braiths began to speak, and John Vickery was just a man again, larger than many, but smaller than some. "You trespass, Iron Jades," Lorimar said in a hard, angry tone. "You were not called to this place. You have no right to be here." "Mockmen," spat Chell. "False Cavalars." Breton Braith Lantry made his singular noise. "Your Bethan I grant to you, Jontony High Iron Jade," Pierce said firmly, but his baton moved in nervous haste. "Discipline her as you will, as you must. The mockman is mine to hunt." Garth Janacek had stopped a few meters away. His eyes moved from one speaker to another, and twice he seemed about to reply. But John Vickery ignored all of them. "Remove the bindings from their mouths," he said, gesturing toward the prisoners. Pier's long-limbed 10 stood over Dirk and Gwen, facing the Iron Jade highbond. He hesitated a long moment, then bent and undid the gags. "Thanks," Dirk said. Gwen shook her head to throw loose hair out of her eyes and climbed unsteadily to her feet, her arms still bound behind her back. "John," she said in an uncertain voice, "you heard?" "I heard," Vickery said. Then to the Braiths, "Cut loose her arms." "You presume, Iron Jade," Lorimar said. Peer, however, seemed curious. He leaned on his baton. "Cut loose her arms," he said. His ten pulled Gwen around roughly and used his knife to free her. "Show me your arms," Vickery said to Gwen. She hesitated, then brought her hands out from behind her back and extended them, palms down. On her left arm the jade and silver shone. She had not removed it. Dirk watched, bound and helpless, feeling chill. She had not removed it. Vickery looked down on Myrick, who still sat with his legs crossed and his small eyes set on Gwen. "Rise to your feet." The man rose and turned to face the iron jade, taking his gaze from Gwen for the first time since he had arrived. Vickery started to speak. "No," Gwen said. She had been rubbing her wrists. Now she stopped and laid her right hand on her bracelet. Her voice was steady. "Don't you understand, John? No. If you challenge him, if you kill him, then I will take it off. I will." For the first time emotion washed over John's face, and the name of it was anguish. "You are my Bethin," he said. "If I do not—" "Gwen, no," she said. One of the Braiths laughed. At the sound, Garth Janacek grimaced, and Dirk saw a savage spasm come and go on the face of the man called Myrick. If Gwen noticed, she paid no mind. She faced Myrick. "I killed your 10, she said. "Me, not John, not poor Dirk. I killed him, and I admit it. He was hunting us as you were, and killing the Emerald as well." Myrick said nothing. Everyone was still. "If you must duel, then, if you really want me dead, duel me," Gwen continued. "I did it. Fight me if your revenge is so important." Pierre laughed loudly. An instant later his 10 joined him, and Rosef as well, then several of the others. The fat man, Rosef's blocky, stern-faced companion, the clawed ancient. All of them were laughing. Myrick's face went blood-dark, then white, then dark again. "Bettin, bitch," he said. The shuddering rictus passed across his face once more, and this time everyone saw. "You japed me. A duel is my 10, and you a woman." He ended with a scream that startled the men and set the hounds again to howling. Then he shattered. His hands rose over his head and clenched and unclenched, and he struck her across the face as she shied away from his fury, and suddenly he was on her. His fingers wrapped around her throat, and he dove forward, and she went over backwards, and then they were rolling over and over on the floor until they came up hard against the side of an air car. Myrick came out firmly on top, with Gwen pinned beneath him, and his hands digging deep into the flesh of her neck. She hit him then, hard across the jaw, but in his rage he scarcely seemed to feel it. He began to slam her head against the air car, again and again and again, screaming all the while in old Kabbalah. Dirk struggled to his feet, only to stand uselessly with his hands bound. Garth took 2 quick steps forward, and John Vickery was finally moving. But it was Breton Braith Lantry who reached them first and dragged Myrick off her with an arm around his neck. Myrick flailed wildly until Lorimar joined Breton, and between them they held the man still. Gwen lay inert, her head up against the plate metal door where Myrick had slammed it. Vickery knelt at her side on one knee and tried to put an arm around her shoulders. The back of her head left a smear of blood on the side of the air car. Janacek knelt too, quickly, and felt her pulse. Satisfied, he rose again and turned back to face the Braiths, his mouth tight with anger. "She wore jade and silver, Myrick," he said. "You are a dead man. I issue challenge." Myrick had stopped screaming, though he was panting. One of the hounds howled and fell silent. "Does she live?" Breton asked in his sandpaper voice. John Vickery looked up at him out of a face as strange and strained as Myrick's had been just a short time before. "She lives." Good fortune, said Janacek, but no thanks to you, Myrick, nor will it make a difference. Make your choices. Let me loose, Dirk said. No one moved. Let me loose, he shouted. Someone sliced apart his bonds. He went to Gwen, kneeling beside Vickery. Briefly their eyes met. Dirk examined the back of her head, where the dark hair was already beginning to crust with clotted blood. A concussion, at least, he said. Maybe a fractured skull, maybe worse. I don't know. Are there medical facilities? He looked at each of them. Are there? Breton answered. None functional in challenge to Larian. The voice fought me. The city would not respond. I had to kill it. Dirk grimaced. She shouldn't be moved, then. Maybe it's only a concussion. I think she's supposed to rest. Incredibly, John Vickery left her in Dirk's arms and stood up. He gestured to Lormar and Breton, who held Myrick prisoned between them. Release him. Release? Janacek threw Vickery a puzzled glance. John, Dirk said, never mind about him. Gwen, get her inside an air car, Vickery said. I don't think we should move. It's not safe here, Talarian. Get her inside an air car. Janacek was frowning. My 10? Vickery faced the Braiths again. I told you to release that man. He paused. That mockman, as you would call him. He has earned the name. What do you intend, High Iron Jade? Lormar said sternly. Dirk lifted Gwen and laid her gently in the back of the closest of the air cars. She was quite limp, but her breathing was still regular. Then he slid into the driver's seat and waited, massaging his wrist to restore circulation. Everyone seemed to have forgotten him. Lormar Highbraith was still talking. We recognize your right to face Myrick, but it must be singled, as Teran Braith Nalares lies dead. Since your own 10 challenged first, John Vickery had his laser pistol in his hand. Release him and stand away. Lormar, startled, let go of Myrick's arm and stepped swiftly to the side. Breton hesitated. High Iron Jade, he rasped. For your honor and his, for your holdfast and your 10, set down your weapon. Vickery aimed at the half-faced youth. Breton twitched, then released Myrick and fell back with a grotesque shrug. What is happening? The one-handed oldster was demanding in a shrill voice. What is he doing? Everyone ignored him. John, Garth Janacek said in a horrified tone, this has disarrayed your thoughts. Lower your gun, my 10. I have challenged. I will kill him for you. He laid his hand on John's arm, and John Vickery wrenched free and pointed his weapon at Garth. No, stand back. You will not interfere. Not now. This is for her. Janacek's face darkened. He had no grins now, none of his savage wit. His right hand balled into a fist, and he slowly raised it straight up in front of his face. Iron and glowstone stood shining in the space between the 2 iron jades. Our bond, said Janacek. Think, my 10. My honor and yours, and that of our holdfast. His voice was grave. What of her honor? Vickery said. Gesturing impatiently with his laser, he forced Janacek away from him and turned again on Myrick. Alone and confused, Myrick seemed not to know what was expected of him. His rage had deserted him, though he was still breathing hard. A trail of spittle, tinged pink by blood, ran from one corner of his mouth. He wiped it off with the back of his hand and looked uncertainly toward Garth Janacek. The first of the 4 choices, he began in a dazed voice. I make the choice of mode. No, said Vickery, you make no choices. Face me, mockman. Myrick looked from Vickery to Janacek and back again. The choice of mode, he repeated numbly. No, Vickery said again. You gave Gwen Delvano no choices. She who would have faced you fair, in duel. Myrick's face twisted into a look of honest bafflement. She? In duel? I? She was a woman, a mockman. He nodded as if he had settled everything. "She was a woman, Iron Jade. Have you gone mad? She japed me. A woman does not duel. And you do not duel, Myrick. Do you understand? Do you? You!" He fired, and a half-second pulse of light took Myrick low between his legs, so the man screamed, "Do!" And he fired again and burned Myrick in the neck just beneath his chin, and then waited as the man fell and his laser recycled. "Not," he continued 15 seconds later, and with the word a spurt of light that burned the writhing figure across the chest, and then Vickery was stepping backwards toward the air car. "Duel," he finished, half in and half out of the car, and with the word came a flick of his wrist and a fourth burst of light, and Lorimar Highbraith Archelor was falling, his weapon half drawn. Then the door slammed, and Dirk threw on the gravity grid, and they jerked forward and up and out, and were halfway to the exit arch, when the laser fire began to hiss and burn against their armor. Chapter 10. It was full night above the common. The air was black crystal, clear and cold. The winds were bad. Dirk was grateful for the heavily armored Braith air car with its warm cabin fully enclosed. He kept them about 100 meters above the plains and the gentle hills, and pushed the car as fast as he was able. Once, before Challenge had vanished behind them, Dirk looked back to see if there were any signs of pursuit. He saw none, but the Emeraldy City caught and held his eye. A tall black spear, soon to be lost against the blacker sky, it reminded him somehow of the great tree that had been caught in a forest fire, its branches and its leaves all gone, nothing left but a charred and soot-dark stick to echo its former glory. He remembered Challenge as Gwen had first shown it to him, when he had asked to see a city with life. Bright against the evening, impossibly tall and shining silver, crowned by its ascending bursts of light. A dead husk now, and dead too the dreams of its builders. The hunters of Braith killed more than men and animals. "They will be after us soon enough, Talarian," John Vickery said. "You need not search for them." Dirk turned his attention back to his instruments. "Where are we going? We can't just fly blind above the common all night, heading for nowhere in particular." "Larton?" "We dare not go to Larton now," Vickery replied. He had holstered his laser, but his face was as grim as it had been in Challenge when he burned down Myrick. "Are you so much the fool that you do not realize what I did? I broke the code, Talarian. I am an outbounder now, a criminal, a duel-breaker. They will come after me and kill me as easily as they would a mockman." He knotted his hands together thoughtfully beneath his chin. "Our best hope? I do not know. Perhaps we have no hope." "Speak for yourself. I have quite a bit more hope right now than I did a minute ago back there." Vickery looked at him and smiled despite himself. "In truth, though that is a most selfish viewpoint, it was not for you that I did what I did." "For Gwen?" Vickery nodded. He did not even do her the honor of refusing, as if she were an animal. And yet by the code he was correct. The code I have lived by. I could have killed him for it. Garth intended to, as you witnessed. He was angry because Myrick had damaged his property, had darkened his honor. He would have avenged the slight had I let him." He sighed. "Do you understand why I could not, Talarian? Do you? I have lived on Avalon, and I have loved Gwen Delvano. She lay there, alive only by a quirk of fortune. Myrick Braith would not have cared had she died, nor would the others. Yet Garth would have granted the man who did this thing a clean and decent dying, would have given him the kiss of shared honor before taking his small life. I care for Garth, yet I could not let it be, Talarian, not when Gwen lay so so still and disregarded. I could not let it be. Vickery fell silent, brooding. Outside, in the moment of quiet, Dirk could hear the high keening of Warlorn's wind. "John," Dirk said after a while, "we still need to decide where we're going. We've got to get Gwen to shelter, some place we can make her comfortable, where she won't be bothered. Maybe get a doctor to look at her." "I know of no doctors on Warlawn," Vickery said. "Still, we must bring Gwen to a city." He considered the question. "Esvoch is closest, but the city is a ruin. Caen Lamia is then our best choice, I think, since it lies second nearest to Challenge. Turn south." Dirk swung the air car about in a wide arc, sliding upward and heading for the distant line of the mountain wall. He vaguely remembered the course Gwen had flown from the shining tower of Ai Emerald to the dark dawn wilderness city and its bleak music. As they flew on toward the mountains, Vickery fell to brooding again, staring out blind into the blackness of Warlorn's night. Dirk, who had more than a hint of what the Cavalier was suffering, did not attempt to break his melancholy, but withdrew into his own sphere of thought and silence. He felt very weak. The ache in his head had returned to pound at him, and he was suddenly conscious of a parched rawness in his mouth and throat. He tried to recall when last he had taken food or water, and failed. Somehow he had lost all track of time. The great cold peaks of Warlorn loomed up near at hand, and Dirk took the Braith air car higher to fly over them, and still neither he nor John Vickery said a word. It was not until the mountains were behind them and the wilderness below that the Cavalier spoke again, and then it was only to give Dirk terse directions on the proper course to fly. Afterwards he lapsed back into silence, and it was in silence that they flew the lonely kilometers to their destination. This time Dirk knew what to expect, and he listened. The music of Lamia Bailis came to his ears, a faint wailing on the wind, long before the city itself rose up out of the forest to engulf them. Outside their armored haven was nothing but the void, the tangled forests of the night below them, the thin starred and empty sky above. Yet the notes of dark despair came talking, tinkling, and they touched him where he sat. Vickery heard the music too. He glanced at Dirk. "This is a fitting city for us now, Talarian." "No," Dirk said, too loudly, not wanting to believe it. "For me, then. All my effort has gone to ashes. The folk I thought to save are saved no longer. The Braiths can hunt them at will now, Corariel of Iron Jade or no. I cannot stop them. Garth may, perhaps, but what can one man do alone? He may not even try. It was my obsession, never his. Garth is lost too. He will go back to High Cavalan alone, I think, and descend alone to the holdfasts of Iron Jade, and the Highborn Council will take away my names, and he must find a knife and cut the glowstones from their settings, and wear empty iron about his arm. His 10 is dead." "On High Cavalan, perhaps," Dirk said. "But you lived on Avalon, too, remember?" "Yes," said Vickery. "Sadly, sadly." The music swelled and boomed around them, and the Siren City itself took shape below. The outer ring of towers like fleshless hands in frozen agony, the pale bridges spanning dark canals, the swords of dimly shining moss, the whistling spires stabbing up into the wind. A white city, a dead city, a forest of sharpened bones. Dirk circled until he found the same building that Gwen had taken them to, and came in for a landing. In the airlock the 2 derelict cars were still resting undisturbed, deep in dust. They seemed to Dirk like fragments of some other long-forgotten dream. Once, for some reason, they had seemed important, but he and Gwen and the world had all been different then, and now it was difficult to recall what possible relevance these metallic ghosts had had. "You have been here before," Vickery said, and Dirk looked at him and nodded. "Lead, then," the Cavalier ordered. "I don't—" But Vickery was already up. He had taken Gwen gently from where she lay and lifted her in his arms, and he stood waiting. "Lead," he said again. So Dirk led him away from the airlot into the halls where the grey-white murals danced to the dark dawn symphony, and they tried door after door until they found one room still furnished. It was a suite, actually, of 4 connecting rooms, all barren and high-ceilinged and far from clean. The beds, 2 of the rooms were bedrooms, were circular holes sunk deep into the floor. The mattresses were covered with a seamless, oily leather that gave off a faintly unpleasant odor like sour milk. But they were beds, soft enough, and a place to rest, and Vickery arranged Gwen's limp form carefully. When she was resting easily, she looked almost serene, John left Dirk sitting by her side, his legs folded under him on the floor, and went out to search the air car they had stolen. He returned shortly with a covering for Gwen and a canteen. "Drink only a swallow," he said, giving the water to Dirk. Dirk took the cloth-covered metal, twisted off the top, and took a single short pull before handing it back. The liquid was lukewarm and vaguely bitter, but it felt very good trickling down his dry throat. Vickery wet a strip of grey cloth and began to clean the dry blood from the back of Gwen's head. He dabbed gently at the brownish crust, wetting his rag again and yet again, working until her fine black hair was clean again and lay in a lustrous fan on the mattress, gleaming in the fitful light of the murals. When he was finished, he bandaged her and looked at Dirk. "I will watch," he said. "Go to the other room and sleep." "We should talk," Dirk said, hesitant. "Later, then. Not now. Go and sleep." Dirk could hardly argue. His body was weary, and his own head was still throbbing. He went to the other room and fell gracelessly onto the sour-smelling mattress. But despite his pains, sleep did not come easily. Perhaps it was his headache. Perhaps it was the uneasy motion of the light that ran within the walls, which haunted him even through closed eyelids. Chiefly, though, it was the music, which did not leave him and seemed to echo louder when he closed his eyes, as if that act had trapped it within his skull. Thin pipings and wails and whistles, and still, forever, the booming of a solitary drum. Fever dreams stalked that endless night, visions intense and surreal and hot with anxiety. 3 times Dirk was shaken from his uneasy sleep to sit up, trembling, his flesh clammy, and face the song of Lamia Bailis once again, never quite remembering what had stirred him. Once on waking he thought he heard voices in the next room. Another time he was quite certain that he saw John Vickery sitting up against the far wall watching him. Neither of them spoke, and it took Dirk almost an hour to fall back into sleep, only to waken yet again to an empty, echoing room and moving lights. He wondered briefly if they had left him here alone to live or die. The more he thought on it, the more the fear grew, and the worse his trembling became. But somehow he was unable to rise, to walk to the adjoining bedroom and see for himself. Instead, he closed his eyes and tried to force all memory away. And then it was dawn. Fat Satan was halfway up the sky, and feverish light as red and cold as Dirk's nightmares was flooding through a tall, stained-glass window, predominantly clear in its center, but bordered all around with an intricate pattern of somber red-brown and smoky gray, to fall across his face. He rolled away from it and struggled to sit up, and John Vickery appeared, offering the canteen. Dirk took several long swallows, almost choking on the cool water and letting some of it splash over his dry, chapped lips and trickle down his chin. The canteen had been full when John handed it to him. He gave it back half empty. "You found water," he said. Vickery sealed up the canteen again and nodded. "The pumping stations have been closed for years, so there is no fresh water in the towers of Crian Lamia. Yet the canals still run. I went down last night while you and Gwen were sleeping." Dirk rose to his feet unsteadily, and Vickery lent a hand to help him out of the sunken bed. "Is Gwen—" "She regained consciousness early in the night, Talarian. We spoke together, and I told her what I had done. I think she will recover soon enough." "Can I talk to her?" "She is resting now, sleeping normally. Later I am sure she will want to speak to you, but at the moment I do not think you should wake her. She tried to sit up last night and grew very unsteady and finally nauseous." Dirk nodded. "I see. What about you? Get any sleep?" As he spoke, he looked around their quarters. The dark dawn music had shrunken somehow. It still sounded, still wailed and moaned and permeated the very air of Cryne-la-Milla, but to his ears it seemed fainter and more distant, so perhaps he was finally getting used to it, learning to tune it out of his conscious hearing. The light murals, like the glowstones of Lawton, had faded and died at the touch of normal sunlight. The walls were grey and empty. What furnishings there were, a few uncomfortable-looking chairs, flowed from the walls and floor, twisting extrusions that matched the color and tone of the chamber so well that they were almost invisible. "I have slept enough," Vickery was saying. "That is not important. I have been considering our position." He gestured. "Come." They walked through another chamber, an empty dining room, and out onto one of the many balconies that overlooked the dark dawn city. By day, Cryne-la-Milla was different, less despairing. Even Warlawn's wan sunlight was enough to put a sparkle on the swift-flowing waters of the canals, and in the day-long twilight the pale towers were less sepulchral. Dirk was weak and very hungry, but his headache had gone, and the brisk wind felt good against his face. He brushed his hair, knotted and hopelessly filthy, back from his eyes, and waited for John to begin. "I watched from here during the night," Vickery said, with his elbows on the cold railing, and his eyes searching the horizon. "They are searching for us, Talarian. Twice I glimpsed air-cars above the city. The first time it was only a light, high in the distance, so perhaps I was wrong. Yet the second could be no mistake. The wolf-head car of Chell's flying near to ground level over the canals, with a searchlight of some sort attached. It passed quite low. There was a hound also. I heard it howling, all wild at the darkling music." "They didn't find us," Dirk said. "In truth," Vickery replied, "I think we are safe enough here for a while. Unless— I am not sure how they found you in Challenge, and that gives me a fear. If they track us to Cryne-la-Milla and comb the city with great hounds, our danger will be severe. We have no null scent now." He looked at Dirk. "How did they know where you had fled? Do you have any ideas?" "No," said Dirk. "No one knew. Certainly no one followed. Maybe they just guessed. It was the most logical choice, after all. Living was more comfortable in Challenge than in any of the other cities. Easier, you know." "Yes, I know. I do not accept your theory, however. Remember, Talarian, Garth and I considered this problem too, when you left us shamed and deserted at the Death Square. Challenge was the most obvious choice, and therefore the least logical, we felt. It seemed more likely that you would go to Muskel and live off what fish you could take, or that Gwen would forage for you both in the wilds she knew so well. Garth even suggested that you might simply have hidden the air-car and remained in some other section of Lawton itself, so you could laugh at us while we searched the planet for you." Dirk fidgeted. "Yes. Well, I suppose our choice was stupid." "No, Talarian, I did not say that. The only stupid choice, I think, would have been to flee to the city in the Starless Pool, where the Braiths were known to be thick. Challenge was a subtle choice, whether you intended it to be that or not. It seemed such a wrong choice that it was actually a right one. Do you understand? I cannot see how the Braiths discovered you by any process of deduction." Maybe, Dirk said. He thought a bit. I remember the first we knew of it was when Breton spoke to us. He wasn't testing a theory either. He knew we were there somewhere. Yet you have no idea how? No idea. We shall have to live with the fear that they can find us here then. Otherwise, unless the Braiths can repeat their miracle, we are secure. Understand, though, that our position is not without difficulties. We have shelter and unlimited water, but no food to speak of. Our ultimate exit, we must go to the spaceport and leave Warlorn as soon as possible, I have concluded. Our ultimate exit is going to be very difficult. The Braiths will anticipate us. We have my laser pistol and 2 hunting lasers that I found in the air car, plus the vehicle itself, armed and well armored, probably belonging to Rosef High-Braith Kelchek. One of the derelicts in the air lot is still marginally functional, Dirk interjected. Then we have 2 air cars should we need them, Vickery said. Against us, at least 8 of the Braith hunters still live, and probably 9. I am not sure how seriously I wounded Lorimara Arkelor. It is possible that I killed him, though I am inclined to doubt it. The Braiths can probably put 8 air cars in the sky at once, if they choose to, although it is more traditional to fly together, 10 and 10. Every car will be armored. They have supplies, power, food. They outnumber us. Possibly, since I am an outbound duel-breaker, they will prevail upon Kirok Redsteel Kavis and the 2 hunters from the Shanagate holding to join them in running me down. Finally, there is Gas Janacek. Gas? I pray that he will cut the glowstones from his arm and return to High Kavalan. He will be shamed, alone, wearing dead iron. No easy fate, Talarian. I have disgraced him and Ironjade. I am sorry for his pain, yet this is how I hope it will be. For there is another possibility, you see. Another? He may hunt for us. He cannot leave Warlorn until a ship comes. That will be some time. I do not know what he will do. Surely he won't join the Braiths. They are his enemies, and you are his 10. And Gwen is Crowbethan. He might want to kill me, I don't doubt it, but Gas is more a Kavalar than me, Talarian. He always has been, and now more than ever, since I am no Kavalar at all after the thing I have done. The old customs require a man's 10, no less than any other, to bring death to a duel-breaker. It is a custom that only the very strong can follow. The bond of iron and fire is too close for most, so they are left alone to mourn. Yet Gas Janacek is a very strong man, stronger than myself in so many ways. I do not know. And if he does come after us? Vickery spoke calmly. I will not raise a weapon against Gas. He is my 10, whether I am his or no, and I have hurt him badly enough already, failed him, shamed him. He has worn a painful scar through most of his adult life because of me. Once, when we were both younger, an older man took offence at one of his jokes and issued challenge. The mode was single shot, and we fought 10, and in my less than infinite wisdom, I convinced Garth that our honor would be served if we fired into the air. We did, to our regret. The others decided to teach Garth a lesson about humor. To my shame, I was left untouched, while he was disfigured for my folly. Yet he never reproached me. The first time I was with him after the duel, when he was still recovering from his wounds, he said to me, "You were right, Jontony. They did aim for empty air. A pity that they missed." Vickery laughed, but Dirk looked at him and saw that his eyes were full of tears, his mouth set grimly. He did not cry, though. As if by some immense effort of will, he kept the tears from falling. Abruptly John turned and walked back inside, leaving Dirk alone on the balcony with the wind and the white twilight city and the music of Lamia Bailis. Off in the far distance the straining white hands rose, holding back the encroaching wilderness. Dirk studied them, thoughtful, reflecting on Vickery's words. Minutes later the Cavalier returned, dry-eyed and blank-faced. "I am sorry," he began. "No need to. We must get to the crux, Talarian. Whether Garth hunts us or not, we face formidable odds. We have weapons, should we have to fight, but no one to use them. Gwen is a good marksman and fearless enough, but she is injured and unsteady. And you, can I trust you? I put it to you bluntly. I trusted you once, and you betrayed me." "How can I answer that question?" Dirk said. "You don't have to believe any promise I give you. But the Braiths want to kill me too, remember? And Gwen as well. Or do you think I'd betray her as easily as I—" He stopped in horror of his own words. "As easily as you did me," Vickery finished for him with a hard smile. "You are blunt enough. No, Talarian, I do not think you would betray Gwen. Yet I did not think you would desert us either when we had named you Keth, and you had taken the name. We would not have duelled except for you." Dirk nodded. "I know that. Maybe I made a mistake. I don't know. I would have died, though, if I'd kept faith with you." "Died a Keth of Iron Jade with honor." Dirk smiled. "Gwen appealed to me more than death. That much I expect you to understand." "I do. She is still between us, ultimately. Face that, and know it for a truth. Sooner or later she will choose." "She did choose, John, when she left with me. You should face that." Dirk said it quickly, stubbornly. He wondered how much he believed it. "She did not remove the jade and silver," Vickery answered. He gestured impatiently. "This is no matter. I will trust you for now." "Good. What do you want me to do?" "Someone must fly to Lawton." Dirk frowned. "Why are you always trying to talk me into suicide, John?" "I did not say that you must make the flight, Talarian," Vickery said. "I will do that myself. It will be dangerous, yes, but it must be done." "Why?" "The Kimdissi." "Ruark?" Dirk had almost forgotten about his erstwhile host and co-conspirator. Vickery nodded. "He has been a friend to Gwen since our days on Avalon. Though he has never liked me, nor I him, I cannot abandon him entirely. The Braiths, I understand, but how will you get to him?" "Should I reach Lawton safely, I can summon him by view-screen. That is my hope, at least." He gave a vaguely fatalistic shrug. "And me? Remain here with Gwen. Nurse her, guard her. I will leave you one of Roseff's laser rifles. If she recovers sufficiently, let Gwen use it. She is probably more skillful than you. Agreed?" "Agreed. It doesn't sound very difficult." "No," said Vickery. "I expect that you will remain safely hidden, that I will return with the Kimdissi and find you as I leave you. Should it become necessary for you to flee, you will have this other air-car close at hand. There's a cave nearby that Gwen knows of. She can show you the way. Go to that cave if you must leave crying Lamia." "What if you don't come back? That is a possibility, you know." "In that case you will be on your own again, as you were when you first fled Lawton. You had plans then. Follow them, if you can." He smiled a humorless smile. "I expect to return, however. Remember that, Talarian. Remember that." There was an undertone of edged iron in Vickery's voice, an echo that called back another conversation in the same chill wind. With startling clarity, John's old words came back to Dirk. "But I do exist. Remember that. This is not Avalon now, Talarian, and today is not yesterday. It is a dying festival world, a world without a code, so each of us must cling tightly to whatever codes we bring with us." But John Vickery, Dirk thought wildly, had brought 2 codes with him when he came to Warlorn, while Dirk himself had brought none at all, had brought nothing but his love of Gwen Delvano. Gwen was still sleeping when the two men went from the balcony. Leaving her undisturbed, they walked together to the airlot. Vickery had unpacked the Braith aircar thoroughly. Rosef and his 10 had obviously been planning for a short hunting sojourn in the wild when everything had broken loose. Dirk thought it unfortunate that they had not intended a longer trip. As it was, Vickery had found only 4 hard protein bars in the way of food, plus the 2 hunting lasers and some clothing that had been slung over the seats. Dirk ate one of the bars immediately. He was famished, and slid the other 3 into the pocket of the heavy jacket he chose. It hung slightly loose on him, but the fit wasn't too bad. Rosef's 10 had approximated Dirk in size, and it was warm, thick leather, dyed a deep purple with a collar and cuffs, and lining of soiled white fur. Both sleeves of the jacket were painted in intricate swirling patterns. The right was red and black, the left silver and green. A smaller matching jacket was also found, Rosef's no doubt, and Dirk appropriated that one for Gwen. Vickery took out the 2 laser rifles, long tubes of jet-black plastic with snarling wolves embossed upon the stocks in white. The first he strapped around his own shoulders. The second he gave to Dirk, along with curt instructions on its operation. The weapon was very light and slightly oily to the touch. Dirk held it awkwardly in one hand. The farewells were brief and overly formal. Then Vickery sealed himself into the big Braith air car, lifted it from the floor, and shot forward into empty air. Dust rose in great clouds at his departure, and Dirk retreated from the backwash choking, with one hand over his mouth and the other on the rifle. When he returned to the suite, Gwen was just stirring. "John," she said, raising her head from the leather mattress to see who had just entered. She groaned and lay back again quickly and began to massage her temples with both hands. "My head," she said in a whimpering whisper. Dirk stood the laser up against the wall just inside the door and sat by the side of the sunken bed. "John just left," he said. "He's flying back to Lawton to get Ruach." Gwen's only reply was another groan. "Can I get you anything?" Dirk asked. "Water? Food? We've got a couple of these." He took the protein bars out of the pocket of his jacket and handed them down for her inspection. Gwen gave them a brief glance and grimaced in disgust. "No," she said. "Get them away. I'm not that hungry." "You should eat something." "Did," she said. "Last night. John crushed up a couple of those bars in water. Made a sort of paste." She lowered her hands from her temples and turned on her side to face him. "I didn't keep it down very well," she said. "I don't feel so good." "I gathered that," Dirk said. "You can't expect to feel well after what happened. You've probably got a concussion, and you're lucky you're not dead." "John told me," she said a little sharply. "About afterwards, too. What he did to Myrick." She frowned. "I thought I hit him pretty good when we fell. You saw, didn't you? It felt like I broke his jaw, either that or my fingers, but he didn't even notice." "No," said Dirk. "Tell me about about afterwards." John just sort of sketched it out. "I want to know." Her voice was weary and full of pain, but not to be denied. So Dirk told her. "He pointed his gun at Goss," she said at one point. Dirk nodded, and she subsided again. When he had finished, Gwen was very silent. Her eyes closed briefly, opened again, then closed, and did not reopen. She lay quietly on her side, curled up into a sort of fetal ball, her hands clenched into small fists beneath her chin. Watching her, Dirk felt his eyes drawn to her left forearm, to the cold reminder of the jade and silver she still wore. "Gwen," he said softly. Her eyes opened again, for a very short time, and she shook her head violently. A silent, shouted no. "Hey," he said. But by then her lids were shut tight once more, and she was lost within herself. and Dirk was alone with her jewelry and his fears. The room was soaked in sunlight, or what passed for sunlight here on Warlawn. The sunset tones of high noon were slanting through the window, and dust motes drifted lazily through the broad beam. The light fell so that only one side of the mattress was illuminated. Gwen lay half in and half out of shadow. Dirk, he did not speak again to Gwen or look at her, found himself watching the patterns the light made on the floor. In the center of the chamber everything was warm and red, and it was here the dust danced, drifting in from the darkness and turning briefly crimson, briefly golden, throwing tiny shadows until it drifted out of the light again and was gone. He raised his hand, held it out for minutes, hours, for a time. It grew warm and warmer. Dust swirled around it. Shadows fell away like water when he twitched and turned his fingers. The sun was friendly and familiar, but suddenly he became aware that the movements of his hand, like the endless whirling of dust, had no purpose, no pattern, and no meaning. It was the music that told him so, the music of l'Amelia Bailis. He pulled his hand in and frowned. Around the great center of light and life was a thin, twisting border where the sun shone through the window's rim of black and blood-stained glass, or fought through. It was only a small border, but it sealed the land of the stirring dust on every side. Beyond it were the black corners, the sections of the room that the hub and the Trojan suns never reached, where fat demons and the shapes of Dirk's fears hunched obscurely, forever safe from scrutiny. Smiling and rubbing his chin, stubble covered his cheeks and jaw, and he was starting to itch. Dirk studied those corners and let the dark dawn music back into his soul. How he had ever tuned it out he was not sure, but now it was back and all around him. The tower they were in, their home, sounded its long, low note. Years away, or centuries, a chorus answered in ringing widow's wails. He heard shuddering throbs, and the screams of abandoned babies, and the slippery sliding sound of knives slicing warm flesh, and the drum. How could the wind beat a drum, he thought. He didn't know. Perhaps it was something else, but it sounded like a drum. So terribly far off, though, and so alone, so horribly, endlessly alone. The mists and the shadows gathered in the farthest, dimmest corner of their room, and then began to clear. Dirk saw a table and a low chair growing from the walls and floor like strange plastic vegetables. He wondered briefly what he was seeing them by. The sun had moved a little, and only a thin beam of light was trickling through the window now, and finally that snapped off too, and the world was gray. When the world was gray, he noted, the dust did not dance. No, not at all. He felt the air to be sure. There was no dust, no warmth, no sunlight. He nodded sagely. It seemed that he had discovered some great truth. Dim lights were stirring in the walls, ghosts waking for another night, phantoms and husks of old dreams. All of them were gray and white. Color was only for the living and had no place here. The ghosts began to move. They were locked into the walls, each of them. From time to time Dirk thought he could see one stop its furious dancing and beat helplessly and hopelessly against the glass walls that kept it from the room. Wraith hands pounding, pounding, yet the room shook not at all. Stillness was a part of these things. The phantoms were just that, all insubstantial, and pound though they might, finally they must return to dancing. The dance, the danse macabre, shapeless shadows. Oh, but it was beautiful, moving, dipping, writhing, walls of grey flame. So much better than the dust motes, these dances. They had a pattern, and their music was the song of the siren city. Desolation, emptiness, decay, a single drum beaten slow. Alone. Alone, alone. Nothing has meaning. Dirk, It was Gwen's voice. He shook his head, looked away from the walls, down to where she lay in darkness. It was night. Night. Somehow the day had gone. Gwen, she had not been sleeping, was looking up at him. "I'm sorry," she said. She was telling him something, but he knew it already, knew it from her silence, knew it from the drum, perhaps, from Crime La Mia. He smiled. "You never forgot, did you? It wasn't a question of forgetting. There was a reason why you never removed the—" He pointed. "Yes," she said. She sat up in the bed, the coverlet falling down around her waist. John had unsealed the front of her suit, so it hung on her loosely, and the soft curves of her breasts were visible. In the flickering light the flesh was pale and grey. Dirk felt no stirrings. Her hand went to the jade and silver. She touched it, stroked it, sighed. "I never thought—I don't know. I said what I had to say, Dirk. Breton Braith would have killed you." "Maybe that would have been better," he answered. Not bitterly, but in a bemused, faintly distracted sort of way. "So you never meant to leave him?" "I don't know. How do I know what I meant? I was going to try, Dirk. Really I was. I never really believed, though. I told you that. I was honest. This isn't Avalon, and we've changed. I'm not your Jenny. I never was, and now less than ever." "Yes," he said, nodding. "I remember you driving, the way you gripped the stick, your face, your eyes. You have jade eyes, Gwen, jade eyes and a silver smile. You frightened me." He glanced away from her, back to the walls. Light murals moved in chaotic patterns, along with the thin, wild music. Somehow the ghosts had gone away. He had only taken his eyes from them for an instant, yet all of them had melted and left, like his old dreams, he thought. "Jade eyes," Gwen was saying. "Like Goss. Goss has blue eyes," she said. "Still, like Goss." She chuckled and groaned. "It hurts when I laugh," she said, "but it's funny. Me like Goss. No wonder John— You'll go back to him? Maybe. I'm not sure. It would be very hard to leave him now. Do you understand? He's finally chosen. When he pointed his laser at Goss. After that, after he turned against Ten and Holdfast and World, I can't just— You know. But I won't go back to being a Bethan to him, not ever. It will have to be more than jade and silver." Dirk felt empty. He shrugged. "And me? You know it wasn't working. Surely. You had to feel it. You never stopped calling me Jenny." He smiled. "I didn't? Maybe not. Maybe not." "Never," she said. She rubbed her head. "I'm feeling a little better now," she said. "You still have those protein bars?" Dirk took one from his pocket and flipped it at her. She snatched it from the air with her left hand, smiled at him, unwrapped it, and began to eat. He stood up abruptly, jamming his hands deep into his jacket pockets, and walked to the high window. The tops of the bone-white towers still wore a faint, waning reddish tinge. Perhaps the Hell-Eye and its attendants were not entirely gone from the western sky. But below, in the streets, the dark dawn city drank of night. The canals were black ribbons, and the landscape dripped with the dim purple radiance of phosphorescent moss. Through that lambent gloom Dirk glimpsed his solitary bargeman, as he had glimpsed him once before upon those same dark waters. He was leaning on his pole as ever, letting the current take him, coming on and on, easily, inexorably. Dirk smiled. "Welcome," he muttered. "Welcome." "Dirk!" Gwen had finished eating. She was fastening her jumpsuit tight again, framed in the murky light. Behind her the walls were alive with grey-white dancers. Dirk heard drums and whispers and promises, and he knew the last were lies. "One question, Gwen," he said heavily. She stared at him. "Why did you call me back?" he said. "Why? If you thought we were so dead, you and me, Why couldn't you leave me alone?" Her face was pale and blank. "Call you back?" "You know," he said. "The Whisper Jewel." "Yes," she said uncertainly. "It's back in Lawton." "Of course it is," he said. "In my luggage. You sent it to me." "No," she said. "No." "You met me? You lasered us from your ship. I never— Believe me, that was the first I knew that you were coming. I didn't know what to think of it. I thought you'd get around to telling me, though, so I never pressed." Dirk said something, but the tower moaned its low note and took his words away from him. He shook his head. "You didn't call me?" "No. But I got the Whisper Jewel, on Brock. The same one, Esper etched. You can't fake that." He remembered something else. "And Arkin said—" "Yes," she said. She bit her lip. "I don't understand. He must have sent it. But he was my friend. I had to have someone to talk to. I don't understand," she whimpered. "Your head?" Dirk asked quickly. "No," she said. "No." He watched her face. "Arkin sent it?" "Yes. He was the only one. It had to be. We met on Avalon right after you and I— You know. Arkin helped me. It was a bad time. He was there when you sent your jewel to Jenny. I was crying and all. I told him about it, and we talked. Even later, after I met John, Arkin and I stayed close. He was like a brother." "A brother?" Dirk repeated. "Why would— I don't know." Dirk was thoughtful. "When you met me at the spaceport, Arkin was with you. Did you ask him to come along? I was counting on you being alone, I remember." "It was his idea," she said. "Well, I told him I was nervous about seeing you again. He offered to come along and lend me moral support. And he said he wanted to meet you too. You know, after all I had told him on Avalon. And the day you and he took off into the wild, you know, when I got into trouble with Goss and then Breton, what went on?" "Arkin said an armor bug migration. It wasn't actually, but we had to check. We rushed away." "Why didn't you tell me where you were going? I thought that John and Goss had beaten you up, that they were keeping you away from me. The night before you'd said, 'I know,' but Arkin said he'd tell you." "And he convinced me to run away," Dirk said. "And you, I suppose he told you that to convince me you should—" She nodded. He turned toward the window. The last light was gone from the tower tops. Above, a handful of stars sparkled. Dirk counted them. 12, an even dozen. He wondered if some of them were really galaxies away across the great black sea. "Gwen," he said, "John left this morning, from here to Lawton and back by air car. How long should that take?" When she did not answer, he turned to look at her again. The walls were full of phantoms, and Gwen trembled in their light. "He should be back by now, shouldn't he?" She nodded and lay back again on the pale mattress. The siren city sang its lullaby, its hymn to final sleep. Chapter 11. Dirk walked across the room. The laser rifle was leaning up against the wall. He lifted it, felt once again the vaguely oily texture of the slick black plastic. His thumb brushed over the wolf's head. He raised the weapon to his shoulder, sighted, fired. The wand of light hung for at least a full second in the air. He moved the rifle slightly, and the pencil beam moved with it. When it faded, and the after-image left his retinas, he saw that he had burned an uneven hole in the window. The wind was whistling through it loudly, making an odd dissonance with the music of La Milla Bailis. Gwen climbed unsteadily out of her bed. "What? Dirk?" He shrugged at her and lowered the rifle. "What?" she repeated. "What are you doing?" "I wanted to make sure I knew how it worked," he explained. I'm going." She frowned. "Wait," she said. "I'll find my boots." He shook his head. "You too?" Her face was hard, ugly. "I don't need to be protected, damn it." "It's not like that," he said. "If this is some idiot move to make yourself a hero in my eyes, it isn't going to work," she said, putting her hands on her hips. He smiled. "What this is, Gwen, is some idiot move to make myself a hero in my eyes. Your eyes aren't important any more." "Why, then?" He hefted the rifle uncertainly. "I don't know," he admitted. "Maybe because I like John and owe him. Because I want to make it up to him for running out after he'd trusted me and named me Keth." "Dirk," she began. He waved her quiet. "I know, but that isn't all. Maybe I just want to get Ruark. Maybe it's because Croin Lamia had more suicides than any other festival city, and I'm one of them. You can pick your own motive, Gwen. All of the above." A faint smile brushed across his face. "Maybe it's because there are only 12 stars, you know, so it doesn't make any difference, does it?" "What good can you possibly do?" "Who knows? And why does it matter? Do you care, Gwen? Do you really?" He shook his head, and the motion sent his hair tumbling over his forehead once again, so once more he had to stop and brush it back. "I don't care if you care," he said forcefully. "You said or implied that I was being selfish back in Challenge. Well, maybe I was, and maybe I am now. I'll tell you something, though. Whatever I'm going to do, I'm not asking to look at your arms first, Gwen. Know what I mean?" It was a fine exit line, but halfway out the door he softened, hesitated, turned back. "Stay here, Gwen," he told her. "Just stay. You're still hurt. If you have to run, John said something about a cave. You know anything about a cave?" She nodded. "Well, go there if you have to. Otherwise, stay here." He waved a clumsy farewell at her with the rifle, then spun and walked away too quickly. Down in the airlock the walls were just walls. No ghosts, no murals, no lights. Dirk stumbled over the air car he wanted in the dark, then waited while his eyes adjusted. His derelict was no product of High Kavalan. It was a cramped two-seater, a black and silver teardrop of plastic and lightweight metal. No armor at all, of course, and the only weapon it carried was the laser rifle he laid across his lap. It was only a little less dead than the rest of Warlorn, but that little was enough. When he tapped into the power, the car woke, and the instruments lit the cabin with their pale radiance. He ate a protein bar quickly and studied the readings. The energy supply was low, too low, but it would have to do. He would not use the headlamps. He could fly by the scant starlight, and the heater was likewise to be dispensed with, as long as he had his leather jacket to keep him from the chill. Dirk slammed down the door, sealing himself in, and flicked on the gravity grid. The air car lifted, rocking a bit unsteadily, but it lifted. He gripped the stick and threw it forward, and then he was outside and airborne. He had one brief flash of terror. If the grid had been feeble enough, he knew there would be no flight at all, just a rolling rumble to the moss-choked ground below. The air car throbbed and dipped alarmingly once clear of the lot, but only for an instant. Then the grid caught hold, and they rode up on the singing winds, and the only thing left tumbling was his stomach. Dirk climbed steadily, trying to push the small car as high as it would go. The mountain wall was ahead, and he had to clear it. Besides, he was not anxious to encounter other nocturnal flyers. High up, with his lights doused, he could see any other air cars that passed below him, but the chances were good that he would escape their notice. He did not look back at Croin Lamia, but he felt the city behind him, driving him onward, washing away his fears. Fear was so foolish. Nothing mattered, death least of all. Even when the siren city and its white and grey lights were gone, the music lingered, steadily fading and growing weaker, but always with him, always potent. One note, a thin, wavering whistle, outlasted the rest. Some 30 kilometers from the city he was still hearing it, mixed with the deeper whistle of the wind. Finally he realized that the noise was coming from his own lips. He stopped whistling and tried to concentrate on flying. When he had been airborne for almost an hour, the mountain wall bulked up before him, or rather beneath him, for he was quite high by that time, and he felt closer to the stars and the pinpoint galaxies above than to the forests far below. The wind had grown shrill and furious as it forced its way through hair-lined cracks in the door seam, but Dirk was ignoring the sound. Where the mountains met the wilderness, he saw a light. He banked the air-car, circled, and began to descend. No light should shine this side of the mountains, he knew. Whatever it was, it should be investigated. He spiraled down until he was directly above the light, then stilled all forward motion of the air-car, hung hovering for a short moment, and faded his gravity grid. With infinite slowness he settled, rocking back and forth slightly in the wind, falling quietly. There were several lights beneath him. The main source of illumination was a fire. He could tell that now. He could see it shifting and flickering as the winds fanned the flames this way and that. But there were other, smaller lights as well, steady and artificial, a circle of them off in the blackness, not terribly distant from the fire. Perhaps a kilometer, he estimated, perhaps less. The temperature in the small cabin began to rise, and Dirk felt sweat on his skin, soaking his clothing beneath the heavy jacket. Smoke assaulted him as well. Clouds of it, black and sooty, rose from the fire and obscured his view. Frowning, he moved the air-car until he was no longer directly above the blaze, and continued to descend. The flames rose up to greet him, long orange tongues, very bright against the plumes of smoke. He saw sparks as well, or embers, or something of that sort. They issued from the fire in hot, bright showers, shooting off into the night and then vanishing. Drifting lower, he was treated to yet another display, a furious crackling of blue-white flame that came with a sharp scent of ozone and then was gone again. Dirk stopped the air-car dead when the fire was still decently below him. There were other people about, the circle of steady artificial lights, and he did not care to be seen. His black and silver air-car, motionless against the black sky, would not be easy to spot, but it would be a different story if he let himself be outlined by the flames. Although he had an unobstructed view from where he hovered, he still could not make out what was burning. The center of the fire was a shapeless darkness from which the sparks issued periodically. Around it he could see the dense tangle of chokers, their waxy limbs shining bright yellow in the reflected glare. Several had fallen into the heart of the conflagration and were contributing most of the black smoke as they shriveled and turned to ash. But the rest, the twisting fence that surrounded the black burning thing, refused to go up. Instead of spreading, the fire was visibly dying out. Dirk waited and watched it die. He was already fairly certain that he was looking at a fallen air-car. The sparks and ozone smell told him that much. He wanted to know which air-car. After the flames had dwindled and the sparks had ceased to storm, but before the fire had guttered out entirely and turned to greasy smoke, Dirk saw a shape. Briefly, a wing, vaguely bat-like, twisted at a grotesque angle and poking toward the sky, a sheet of fire flaring behind it. That was enough. This was not any air-car he knew, though it was clearly of Kevlar manufacture. A dark ghost above the forest, he flitted away from the dying fire toward the ring of man-made illumination. This time he maintained a greater distance. He did not need to go closer. The lights were quite bright, and the scene was etched in fine detail. He saw a wide clearing, ringed by electric torches, on the edge of some broad body of still water. 3 air-cars were down there, and he knew all 3. The same trio had been down beneath the emerald tree within challenge when Myrick Braith had assaulted Gwen. One of them, the great domed car with dark red armor, belonged to Lorimar Highbraith. The other 2 were smaller, almost identical, except they were identical no longer, since one of them was visibly damaged, even seen from this distance. It was lying awkwardly, half submerged in the water, and part of it was misshapen and glowing. Its armored door gaped open. Stick figures moved about the wreck. Dirk would hardly have seen them at all except for their motion, so well did they blend with the background. Nearby, someone was leading Braith hounds from a gate in the flank of Lorimer's aircar. Frowning, Dirk touched his grid control and took his own car straight up until the men and aircars were lost to sight and nothing remained below but a point of light in the forest. 2 points, in truth, but the fire was a faint orange ember now, visibly fading. Safe in the black womb of sky, he paused to think. The damaged aircar had been Roseff's, the same car they had stolen in challenge. The car John Vickery had flown to Lawton that morning. He was sure of that. The Braiths had found him, clearly, and pursued him to the forest, lasered him down. But it seemed unlikely that he was dead. Otherwise, why the Braith hounds? Lorimer wasn't just taking his pack for a walk. It was more than likely that John had survived to flee into the forest and that the Braiths were going to hunt him down. Dirk considered briefly trying to effect a rescue, but the prospect seemed dim. He had no idea how to find John in the night-shrouded outworld wild. The Braiths were better equipped for that than he was. He resumed his course toward the mountain wall and Lawton beyond. In the forest, armed and alone as he was, he could do John Vickery no particular good. In the Kavalar fire fort, however, he could, at the very least, settle Iron Jade's score with Ark and Ruark. The mountain slid beneath him, and Dirk relaxed once more, though one hand fell to rest on the laser rifle that still lay across his lap. The flight took just under an hour. Then Lawton, red and smouldering, shouldered up out of the mountains. It looked very dead, very empty, but Dirk knew that for a lie. He kept low and wasted no time, shooting straight across the low square rooftops and the glowstone plazas to the building that he had once shared with Gwen Dalvano, the 2 Iron Jades, and the Kimdissi Lyre. Only one other aircar waited on the wind-swept roof, the armor-clad military relic. Of Ruark's small yellow flyer there was no sign, and the grey manta was missing as well. Dirk briefly wondered what had happened to it, abandoned back in challenge, then shoved the thought aside as he descended for a landing. He kept the laser firmly in his grip as he climbed out. The world was still and crimson. He walked swiftly to the tubes and rode down to Ruark's quarters. They were empty. He searched them quite thoroughly, turning things this way and that, not caring what he disturbed, what he destroyed. All of the Kimdissi's belongings were still in place, but Ruark was not there, nor was there any sign of where he had gone. Dirk's own possessions remained as well, the few things he had left behind when he and Gwen had run, nothing but a small pile of light clothing he had brought from Brack, useless here in the chill of Warlorn. He set down the laser, knelt, and began to rummage through the pockets of the soiled pants. It was not until he found it, jammed away, still in its wrappings of silver and velvet, that he really knew what he was looking for, and why he had come back to Lawton. In Ruark's bedroom he found a small cache of personal jewelry in a lockbox, rings, pendants, intricate bracelets and crowns, earrings of semi-precious stones. He pawed through the box until he found a thin, fine chain with a silver-wire owl frozen in amber and suspended on a clip. It looked about the right size, that clip. Dirk tore away the amber and the owl and replaced them with the whisper jewel. Then he unsealed his jacket and his heavy shirt and hung the chain around his neck, so the cold red teardrop was next to his bare skin, whispering its whispers, promising its lies. The small stab of ice was painful against his chest, but that was all right. It was Jenny. Very shortly he grew used to it, and it passed. Salt tears rolled down his cheeks. He did not notice. He went upstairs. The workroom that Ruark had shared with Gwen was as cluttered as Dirk remembered it, but the Kimdissi was not there. Nor was he to be found in the deserted apartment above that where Dirk had called Ruark from challenge. There was only one more place to search. Quickly he climbed to the top of the tower. The door was open. He hesitated and then entered, holding his laser at the ready. The great living room was chaos and destruction. The view screen had been smashed or had exploded. Glass shards were everywhere. The walls were scarred by laser fire. The couch had been overturned and ripped in a dozen places, stuffing pulled out in great handfuls and scattered. Some of it had been thrown into the fireplace, where it contributed to the sodden, smoky mess that choked the hearth. One of the gargoyles, headless and upside down, leaned up against the base of the mantel. Its head, glowstone eyes and all, had been thrown into the sodden ashes of the fire. The air stank of wine and vomit. Garth Janacek was sleeping on the floor, shirtless, his red beard stained even redder by dribbled wine, his mouth hanging open. He smelled like the room. He was snoring loudly, and his laser pistol was still clutched in one hand. Dirk saw his shirt balled up and lying in a pool of vomit that Janacek had tried to mop at half-heartedly. He walked around carefully and took the laser out of Janacek's limp fingers. Valkyrie's 10 was not quite the iron Kavalar that John imagined him. Janacek's right arm was still bound by iron and glowstones. A few of the red-black jewels had been forced from their settings. The empty holes looked obscene. But most of the bracelet was intact, except where it was marred by long scratches. Janacek's forearm above the bracelet was also scarred. The scratches were deep and often continuous with those scored in the black iron. Arm and armlet both were caked by dried blood. Near to Janacek's boot, Dirk saw the long blood-stained knife. He could imagine the rest. Drunk, no doubt, his left hand made awkward by his old wound, trying to pry the glowstones free, losing patience and stabbing wildly, dropping the blade in his pain and his rage. Stepping backward lightly, detouring around Janacek's damp shirt, Dirk paused in the door-frame, leveled his rifle, and shouted, "Gas!" Janacek did not stir. Dirk repeated his shout. This time the volume of snoring declined appreciably. Encouraged, Dirk stooped and picked up the nearest object at hand, a glowstone, and lofted it through the air at the Kavalar. It hit Janacek on the cheek. He sat up slowly, blinking. He saw Dirk and scowled at him. "Get up," Dirk said. He waved his laser. Janacek rose shakily to his feet, looked around for his own weapon. "You won't find it," Dirk told him. "I've got it here." Janacek's eyes were blurred and weary, but he had slept off most of his drunkenness. "Why are you here, Talarian?" he said slowly, in a voice tinged more by exhaustion than by wine. "Have you come to mock me?" Dirk shook his head. "No, I'm sorry for you." Janacek glared. "Sorry for me? You don't think you deserve pity? Look around you." "Careful," Janacek told him. "Jape me too much, Talarian, and I will discover if you have steel enough to fire that laser you hold so awkwardly." "Don't, Gas," Dirk said. "Please, I need your help." Janacek laughed, throwing back his head and roaring. When he had stopped, Dirk told him everything that had happened since Valkyrie killed Myrick Braith in challenge. Janacek stood very stiffly as he listened, his arms crossed tightly across his bare, scarred chest. He laughed one more time when Dirk told him his conclusions about Ruark. "The manipulators of Kimdis," Janacek muttered. Dirk let him mutter, then finished his story. "So?" Janacek demanded when he had concluded. "Why do you think any of this is any matter to me?" "I guess I didn't think you'd let the Braiths hunt John down like an animal," Dirk said. "He has made himself an animal." "By Braith lights, I suppose," Dirk replied. "Are you a Braith?" "I am a Kavalar." "Are all Kavalars the same now?" He gestured toward the stone head of the gargoyle sitting in the fireplace. "I see you take trophies now, just like Lorimar." Janacek said nothing. His eyes were very hard. "Maybe I was wrong," Dirk said, "but when I came in here and saw all this, it made me think. It made me think that maybe you did have some human feeling for the man who used to be your 10. It reminded me that once you told me that you and John had a bond stronger than any I had ever known. I guess that was a lie, though." "It was truth. John Vickery broke that bond." "Gwen broke all the bonds between us years ago," Dirk said, "but I came when she needed me. Oh, it turned out that she didn't really need me, and I came for a lot of selfish reasons, but I came. You can't rob me of that, Goss. I kept my promise." He paused. "And I would not let anyone haunt her if I could stop them. It appears that we were bonded by something a lot stronger than your Kevlar iron and fire." "Say what you want, Talarian. Your words change nothing. The idea of you keeping promises is ludicrous. What of your promises to John and myself?" "I betrayed them," Dirk said quickly. "I know that. So you and I are even, Goss. I have betrayed no one. You are abandoning those who stood closest to you. Gwen, who was your Crowbethan, who slept with you, and loved you and hated you all at once, and John, your precious 10. "I have never betrayed them," Janacek said hotly. "Gwen betrayed both myself and the jade and silver she wore from the day she joined us. John deserted all that was decent in the way he slew Myrick. He ignored me, ignored the duties of iron and fire. I owe neither of them." "You don't, do you?" Beneath his shirt, Dirk could feel the whisper jewel hard against his skin, flooding him with words and memories, with a sense of the man he had once been. He was very angry. "And that says it all, right? You don't owe them, so who cares? All your damn Kevlar bonds are, after all, are debt and obligation. Traditions, old hold-fast wisdom like the co-duello and mockman hunting. Don't think about them, just follow them. Ruark was right about one thing. There is no love in any of you, except maybe John, and I'm not so sure about him. What the hell was he going to do if Gwen hadn't been wearing his bracelet? The same thing. Really? And what about you? Would you have challenged Myrick just because he hurt Gwen? Or was it because he damaged your jade and silver?" Dirk snorted. "Maybe John would have done the same thing, but not you, Janacek. You're as Kevlar as Lormar himself, as stiff as Chell or Breton. John wanted to make his folk better, but I guess you were only along for a ride and didn't believe any of it for a minute." He yanked Janacek's laser out of his belt and flung it across the room with his free hand. "Here," he shouted, lowering his rifle. "Go hunt a mockman." Janacek, startled, snapped the weapon out of the air almost by reflex. He stood holding it clumsily and frowned. "I could kill you now, Talarian," he said. "Do that or do nothing," Dirk said. "It's all the same. If you had ever really loved John—" "I do not love John," Janacek snapped, his face flushed. "He is my 10. Dirk let the Kevlar's words hang in the air for a long minute. He scratched his chin thoughtfully. "Is?" he said. "You mean John was your 10, don't you?" Janacek's flush faded as suddenly as it had come. Beneath his beard one corner of his mouth twitched in a manner that reminded Dirk of Breton. His eyes shifted almost furtively, half ashamed, to the heavy iron bracelet that still hung about his bloodied forearm. "You never did get all the glowstones out, did you?" Dirk said gently. "No," Janacek said. His voice was oddly soft. "No, I did not. It means little, of course. The physical iron is nothing when the other iron is gone." "But it's not gone, Goss," Dirk said. "John spoke of you when we were together in Crine Lamia. I know. Maybe he feels himself iron-bound to Gwen, too, and maybe that is wrong. Don't ask me. All I know is that for John the other iron is still there. He wore his iron and fire bracelet in Crine Lamia. He'll be wearing it when the Braith hounds tear him down, I imagine." Janacek shook his head. "Talarian," he said, "your mother comes from Kimdis, I would vow. Yet I cannot resist you. You manipulate too well." He grinned. It was the old grin, the one he had flashed that morning when he aimed his laser at Dirk and asked if it alarmed him. "John Vickery is my 10, he said. "What do you want me to do?" Janacek's conversion, however reluctant, was thorough enough. The Cavalier took charge almost immediately. Dirk thought they should leave at once and discuss their plans en route, but Janacek insisted that they take time to shower and dress. If John is still alive, he will be safe enough until dawn. The hounds have poor night sight, and the Braiths will not be eager to go blundering into a dark choker wood. No, Talarian, they will camp and wait. A man alone and on foot cannot get far, so we have time enough to meet them like iron jades. By the time they were ready to depart, Janacek had removed almost every trace of his drunken rage. He was slim and immaculate in a suit of fur-lined chameleon cloth, his beard cleaned and trimmed, his dark red hair combed carefully back from his eyes. Only his right arm, scrubbed and carefully bandaged, but still conspicuous, gave evidence against him. But the scratches did not seem to have impaired him much. He looked graceful and fluid as he charged and checked his laser and slid it into his belt. In addition to the pistol, Janacek was also carrying a long double-bladed knife and a rifle like Dirk's. He grinned gleefully as he took it up. Dirk had washed and shaved while waiting and had also taken the opportunity to eat his first full meal in days. He was feeling almost energetic when they set off for the roof. The interior of Janacek's huge square air car was every bit as cramped as that of the tiny derelict Dirk had flown from Krain-Lamille, although Janacek's machine did have 4 small seats instead of only 2. "The armor," Garth said, when Dirk remarked on the limited interior space. He strapped Dirk into a rigid, uncomfortable seat with a tight battle harness, did likewise for himself, and took them swiftly aloft. The cabin was dimly lit and completely enclosed with gauges and instruments everywhere, even above the doors. No windows. A panel of 8 small view screens gave the pilot 8 different exterior views. The decor was unpainted, unornamented duralloy. "This vehicle is older than both of us," Janacek said as he took them up. He seemed eager enough to talk, and friendly in his abrasive sort of way. "And it has seen more worlds than even you. Its history is fascinating. This particular model dates to some 400 standard years ago. It was built by the wisdoms of Dam Tullian, well within the Tempter's Veil, and used in their wars against Erakan and Rogue's Hope. After a century or so it was disabled and abandoned. The Erakaners salvaged it during a peace and sold it to the Steel Angels on Bastion. They used it in a number of campaigns until it was finally captured from them by Prometheans. A Camdisi trader picked it up on Prometheus and sold it to me, and I adapted it to the Code Duello. No one has challenged me to aerial combat since. Watch." His hand reached out and depressed a glowing button, and suddenly there was a surge of acceleration that pressed Dirk back against his seat. "Auxiliary pulse tubes for emergency speed," Janacek said with a grin. "We will be there in less than half the time it took you, Talarian." "Good," Dirk said. Something was nagging at him. "Did you say you got it from a Camdisi trader?" "That is truth," Janacek said. "The peaceful Camdisi are great arms traders. I have scant regard for the manipulators, as you know, but I am not above taking advantage of a bargain when one is offered." "Arkin made a great show of being non-violent," Dirk said. "I suppose that was all another sham?" "No," Janacek said. He glanced at Dirk and smiled. "Startled, Talarian? The truth is perhaps more bizarre. We do not call the Camdisi manipulators without reason. You studied history on Avalon, I assume?" "Some," Dirk said. "Old Earth history, the Federal Empire, the Double War, the Expansion." "Yet no Outworld history," Janacek clucked. "It is expected. So many worlds and cultures in the man realm, so many histories. Even the names are too much to learn. Listen, and I will enlighten you. When you landed on Warlon, did you notice the circle of flags?" Dirk looked at him blankly. "No. Perhaps they are no longer in place. Once, though, during the festival itself, the plaza outside the space field flew 14 flags. It was an absurd Toberian conceit, yet it came to pass in a fashion, though the planetary flags in 10 of the 14 cases represented nothing. Worlds like Echelon and the Forgotten Colony did not even know what a flag was, while at the other extreme the Emerald had a different banner for each of their 100 urban towers. The Darklings laughed at us all and flew a cloth of solid black." He seemed very amused at that. "As for High Cavalon, we had no flag for all our world. We found one, though. It was taken from history. A rectangle divided into 4 quadrants of different colors. A green banshee on a field of black for Iron Jade, Shanagate's silver hunting bat on yellow, crossed swords against crimson for Red Steel, and for Braith a white wolf on purple. It was the old standard of the High Bond League. The League was created about the time that the starships first returned to High Cavalon. There was a man, a great leader, named Vicor High Red Steel Corbin. He dominated Red Steel's High Bond Council for a generation, and when the Off-Worlders came, he was convinced that all Cavalars must band together to share knowledge and wealth equally. Thus he formed the High Bond League, whose flag I have described to you. The union was sadly short-lived. Kimdissi traders, fearful of the power of a unified High Cavalon, contracted to provide modern armaments exclusively to the Braiths. The Braith High Bonds had joined the League only from fear. In truth, they wished to shun the stars, which they avowed were all full of mockmen, yet they did not shrink from taking mockman lasers. So we had the last High War. Iron Jade and Red Steel and Shanagate together subjugated Braith, despite the Kimdissi arms, but Vicor High Red Steel himself was killed, and the cost in lives was hideous. The High Bond League outlasted its founder by only a handful of years. Braith, badly beaten, fastened on the belief that it had been tricked and used by Kimdissi mockmen, and thus cleaved to the old traditions even more firmly than before. To blood the peace and make it lasting, the League, now dominated by High Bonds from Shanagate, seized all the Kimdissi traders on High Cavalon, and a ship of Toberians as well, declared all of them to be war criminals, a term the Off-Worlders taught us, by the way, and set them free on the plains to be hunted as mockmen. Banshees killed many of them, others starved, but the hunters took the most and carried the heads home for trophies. It is said that the Braith High Bonds took special joy in flaying the men who had armed and advised them. We are not proud of that hunt overmuch today, yet we can understand it. The war had been longer and bloodier than any in our history since the time of fire and demons. It was a time of great griefs and towering hatreds, and it destroyed the High Bond League. The Iron Jade gathering withdrew rather than condone the hunting, declaring that the Kimdissi were human. Red Steel soon followed. The mockman killers were all Braiths and Shanagates, and the Shanagate holding was thenceforth leagued only to itself. Vicor's banner was soon abandoned and forgotten, until the festival caused us to remember it. Janacek paused and glanced toward Dirk. "Can you see the truth now, Talarian?" "I can see why Cavalars and Kimdissi don't like each other much," Dirk admitted. Janacek laughed. "It goes beyond our own history," he said. "Kimdis has fought no wars, but the world has bloody hands. When Tober in the Vale attacked Wolfheim, the manipulators supplied both sides. When civil war flared on Ai Emerald between the urbanites whose universe is a single building and the disaffected star-seekers who urged a broader horizon, Kimdis was deeply involved, giving the urbanites the means to win conclusively." He grinned. "In truth, Talarian, there are even tales of Kimdissi plots within the Tempter's Vale. It is said it was Kimdissi agents who set the Steel Angels and the altered men of Prometheus against each other, who deposed the fourth Cucullin of Tara because he refused to trade with them, who interfered on Brock to keep technology stillborn beneath the weight of the Brocki priests. Do you know the ancient religion of Kimdis? No. You would approve, Janacek said. It is a peaceful and civilized creed, exceedingly complex. You can use it to justify anything except personal violence. Yet their great prophet, the son of the dreamer, accepted as a myth figure, but they continue to revere him. He said once, "Remember, your enemy has an enemy." Indeed he does. That is the heart of Kimdisi wisdom. Dirk shifted uneasily in his seat. "And you're saying that Ruach—" "I am saying nothing," Janacek interrupted. "Draw your own conclusions. You need not accept mine. I told all of this to Gwen Delvano once, because she stood Crowbethin to me, and I had a concern. She was vastly amused. The history meant nothing, she told me. Arkin Ruach was only himself, not some archetype of outworld history, so she informed me. He was also her friend, I was told. And this bond, this friendship," his voice was acid as he said the word, "somehow transcended the fact that he was a liar and a Kimdisi. Gwen told me to look to my own history. If Arkin Ruach was a manipulator by mere fact of birth on Kimdis, then I was a taker of Mockman heads by simple virtue of being Kavalar." Dirk considered that. "She was right, you know," he said quietly. "Oh, was she?" "Her argument was right," Dirk said. "It seems as though she was wrong in her assessment of Ruach, but in general, it is better to distrust all Kimdisi," Janacek said firmly. "You have been deceived and used, Talarian, yet you do not learn. You are very like Gwen. Enough of this." He tapped one of the view screens with a knuckle. "We have the mountains close at hand. It will not be long now." Dirk had been gripping his laser rifle very tightly. He wiped his sweating palms on his trousers. "You have a plan?" "Yes," said Janacek, grinning. And at that he leaned across the space between them and smoothly snatched the laser from off Dirk's lap. "A very simple plan, in truth," he continued, setting the weapon down carefully out of reach. "I will hand you over to Lorimar." Chapter 12. Dirk was not startled. Beneath his clothing the whispered jewel was still cold against his skin, reminding him of past promises and past betrayals. He had almost ceased to care. He folded his arms and waited. Janacek looked disappointed. "You do not seem concerned," he said. "It doesn't matter, Garth," Dirk answered. "When I left Krain Lamia, I expected to die." He sighed. "How is all this going to do John any good?" Janacek did not answer at once. His blue eyes appraised Dirk carefully. "You are changing, Talarian," he said at last, the smile gone from his face. "Do you truly care more about John Vicary's fate than about your own?" "How would I know?" Dirk said. "Get on with your plan." Janacek frowned. "I considered a landing in the Braith camp and a direct confrontation. I rejected the idea. My death wish has not waxed so greatly as yours. While I might call one or several of the hunters to duel, it would be too obviously in aid of a criminal outbonder. They would never face me. My own status is tenuous at the moment. Because of my words and actions in challenge, the Braith still think me human, although in disgrace. Should I openly seek to help John, however, I would taint myself in their eyes. The courtesies of code would no longer rule. I, too, would become a criminal, a probable mockman. A second alternative was to attack them suddenly, without warning, and kill as many as we could. I am not yet so depraved as to consider that idea. Even John's deed against Myrick would be clean compared to such a crime. It would be best, of course, if we could fly in and locate John and get him away safely and secretly. Yet I see little chance of this. The Braiths have hounds. We have none. They are experienced hunters and trackers, particularly Pierre Braith Orion and Lorimar High Braith himself. I am less skilled, and you are useless. The chances are excellent that they would find John before we did." "Yes," said Dirk. "So?" "I am being a false cavalier and aiding John at all," Janacek said in a faintly troubled voice. "Thus I will be just a bit more false. In that lies our best chance. We will fly in openly, and I will hand you over, as I have said. That act should gain at least a grudging trust from them. Then I will join the hunt and do all that I can short of murder. Perhaps I can provoke a quarrel and call some of them to duel in a manner that will not make it seem as though I am protecting John Vickery." "You could lose," Dirk pointed out. Janacek nodded. "Truth enough, I could lose. Yet I do not think so. In single duel, only Breton Braithlantry is a really dangerous antagonist, and he and his 10 are not among the hunters, if the air cars you saw are all. Lamar has his skills, but John wounded him in challenge. Pierre is fast and talented with his little stick, but not with a blade or a sidearm. The others are old men and weaklings. I would not lose. And if you can't trick them into dueling, then I can be near when they run down John. And then? I do not know. They will not take him, though. I promise you that, Talarian. They will not take him. And meanwhile, what about me?" Janacek looked over once again, and once more the blue eyes regarded him thoughtfully. "You will be in great danger," the cavalier said, "but I do not think they will kill you immediately, and certainly not as I will hand you to them, bound and helpless. They will wish to hunt you. Pierre will probably claim you. I hope that they will cut you free and strip you and set you to running in the forest. If some of them elect to hunt you, less will be hunting John. There's another possibility as well. In challenge, Pierre and Breton were near to quarreling over you. Should Breton ever join the hunters, it is likely they would resume their conflict. We can only benefit by that." Dirk smiled. "Your enemy has an enemy," he said sardonically. Janacek grimaced. "I am no Auchenroch," he said. "I will help you if I can. Before we enter the Braith camp, we will drop, dark and secret if we can, to this downed air car you saw, this dead fire. We will leave you a laser in the wreck. Then, after they have cut you free and sent you naked into the forest, you can make for the weapon and hopefully surprise those who come after you." He shrugged. "Your life may depend on how fast and straight you can run and how accurately you can fire your rifle." "And whether I can kill," Dirk added. "And whether you can kill," Janacek acknowledged. "I can give you no better chances, Talarian." "I accept the ones you offer," Dirk said. Then they flew in silence for a long time. But when the black knives of the mountain wall had finally fallen behind them, and Janacek had doused all the air car's lights and begun his slow, careful descent, Dirk turned to speak to him once more. "What would you have done," he asked, "if I had refused to play along with your deceit?" Garth Janacek swiveled in his seat and laid his right hand on Dirk's arm. The untouched glowstones burned very faintly in the iron of his bracelet. "The bond of fire and iron is stronger than any bond you know," the cavalier said in a grave voice, "and far stronger than any bonds of fleeting gratitude. Had you refused me, Talarian, I would have cut your tongue from your mouth so you could not tell the Braiths of my plans, and I would have proceeded. Willing or unwilling, you would have played your role. Understand, Talarian, I do not hate you, though you have earned my hate several times over. At times I have even found myself liking you as much as an iron jade may like an outbonder. I would not have hurt you out of malice, yet I would have hurt you, for I have considered carefully, and my plan is John Vickery's best hope." As he spoke, not the faintest trace of a smile could be seen on Janacek's face. For once he was not joking. Dirk did not have long to reflect on Janacek's words. They dropped down through the night like some impossibly light boulder, and fitted wraith-like above the tops of the chokers. The wreck still smouldered a dim orange, the light seeping from the core of a blackened, fallen tree, and a haze of smoke obscured its contours. Janacek hovered over the crash, opened one of the great armored doors, and tossed the laser rifle to the forest floor a few meters below. At Dirk's insistence, he also threw out the braith jacket Dirk had been wearing, whose fur and heavy leather would be a godsend to a man running naked through the forest. Afterwards they soared straight up again, high into the sky, and Garth bound Dirk hand and foot, the thin cords tight and painful, threatening to cut off circulation, and so very authentic. Then, after flicking on his headlamps and running lights, Janacek took them swooping toward the circle of lights. The hounds were staked out and sleeping by the water's edge, but they woke when the strange air-car descended, and Janacek landed in the midst of their wild howling. Only one of the braiths was about, the skin-and-bones hunter, whose unkempt black hair stood out as stiffly as if it had been fried to a charcoal crisp. Piers 10, Dirk knew, though he did not know his name. The man was sitting by a low campfire near the braith hounds, a laser rifle by his side, when they first saw him, but he scrambled to his feet swiftly enough as they came down. Janacek unsealed the massive door again, swinging it up and open and letting the cold night flow into the warmth of the cabin. He pulled Dirk to his feet and shoved him roughly outside, forcing him to kneel in the cool sand. "Ironjade," the man on guard said harshly. By then his Cathy had started to gather, pulling themselves from their sleeping bags and piling out of the air cars. "I have a gift for you," Janacek said, his hands on his hips. "An offering from Ironjade to Braith." The hunters were 6 in number, Dirk saw as he looked up from where he knelt. All of them had been in challenge. Bald, bulky Pier had been sleeping outside near his 10. He was the first one on hand. Soon afterwards, Roseph Highbraith and his quiet, muscular companion joined them. They, too, had been asleep on the ground near their air-car. Lastly, Lormar Highbraith Arkelor, the left side of his chest wrapped in dark bandages, came slowly from the domed red air-car, leaning on the arm of the fat man who had been with him before. All 6 of them appeared as they had slept, fully dressed and armed. "The gift," Pier said, "is appreciated, Ironjade." He wore a side-arm on a black metallic belt, but his baton was missing, and he looked almost incomplete without it. "Your presence is not appreciated," Lormar said, as he struggled to join the circle. He was leaning much of his weight on his 10, so that he seemed hunched and broken, no longer quite the giant he had been. And Dirk, looking at him, thought he could see new creases in the dark, deeply lined skin, fresh-carved runnels of pain. "It is obvious now that the duels for which I was named arbiter will never come to pass," Roseph said evenly, with none of the heavy hostility that thickened Lormar's voice. "So I have no particular authority, and I cannot pretend to speak for High Cavallan or Braith. Yet I am certain that I speak for all of us. We will not tolerate your interference, Ironjade, blood gift or no." "Truth," Lormar said. "I do not seek to interfere," Janacek told them. "I seek to join you." "We hunt your 10, Pier's companion said. "He knows that," Pier snapped. "I have no 10, Janacek said. "An animal roams the forest, wearing my iron and fire. I would help you kill it and reclaim the thing that is mine." He sounded very hard, very convincing. One of the hounds was stalking back and forth impatiently on its chain. It growled and stopped long enough to wrinkle its rat's face at Janacek and bear a row of yellowed canines. "He is a liar," Lormar Highbraith said. "Even our dogs smell out his lies. They do not like him." "A mock-man," added his 10. Garth Janacek turned his head very slightly. The shifting firelight woke red highlights in his beard as he smiled his thin and threatening smile. Sarnel Braith, he said, your 10 is wounded and thus insults me with impunity, knowing I cannot call on him to make his choices. You enjoy no such safety. For the moment he does, Rosef said harshly. That is a trick we do not allow you, Iron Jade. You will not duel us one by one and save your outbound 10. I have sworn that I have no wish to save him. I have no 10. You cannot strip me of my rights under the code. Small shriveled Rosef, the smallest of the cavaliers by half a meter, stared at Janacek and refused to flinch. We are on war lawn, he said, and we do what we will. Several of the others muttered agreement. You are cavaliers, Janacek insisted, but a flicker of doubt passed across his face. You are Braiths and high bonds of Braith, bound to your holdfast and your council and its ways. In years past, Pierre said with a smile, I have seen many of my Cathy, and even more the men of other holdfasts, abandon the old wisdoms. This and this and this are wrong, the mincing Iron Jades would say. We will not follow them, and the sheep of red steel would echo them, and the womanly men of Shanagate, and sadly many Braiths. Are my memories false? You stand and preach code at us, but do I not recall the Iron Jades in my youth telling me that I may hunt mock men no longer? Am I misremembering the soft cavaliers who were sent to Avalon to learn spaceships and weaponry and other useful things, who returned full of lies about how we must change this way and that way, how so much of our old code was a thing of shame, when it had been so long a pride to us? Tell me, Iron Jade, am I wrong? Garth said nothing. He folded his arms tightly against his chest. John Vickery, once High Iron Jade, was the greatest of the changers, the liars. You were not far behind, Lorimar said. I have never been to Avalon, Janacek said simply. Answer me, Pierre said. Did you and Vickery not seek to change old ways? Did you not laugh at the parts of the code you disliked? I have never broken code, Janacek said. John would sometimes, he faltered. He admits it, Fat Sarnel said. We have talked among ourselves, Rosef said in a calm voice. If high bonds can kill outside the code, if the things we know as truth can be changed and disregarded, then we too can make changes and shun false wisdoms we do not care for. We are bound by Braith no longer, Iron Jade. It is the best of holdfasts, but that is not good enough. Our old Cathy had taken too many soft lies to their hearts. We will be twisted and toyed with no more. We will return to the old true things, to the creed that was ancient before Bronze Fist fell, even to the days when the high bonds of Iron Jade and Tal and the deep cold dwellings fought together against demons in the Lamaran hills. You see, Iron Jade, Pierce said, you call us false names. I did not know, Janacek said a bit slowly. Call us truly. We are no Braiths. The Iron Jade's eyes seemed dark and hooded. His arms were still crossed. He looked at Lorimar. You have made a new holdfast, he said. There is precedent, Rosef said. Red steel was birthed by those who broke from Glowstone Mountain, and Braith itself grew out of Bronze Fist. I am Lorimar Reln Winterfox, High Larten Arkelor, Lorimar said in his hard, pain-filled voice. Honor to your holdfast, Janacek answered, holding himself stiffly. Honor to your 10. We are all Lartens, Rosef said. Pierre laughed. We are the Highborn Council of Larten, and we keep the old codes, he said. In the silence that followed, Janacek's eyes went from one face to the next. Dirk, still helpless and kneeling in the sand, watched his head move, turning from one to the other. You have named yourself Lartens, Janacek said at last, and so you are Lartens. All the old wisdoms agree on that much. Yet I remind you that all the things you speak of, the men and teachings and the holdfasts you invoke, all these things are dead. Bronze Fist and Tal were destroyed in high wars before any of you were born, and the deep cold dwellings were flooded and empty even during the time of fire and demons. Their wisdoms live in Larten, Sarnel said. "You are only 6, Janacek said, "and Warlorn is dying." "Under us it will thrive again," Rosef said. "News will go back to High Kavalan, and others will come. Our sons will be born here to hunt these choker woods." "As you will," said Janacek. "It is no matter to me. Iron Jade has no grievance with Lawton. I come to you openly and ask to join your hunt." His hand dropped to Dirk's shoulder. "And I bring you a blood gift." "Truth," Pierre said, and was silent for a moment. Then to the others, "I say let him come." "No," said Lormar, "I do not trust him. He is too eager." "For a reason, Lormar High Lawton," Janacek said. "A great shame has been put on my holdfast and my name. I seek to wipe it clean." "A man must keep his pride, no matter the pain," Rosef said, nodding. "That is truth enough for anyone." "Let him hunt," Rosef's 10 said. "We are 6 and he is alone. How can he harm us?" "He is a liar," Lormar insisted. "How did he come to us here? Ask yourselves that. And look!" He pointed at Janacek's right arm, where glowstones burned like red eyes in their settings. Only a handful were missing. Janacek put his left hand on his knife and slid it smoothly from its sheath. Then he held out his right hand to Pierre. "Help me hold my arms steady," he said, in a calm, conversational tone, "and I will cast away John Vicary's false fires." Pierre did as he was asked. No one spoke. Janacek's hand was sure and quick. When he was finished, glowstones lay in the sand like coals from a scattered fire. He bent and picked one up, tossed it lightly into the air and caught it again, as if he were testing its weight, smiling all the while. Then he drew back his arm and threw. The stone sailed up and off a long way before it began to fall. At the far end of its arc, sinking, it looked a bit like a shooting star. Dirk almost expected it to hiss when it sank into the lake's dark waters. But there was no sound at all, not even a splash at this distance. Janacek picked up all the glowstones in turn, rolled them in his palm briefly, and gave them to the lake. When the last of them was gone, he turned back to the hunters and held out his right arm. "Empty iron," he said. "Look, my 10 is dead." After that there was no more trouble. "Dawn is near upon us," Pierre said. "Set my prey to running." So the hunters turned their attention to Dirk, and it went much as he had been told it would go. They cut him free of his bonds and let him rub his wrists and ankles a bit to get his blood moving once again. Then he was pushed back against an air car, and Rosef and Fat Sarnell held him still, while Pierre himself cut his clothes away. The bald hunter handled his little knife as deftly as he did his baton, but he was not gentle. He left a long cut down the inside of Dirk's thigh and a shorter, deeper one on his chest. Dirk winced when Pierre slashed him, but made no effort to resist. Until he was finally naked and beginning to shiver in the wind, his back pressed too hard against the cold metal flank of the air car. Pierre frowned suddenly. "What's this?" he said, and his small white hand wrapped around the whispered jewel where it hung against Dirk's chest. "No," Dirk said. Pierre yanked hard and twisted. The fine silver chain dug painfully into Dirk's throat. The jewel popped free of its improvised clip. "No!" Dirk shouted. He threw himself forward suddenly and began to struggle. Rosef stumbled and lost his grip on Dirk's right arm and went down. Sarnell hung on grimly. Dirk punched him hard in his bull-thick neck just beneath his chin. The fat man let go with an oath, and Dirk swung around at Pierre. Pierre had picked up his baton. He was smiling. Dirk took a single quick step toward him and stopped. That was enough of a hesitation. Sarnell slid a thick arm around his head from behind and began applying a headlock that gradually turned into a choke. Pierre watched with disinterest. He thrust his baton into the sand and held the whispered jewel between thumb and forefinger. "Mockman's jewelry," he said disdainfully. It meant nothing to him. There was no resonance in his mind with the patterns Esper etched into the gemstone. Perhaps he noticed how cold the little teardrop was to his touch, perhaps not, but he heard no whispers. He called to his 10, who was kicking sand onto the fire. "Would you like a gift from Talarian?" Saying nothing, the man came over and took the jewel and held it briefly, then put it into a pocket of his jacket. He turned away unsmiling and began to walk around the perimeter of the Braith camp, extinguishing the ring of electric hand torches planted in the sand. As the lights went out, Dirk saw that the first blush of dawn was on the eastern horizon. Pierre waved his baton at Sarnell. "Release him," he ordered, and the fat man undid his chokehold and stepped away. Dirk stood free again. His neck ached, and the dry sand beneath his feet was coarse and cold. He felt very vulnerable. Without the whisper jewel, he was now very much afraid. He looked around for Garth Janacek, but the Iron Jade was off on the other side of the camp, talking intently to Lormar. "Dawn is already here," Pierre said. "I can come after you at once, Mockman. Run." Dirk glanced over his shoulder. Rosiaf was frowning and massaging his shoulder. He had fallen hard when Dirk yanked loose. Sarnell, smirking, was leaning back against the air car. Dirk took a few hesitant steps away from them toward the forest. "Come, Talarian. I am certain you can run faster than that," Pierre called out to him. "Run fast enough and you may live. I will be on foot as well, and my 10 and our hounds." He took out his sidearm and tossed it through the air, spinning, toward Sarnell, who caught it and smothered it in two massive slab-fingered hands. "I will carry no laser, Talarian," Pierre continued. "This will be a pure, clean hunt, of the oldest sort. A hunter with his knife and his throwing-blade, a naked prey. Run, Talarian, run!" His bony black-haired companion had come over to join him. "My 10, Pierre said to him, "unchain our hounds." Dirk spun and began sprinting for the edge of the wood. It was a run out of nightmare. They had taken his boots. No sooner had he gone 3 meters into the trees than he cut his foot on a sharp rock in the dark and began to limp. There were other rocks. Running, he seemed to find them all. They had taken his clothes. It was better in the shelter of the trees where the wind was not so bad, but he was still cold, very cold. He had goose flesh for a time, then it passed. Other pains came, and the cold seemed less important. The outworld wilderness was too dark and too light, too dark to see where he was going. He stumbled over roots, skinned his knees and palms badly, ran into holes. But it was too light as well. Dawn was coming too fast, the light spreading agonizingly through the trees. He was losing his beacon. He looked up at it every time he reached a clear space, every time he could see between the dense overhanging foliage, looked up and found it. A single bright red star, High Cavalan's own star aflame in Warlorn's sky. Garth had pointed it out to him and told him to follow it if he lost his way. It would lead him through the woods to his laser and his jacket. But dawn was coming too quickly. The Braiths had delayed too long in cutting him loose, and every time he looked up again and tried to go the right way, the forest was thick and confusing. The chokers formed impenetrable walls at points and forced him to take detours. All directions looked the same. It was easy to go astray. Every time he searched for his beacon, it was fainter, more washed out. The eastern light had taken on a reddish tinge. Fat Satan was rising somewhere, and soon his homing star would be washed from a mock twilight sky. He tried to run faster. It was less than a kilometer to run, less than a kilometer, but a kilometer is a long way to go through a wilderness, naked, close to lost. He had been running 10 minutes when he heard the Braith hounds baying wildly behind him. After that he neither thought nor worried. He ran. He ran in animal panic, breathing hard, bleeding, his whole body trembling and aching. The run became an endless thing, a thing outside of time, a fever dream of frantic pumping feet and snatches of vivid sensation, and the noises behind him of the hounds growing ever closer, or so it seemed. He ran and got nowhere, and ran and did not move. He crashed through a thick wall of fire-briars, and the red-tipped thorns cut his flesh in 100 places. And he did not cry. He ran. He ran. He reached an area of smooth grey slate and tried to scramble over it quickly, and fell and smashed his chin with a crack against the stone, and his mouth was full of blood, and he spat it out. Blood on the rock as well. No wonder he had fallen. His blood, all of it, from the cuts on his feet. He crawled over the smooth stone and reached the trees again and ran some more, wild, until he remembered that he was not looking for his beacon. And when he found it again, it was back behind him and to the side, very faint, a small shining dot in a scarlet sky. And he turned and went to it and across the stone once more, tripping over unseen roots, tearing the foliage away with wild hands, running, running. He ran into a low branch, sat down hard, got up, holding his head, ran on. He tripped on a slimy bed of moss, black, smelling of rot, rose, covered with the slime and the smell, ran on, ran on. He looked for his beacon star, and it was gone. He kept going. It had to be the right way. It had to. The hounds were behind him, baying. It was only a kilometre. It was less than a kilometre. He was freezing. He was on fire. His chest was full of knives. He kept running, staggered and tripped and fell, got up, kept running. The hounds were behind him, close, close. The hounds were behind him. And then suddenly, he did not know when, he did not know how long he had been running, he did not know how far he had come, the star was gone. He thought he caught the faint odor of smoke on the forest wind. He ran toward it and came out from among the trees into a small clearing and ran toward the other side of the barren open space and stopped. The hounds were in front of him. One of them, at least. It came slinking out of the trees, snarling, its little eyes deadly, its hairless snout drawn back to flash its ugly fangs. He tried to run around it, and it was on him, knocking him over, slashing at him and rolling with him, then jumping up. Dirk struggled to his knees. The hound circled him and snapped savagely whenever he tried to rise to his feet. It had bitten his left arm and drawn more blood. But it had not killed him, and had not torn out his throat. Trained, he thought. It was trained. It circled him, circled, its eyes never leaving him. Pierre had sent it out ahead and was coming behind with his 10 and his other dogs. This one would keep him trapped here until they arrived. He jumped to his feet suddenly, lunged toward the trees. The dog leaped, knocked him over again, wrestled him to the ground, and almost tore loose his arm. This time he did not get up. The hound backed off again, stood waiting, poised, its mouth wet with blood and slaver. Dirk tried to push himself up with his good arm. He crawled a half-metre. The hound growled. The others were near. He heard the baying. Then from above he heard something else. He looked up weakly into the small slice of cloud-streaked sky, dim with the dawning rays of the hell-eye and its attendants. The brave hound, backing off from him a metre, was looking up too. And the sound came again. It was a wail and a war yell, a lingering, ululating shriek, a death hoot that was almost musical in its intensity. Dirk wondered if he were dying and hearing the sounds of crying Lamia in his mind. But the hound heard it too. It was squatting, paralyzed, looking up. A dark shape dropped from the sky. Dirk saw it fall. It was huge, very black, pitch almost, and its underside was puckered with 1,000 small red mouths, and they were all open, all singing, all sounding that terrible shuddering wail. It had no head that he could see. It was triangular, a wide dark sail, a wind-borne manta ray, a leather cloak someone had cast loose in the sky. A leather cloak with mouths, though, and a long, thin tail. He saw the tail whip around once, suddenly, and snap at the brave hound's face. The dog blinked and stepped back. The flying creature hovered for an instant, beating its vast wings with exquisite rippling slowness, then settled down over the hound and wrapped itself around it. Both animals were silent. The hound, the huge, muscular, rat-faced dog that stood as tall as a man, the hound was gone. The other covered it completely, and lay in the grass and the dirt like a black leather sausage of immense proportions. Everything was silent. The hunter's wail had stilled the entire forest. He did not hear the other hounds. Carefully he rose to his feet and walked, limping, around the torpid killer cloak. It scarcely seemed to stir. In the dawn half-light it might have been a big misshapen log. In his mind Dirk saw it still as it had looked in the sky, a black shape, howling, falling, all wing and mouth. For an instant, glimpsing only the silhouette, he had thought that John Vickery had come to rescue him, flying the grey Manta air car. The far side of the clearing was a choker tangle, thick and yellow-brown and very dense, but the smoke came from beyond it. Wearily Dirk dodged and squeezed and pushed the waxy limbs aside, breaking them when he had to, and forced his way through. The wreck had ceased to burn, but a thin pall of smoke still hung above it. One wing had scraped along the ground, tearing a great gouge in the earth and felling several trees before snapping. The other jabbed up into the air, its bat shape distorted by fused runnels of frozen metal and holes punched through it by a laser cannon. The cabin was black and shapeless, open to the outside through a wide, jagged hole. Dirk found his laser rifle nearby. He also found bones, two skeletons twisted around each other in a death's embrace, the bones dark and wet, still brown with blood and bits of clinging meat. One skeleton was human, or had been. All the arms and legs were broken and most of the ribs shattered and gone, but Dirk recognized the triple-pronged metal claw that ended one twice-broken arm. Mingled with it, and just as dead, were the remains of whatever creature had dragged the carcass from the smoking air-car out into the open, some scavenger whose bones were black-veined and rubbery-looking, curved and very big. The banshee had caught it feeding. No wonder it had been so close. There was no trace of the leather and fur jacket that he and Garth had dropped here. Dirk dragged himself over to the cold hulk of the air-car and climbed into its shadowed maw. He cut himself on a sharp metal surface going in, but hardly noticed it. What was one more cut now? He settled down to wait, sheltered from the wind, and hoping he was hidden from banshee and braiths both. Most of his wounds seemed to have clotted, he noted dully. At least he was only bleeding fitfully here and there. But the brown scabs that had formed were all crusted with dirt, and he wondered if he should do something to fight infection. It did not seem to matter, though. He pushed the thought aside and held his laser a bit more tightly, hoping the hunters would get here soon. What had slowed them down? Perhaps they were afraid of disturbing the banshee. That made a certain amount of sense. He lay down in the cold ashes, resting his head on his arm, and tried not to think, not to feel. His feet were bundles of raw agony. Awkwardly he tried to lift them in the air so they would not touch anything. That helped a little, but he did not have the strength to hold them up for long. His arm was throbbing where the braith hound had bitten him. For a time he wished fervently that he could stop hurting, that his head would stop spinning so badly. Then he changed his mind. The pain, he thought, was probably the only thing that was keeping him conscious, and if he fell asleep now, somehow he did not think it likely that he would ever wake up again. He saw Fat Satan hanging over the forest, its bloody disk half obscured by a screen of blue-black branches. Nearby, a single yellow sun burned very brightly, a small spark in the firmament. He blinked at them. They were old friends. The sound of braith hounds brought him back to attention. 10 meters away, the hunters came eagerly out of the foliage, not as close as he had expected them. Of course, he thought, they had gone around the chokers instead of fighting through them. Pierre Braith was almost invisible, blue-black like the tree he stood against. But Dirk saw his motion, and the baton he carried in one hand, and the bright silvery shaft taller than he that he held in the other. His tern was a few steps ahead of him, holding two hounds on short chains. The dogs were barking wildly and pulling him forward almost at a trot. A third hound ran free at his side and began bounding toward the downed air-car as soon as it was out of the underbrush. Dirk, lying on his stomach amid the ashes and the shattered instruments of the wreck, suddenly found it all immensely funny. Pierre hefted his silver shaft above his head and began to run. He was sure he had his prey at last, but he had no laser, and Dirk did. Giggling and giddy, Dirk raised the rifle and took careful aim. As he fired, a memory came back to him, as sudden and stabbing as the pulse of light that flashed from his laser. Janacek, just a short time ago, stern-faced, shrugging. Your life may depend on how fast and straight you can run and how accurately you can fire your rifle, he had said, and Dirk had added, and whether I can kill. It had seemed terribly important, the killing, how much more difficult it would be than simple running. He giggled again. The running had been very difficult. The killing was just something he did, and it was almost easy. The bright burning knife of the laser hung in the air for a long second, impaling Pierre square in his broad gut as he ran toward the hulk. The Braith stumbled and fell to his knees. His mouth hung open absurdly for a second before he collapsed on his face and was lost to Dirk's sight. The long silver blade he had carried remained stuck in the torn ground, swaying back and forth as the wind whipped at it. Pierre's black-haired companion let go of the chain he was holding and seemed to freeze when his ten went down. Dirk moved the laser slightly and fired once more, but nothing happened. The weapon was still in its 15-second recycle. That made the hunting a sport, he remembered. It gave the game a chance to get away if you missed. He found himself giggling again. The hunter woke up and threw himself flat, rolling over the ground into the long gully ripped by the air-car's wing. Down in the trenches looking for his laser, Dirk thought, but he won't find it. The hounds had surrounded the air-car, barking at him whenever he shifted his position or raised his head. None of them tried to come in for the kill. That was the hunter's business. Dirk took careful aim and shot the nearest one through the throat. It dropped like dead meat, and the other two backed off. Pulling himself to his knees, Dirk crawled out of his shelter. He tried to stand, steadying himself with one hand on the twisted wing. The world was spinning. Savage, stabbing pains ran up his legs, and he found he could no longer feel his feet at all. But somehow he kept himself erect. A shout rang out, something in old Kavalar. Dirk did not know the word. The huge hounds charged, one right after the other, wet red mouths agape, snarling. And in the corner of his eye he saw the hunter emerging, 2 meters away, his knife out already. One of his long thin arms flicked it around in a sideways sort of motion, and it clattered off the air-car wing Dirk was leaning against. Already the man had turned and was running, and the nearest hound was there in the air. Dirk let himself fall and brought up the rifle. The canine snapped, missed, but the beast's body smashed into him, knocking him spinning, and then it was on top of him in the dust. Somehow he found the trigger. There was a brief light and the smell of wet hair burning and an awful whine. The hound snapped again, feebly, choking on its own blood. Dirk pushed the carcass off and struggled to one knee. The Braith had reached Pierre's body and was lifting the long silver blade. The other hound had caught its loose chain on a jagged edge of the wreck. When Dirk rose, it yelped and lunged, and the whole great burned hulk of the air-car seemed to shake a little and move, but still the beast was caught. The black-haired hunter had the silver thing. Dirk aimed his laser and fired. The beam burned wide, but a second is long enough, and Dirk swung the rifle sharply, right to left, left to right. The man fell even as he released his weapon. It sailed a few meters, slid off the twisted wing, and stuck in the ground, where it moved back and forth in the wind. Dirk was still swinging his laser left, right, left, right, left, right, long after the hunter had fallen and the light had gone. Finally it recycled and pulsed again for a second, burning nothing but a row of chokers, and Dirk, startled, released his hold on the trigger and dropped the weapon. The hound, still caught, was snarling and lunging. Dirk looked at it, open-mouthed, almost uncomprehending. Then he giggled. He got down on his knees, found the laser, and began to crawl toward the cavallars. It took an awfully long time. His feet hurt, his arm as well, where he had been bitten. The hound finally fell silent, but there was no quiet. Dirk could hear crying, a continuous low whimper. He dragged himself through the dirt and the ashes, over the burned-out trunk of a choker, to where the hunters had fallen. They were lying side by side. The gaunt one, the one whose name he had never learned, who had tried to kill him with his knife and his dogs and his silver blade, that one was still, and his mouth was full of blood. Peer, lying face down, was the source of the whimpers. Dirk knelt by him, shoved his hands beneath him, laboriously turned him over. His face was covered with ashes and blood. He had smashed his nose when he fell, and a thin red trickle still ran from one nostril, leaving a bright trail across his soot-smeared cheeks. His face was old. He kept whimpering, and did not seem to see Dirk at all, and his hands were clutching his stomach. Dirk stared at him for a long time. He touched one of his hands. It was strangely soft and small, clean except for a single black slash that ran across the palm, almost a child's hand that ought not to belong to that old bald face, and lifted it away and did the same with the other hand, and looked at the hole he had burned in Pierre's gut. A big gut and a small dark hole. It ought not to have hurt him so much. No blood either, except from his nose. That was almost funny, but Dirk discovered that he had no more giggles left in him. Pierre opened his mouth then, and Dirk wondered if the man was trying to tell him something, some last words perhaps, some plea for forgiveness. But the braith only made a thick choking sound and then resumed his low whimpers. His baton was lying nearby. Dirk took it up and wrapped his hands around the hardwood knob at one end and placed the small blade over Pierre's chest where his heart ought to be, and leaned all his weight forward and down, thinking to give the other release. The hunter's heavy body thrashed horribly for an instant, and Dirk withdrew the blade and thrust it in again and yet again, but Pierre would not keep still. The little blade was too short, Dirk decided after a time, so he used it differently, found an artery in Pierre's fleshy throat, held the baton very tightly right up by the knife end, and pressed it in through the pale, fatty skin. There was a terrible lot of blood then, a spurting stream that caught Dirk right in the face until he let go of the baton and pushed himself away. Pierre thrashed again, and his neck continued to spurt where Dirk had cut him, and Dirk watched, but each spurt was a little feebler than the one before, and after a time the fountain was only a trickle, and after another time it seemed to stop. The ashes and the dirt drank up a lot of the blood, but there was still a great deal of it around, a regular little pool of it between the two of them, and Dirk had never known that a man had enough blood in him to form a real pool of blood. He felt very sick, but at least Pierre was still, and the whimpering had stopped. He sat alone, resting in the wan red light. He was very hot and very cold all at once, and he knew he should take some clothing from the corpses and cover himself, but he could not find the strength. His feet hurt horribly, and his arm had swollen to twice its normal size. He did not sleep, but he was barely conscious. He watched Fat Satan rise higher and higher in the sky, approaching noon, with the bright yellow sun shining painfully around it. He heard the braith hound howling several times, and once he listened to the eerie hunting wail of the banshee, and wondered if the creature would come back to eat him and the men he had killed. But the cry seemed a long way off, and perhaps it was only his fever, and perhaps it was only the wind. When the sticky wet film on his face had dried to a brown crust, and the little pool of blood that lay in the dust was finally gone, Dirk knew that he must move again or he would die here. He considered dying for a long time. It seemed like a very good idea somehow, but he could not bring himself to do it. He remembered Gwen. He crawled over to where the body of Piers 10 was lying, ignoring his pain as best he could, and went through the man's pockets. He found the whisper jewel. Ice in his fist, ice in his mind, memories of promises, lies, love. Jenny, my Guinevere, and he was Lancelot. He could not fail her. He could not. He crushed the cold teardrop hard in his hand and took the ice into his soul. He made himself stand up. After that it was easier. Slowly he stripped the dead man of his clothing and dressed, though everything was too long for him, and the shirt and the chameleon cloth jacket had been slash-burned across the front, and the man had fouled his pants. Dirk pulled off the corpse's boots as well, but they were too narrow for his bloodied, scab-crusted feet, and he was forced to use Piers. Piers had huge feet. Using his laser rifle and Piers' baton as canes, he struggled toward the wild. A few meters into the trees he stopped and looked back briefly. The huge hound was barking and howling and fighting to yank free, and the air car gave a metallic shudder every time it lunged. He could see the naked body in the dirt, and beyond it the tall silvery thing still swaying in the wind. Here he could hardly see at all. Beneath the bloodstains, the hunter's suit had gone to a mottled black and brown, and here and there dull red, so he blended with the ground he had died on. Dirk left the hound chained and barking, and limped off through the tangled chokers. Chapter 13. The run from the hunter's camp to the wrecked air car had covered less than a kilometer, and it had seemed to Dirk to take forever. The walk back took twice as long. He was certain afterwards that he was not entirely conscious as he walked. What memories he retained were only pieces. Stumbling and falling, tearing his pants open at the knee. A swift-running cold stream where he stopped and washed the crusted blood from his face and took off his boots and plunged his feet into the icy, rushing water until they had gone numb on him. Climbing over the tilted ridge of slate where he had fallen previously. A dark cave mouth staring at him, a promise of sleep and rest he did not heed. Losing his way, searching for the sun, finding it and following it, losing his way again. Tree spooks flitting from branch to branch among the chokers, chittering in little voices. Dead white husks peering down at him from waxy limbs. Far off the banshee wail, lingering, haunting. Stumbling again, half in clumsiness and half in fear. The baton rolling away from him down a short, sharp incline, lost among thick bushes that he did not bother to search. Walking, putting one foot in front of the other, leaning on the baton and on the laser after the baton was gone, his feet aching. The banshee again, closer, almost overhead. Looking up through a tapestry of branches into the gloomy sky, trying to spot it, failing, walking, hurting. He remembered all those things, and knew that surely there were other things between them, connecting them one with the other, but those he did not remember. Perhaps he slept as he walked, but he did not stop walking. It was late afternoon when he reached the small sandy area near the green lake. The air cars were still there, one twisted and lying deep in the water, the other 3 on the sand. The camp was deserted. One of the cars, Lorimer's huge domed vehicle, had a hound guarding it, bound to the door on a long black chain. The creature was lying down, but it rose at Dirk's approach and bared its teeth and growled at him. He found himself laughing wildly, insanely. He had walked all this long way, walked and walked and walked, and here was a dog chained to an air car growling at him. He could have had that without ever moving half a meter. He detoured carefully around the perimeter of the dog's chain and went to Janacek's car and climbed in and sealed the heavy door behind him. The cabin was dark and stuffy and cramped. After freezing for so long, he felt almost uncomfortably hot. He wanted to lie down, to sleep, but first he made himself search the supply locker, and he found a medical kit and pulled it out and opened it. It was full of pills and bandages and sprays. He wished he had thought to tell Janacek to drop the kit near the wreck along with his laser. He knew that he should go outside and wash methodically in the lake and clean all the filth out of his wounds before trying to bandage them up. But the massive armored door looked too heavy to move again just now. He pulled off his boots and stripped away his jacket and shirt and sprayed his swollen feet and his left arm with a powder that was supposed to prevent infection or fight it or something. He was too tired to read the instructions all the way through. Then he looked at the pills. He took 2 fever pills and 4 painkillers and 2 antibiotics, swallowing them dry because he had no water on hand. Afterwards he lay down on the metal floor plates between the seats. Sleep came instantly. He woke dry-mouthed and trembling and very nervous, some after-effect of the pills. But he was thinking again, and his brow was cool, though covered with a clammy sweat, when he touched it with the back of his hand, and his feet were less painful than before. The swelling in his arm had subsided a bit also, although it was still bigger than normal and quite stiff. He put on his burned, blood-crusted shirt again and his jacket over it, gathered up the med-kit, and went outside. It was dusk. The western sky was all red and orange, and 2 small yellow suns burned intensely against the clouds of sunset. The Braiths had not returned. John Vickery, armed and clothed and experienced, clearly knew how to run a good deal better than Dirk. He walked across the sand to the lake. The water was frigid, but he got used to it soon enough, and the mud squished soothingly between his toes. He stripped and ducked his head and washed, then took out the med-kit and did everything he should have done earlier, cleaning and bandaging his feet before slipping back into Pierre's boots, scrubbing out the worst of his wounds with disinfectant, dabbing at the inflamed bite marks on his arm with a salve that claimed to minimize allergic reactions. He swallowed another handful of painkillers as well, this time washing them down with fresh water scooped from the lake. Night was settling quickly by the time he was dressed again. The Braith hound was lying by Lorimer's air car, gnawing at a chunk of meat, but there was no sign of its masters. Dirk walked carefully around the beast to the 3rd air car, the one belonging to Pierre and his 10. He had decided that he could help himself to their supplies with relative impunity. The other Braiths, returning to an empty camp, would never know that anything had been taken. Inside he found a whole rack of weapons, 4 laser rifles emblazoned with the familiar white wolf's head, a brace of dueling swords, knives, a silver throwing blade 2.5 meters long, and an empty bracket beside it, and 2 pistols thrown carelessly onto a seat. He also found a locker of fresh clothing and changed eagerly, stuffing his torn garments out of sight. The clothes fit badly, but felt very good. He helped himself to a mesh steel belt, one of the sidearms, and a knee-length chameleon cloth greatcoat. When he lifted the coat from where it had been hanging, it revealed another storage locker. Dirk yanked it open. Inside were 4 familiar boots and Gwen's sky scoots. Pierre and his 10 had seemingly claimed them as booty. Dirk smiled. He had never intended to take an air car. The chances were too good that the hunters would see him at once, particularly if he overtook them by day. But he had not been thrilled by the prospect of walking either. The scoots were the perfect answer. He wasted no time changing into the larger pair of boots, though he had to leave them unlaced after he got his bandaged feet inside. Food was stored in the same locker as the scoots: protein bars, sticks of dried meat, a small chunk of crusty cheese. Dirk ate the cheese and shoved the rest into a backpack along with the 2nd sky scoot. He strapped a compass around his right wrist, slung the pack between his shoulder blades, and climbed outside to spread the silver metal tissue on the sand. It was full dark. His beacon of the night before, High Cavallar's star, burned bright and red and lonely above the forest. Dirk saw it and smiled. Tonight it would be no guidepost. He had guessed that John Vickery would make straight for Crian Lamia in the opposite direction, but the star still seemed a friend. He took up a fresh charged laser rifle and touched the wafer in his palm and lifted. Behind him the Braith hound stood and set to howling. He flew all night, keeping several meters above the treetops, consulting his compass from time to time and studying the stars. There was very little to see. Beneath him the forest rolled unending, black and hidden, with no fires or lights to break its darkness. At times it seemed that he was standing still, and he was reminded of his last trip by sky scoot through Orlon's abandoned subways. The wind was his constant companion. It came from behind him, strong to his back, and he gratefully accepted the extra speed it lent him. It whipped the tail of his coat between his legs as he flew, and pushed his long hair time and time again into his eyes, and he heard it moving in the forest beneath him, making the more pliant trees bend and rustle, shaking the sterner ones with cold, savage hands until their last leaves fell away. Only the chokers seemed impervious, but there were a lot of chokers. The wind made a thin, wild sound as it fought through those tangled limbs. The sound fit. This was the wind of Crian Lamia, Dirk knew, born within the mountains and controlled by the dark dawn weather machines, moving toward its destiny. Ahead the white towers were waiting, and the frozen hands beckoned it onward. There were other noises as well, bounding movements in the woods below, the hoots of nocturnal hunters, the rushing of a small thin river, the thunder of a rapids. Several times Dirk heard the high squeaking chitters of tree spooks and saw small forms darting from limb to limb. His eyes and his ears became strangely sensitive. He passed over a wide lake and heard something splashing in the black waters, then several somethings. Far off on the shore a short honking bellow rattled the night, and behind him an answering challenge, a long ululating wail, the banshee. That noise chilled him the first time he heard it, but the fear soon passed. When he was naked in the forest, the banshee was a terrible threat, death incarnate on the wing. Now he had a rifle and a sidearm, and the creature was scarcely any threat at all. In fact, he reflected, perhaps it was an ally. It had saved his life once. Perhaps it would do so again. The second time the banshee wailed its shuddering wail, still behind him, but higher now, gaining altitude, Dirk only smiled. He climbed, to keep the beast below him, and did one slow loop to try to glimpse the creature. But it was still far away, and black as his own chameleon cloth, and all he saw was a vague ripple of motion against the forest, perhaps nothing but branches moving in the wind. Keeping high, he consulted his compass again and circled to resume his flight toward Crian Lamia. Twice more that night he thought he heard the banshee crying out to him, but the sounds were far apart and faint, and he could not be sure. The eastern sky had just begun to lighten when he first heard drifting music, scattered snatches of despair, too familiar for his liking. The dark dawn city was near at hand. He slowed and hovered, scowling. He had flown the course he thought John Vickery would run. He had seen nothing. Possibly his guess had been dead wrong. Possibly Vickery had led his hunters in some other direction entirely. But Dirk did not think so. More likely he had passed over them, unseeing and unseen in the dark of night. He began to retrace his course, flying into the wind now, feeling the cold, ghostly fingers of Lamia Bailis on his cheeks. In the light his task would be easier, he hoped. The hell-eye rose, and one by one the Trojan suns. Thin wisps of grey-white clouds scuttled across a forlorn sky, while morning mists moved on the forest floor. The woods beneath him turned from black to yellow-brown. Chokers everywhere entwined like awkward lovers, and red light gleamed dimly from their waxy limbs. Dirk climbed, and his horizons expanded. He saw rivers, the flash of sun on water, and overgrown lakes with no flash at all, dark, covered by a floating greenish film. and snowfall, or what looked like snowfall until he was above it and saw that it was an area of dirty white fungus blanketing the wild. He saw a fault line, a rocky slash running through the woods north to south, as straight as if it had been drawn with a ruler, and mud-flats, black and brown and smelly, on either side of a wide, slow waterway, and a cliff of weathered grey stone that rose unexpected from the forest, chokers sloping right up to its foot, and chokers leaning out at crazy angles from its crown, but nothing on the vertical rock face itself but a few white lichens and the carcass of some large bird dead in its nest. He saw nothing of John Vickery or the hunters who pursued him. By mid-morning Dirk's muscles ached with fatigue, his arm had begun to throb again, and his hope was fading. The wild went on forever, kilometre after kilometre, a vast yellow carpet which he was searching for a mite, a silent world shrouded by twilight. He turned back toward Crying Lamia again, convinced that he had come too far. He began to wander, covering the route in a drifting sine wave instead of a straight line, searching, always searching. He was very tired. Near noon he decided to fly in circles over the most likely area, spiraling in to try to cover it all. And he heard the banshee screaming. He saw it this time as well. It was flying low, near tree level, far beneath him. It seemed impossibly slow and still. The black triangular body scarcely seemed to move. The wings were held very rigidly, and the creature appeared to float on the dark dawn wind. When it wanted to turn, it caught an updraft and wheeled about in a wide circle before descending again. Dirk, having nothing better to do, found himself following it. It screamed again. The sound lingered. And then he heard an answer. He touched the wafer in the palm of his hand and began to descend rapidly, listening, suddenly alert again. The sound had been faint but unmistakable. A pack of brave hounds, barking wildly in anger and fear. He lost sight of the banshee, no matter now, and chased the fast-fading sound. It had come from the north, he thought. He flew north. Somewhere close a hound let loose a howl. Dirk grew briefly alarmed. It was possible that if he flew too low the hounds would start barking at him instead of the banshee. It was a dangerous situation in any event. His coat was doing its best to take on the colors of Warlorn's sky, but the silver of the sky scoot could flash brilliantly if anyone chanced to look up, and with a banshee in the vicinity they would look up. But if he were to help John Vickery and his Jenny, no real choices remained to him. He gripped his weapon tightly and continued to descend. Below him, cutting through the forest like a knife, was a swift-running blue-green river. He looped toward it, his eyes scanning back and forth restlessly. He heard the sound of rapids, traced the sound, found them. They looked fast and dangerous from above, naked rocks strung out like rotten teeth, brown and misshapen, the water boiling white and angry around them, the chokers pressing close on either side. Downstream the river widened and grew more gentle. He glanced that way briefly, then back at the rapids. He crossed the water, circled, recrossed. A dog barked loudly. Others took up the sound. His attention jerked back downstream, black dots in the water, wading in where the flow looked reasonable. He flew toward it. The dots grew, taking on shape and human form. A square little man in yellow-brown fighting the current to wade across. Another man nearby on the shore with 6 of the huge hounds. The man in the water retreated. He had a rifle in his hand, Dirk saw. He was a very wide little man, a pale face, a thick torso, heavy arms and legs. Sarnel Larten, Lorimar's fat 10, and Lorimar on the shore holding the pack. Neither of them was looking up. Dirk slowed to keep his distance. Sarnel climbed out of the water. He was on the wrong side of the river still, the side with Lorimar, the side away from Crying Lamia. He was trying to cross, though, but not here. Now the 2 hunters began to move away, heading farther downstream, moving clumsily among the weeds and rocks and chokers that lined the river bank. Dirk did not follow. He had the sky scoot, and he knew where they were going. He could always find them later if he had to. But where were the others? Rosef and his 10, Gas Janacek. He turned and went back upstream, feeling a bit more confident. If the hunting party had broken up, they would be easier for him to deal with. He flew low above the river, quickly, the water churning 2 meters below his feet, while his eyes raked the banks for another group trying to cross. About 2 kilometers northeast of the rapids, the channel was narrow and swift here, he found Janacek standing above the water with a puzzled expression on his face. He seemed to be alone. Dirk yelled at him. Janacek looked up startled, and then waved. Dirk came down beside him. It was a bad landing. The hump of rock Janacek was standing on was covered with a slick green moss, and the underside of Dirk's sky scoot slid right across it, and he almost went pitching into the river. Janacek caught him by the arm. Dirk killed his gravity grid. "Thank you," he muttered. "Doesn't look like easy swimming down there." "That was precisely the thought that I was thinking as I stood here," Janacek replied. He looked haggard. His face and clothes were dirty, and the red beard was damp with sweat. A long strand of hair hung down across his forehead, limp and greasy. "I was attempting to decide if I should risk this sort of current or waste time by continuing upstream in the vague hopes of finding a place I could safely ford." A weak smile broke across his face. "But you have solved that problem with Gwen's toy. Where—" "Here," Dirk said. He started to tell Janacek about his flight to the wrecked air car. "You are alive," the Iron Jade said quickly. "I can do without the tedious details, Talarian. Much has happened since yesterday dawn. Did you see the Braiths?" "Lorimar and his 10 were going downstream," said Dirk. "I know that," Janacek snapped. "Had they crossed?" "No, not yet." "Good. John is very close now, perhaps only a half-hour ahead of us. They must not reach him first." His eyes swept the far bank of the river, and he sighed. "Do you have the other scoot, or must I take yours?" Dirk set down his rifle on the rock and began to unsling his backpack. "I've got the other," he said. "Where is Rosef? What's going on?" "John has run magnificently," Janacek said. "No one could have expected him to cover so much ground so fast. The Braiths did not, in truth, and he has done more than simply run. He has set traps." He brushed back his fallen hair with the back of his hand. "He camped last night. He was far enough ahead of us. We found the ashes of his fire. Rosef stepped into a concealed pit and impaled his foot on a buried stake." Janacek smiled. "He has turned back, his 10 helping him." "And you say Pierre and Aris are dead?" Dirk nodded. He had pulled the boots and the second scoot from his pack. Janacek accepted them without comment. "The hunters grow few. I think we have won, Talarian. John Vickery will be weary. He has run without sleep for a day and 2 nights. Yet we know he is not hurt, and he is armed, and he is of Iron Jade. Lorimar and that slug he keeps as 10 will find no easy prey." He knelt and began to unlace his boots, talking all the while. "Their mad conceit of a new holdfast here will be stillborn. Lorimar is berserk to even dream of it. I think his mind snapped loose of its anchor when John's laser burned him back in challenge." He pulled off one boot. "Do you know why Chell and Breton were not among them, Talarian? Because that pair had too much sanity for this high Larton scheme. Rosef told me all about it as we hunted. The truth, he said, is this. Lorimar announced the madness when the Braiths returned to Larton after Myrick had been killed. The 6 we encountered in the woods were there, plus old Raymar. Breton Braith Lantry and Chell Free Braith were not. They had tried to pursue you in Jantony, and later passed through some of the cities where they thought it likely you had taken refuge. So Lormar was essentially without opposition. He had always cowed the others, except perhaps for Pier, and Pier was never interested in anything save the taking of mockman heads. Janacek was having difficulty fitting into Gwen's narrow boots. He scowled and yanked hard, forcing his foot in where it did not want to go. When Chell returned, he was furious. He would not go along. He would not even listen. Breton tried to calm him, Rosef claimed, but to no avail. Old Chell is a Braith, and Lormar's new holdfast was treason to him. He issued a challenge. Lormar was immune to challenge, in truth, since he was wounded, but he accepted none the less. Chell was very old. As challenged, Lormar made the first of the four choices, the choice of numbers. Janacek stood up and stamped down hard on the slick rock to jam his foot into the boot more tightly. Need I tell you that he chose to fight single? It would have been quite a different duel had Breton Braith confronted him as well as Chell empty arms. Lormar, even wounded, disposed of the old man rather easily. It was death square and blades. Chell took many cuts, too many perhaps. Rosef believes he lies dying back in Lawton. Breton Braith remains with him, and more important still, remains Breton Braith. Janacek spread out his sky scoot. "Did you find out anything about Ruark?" Dirk asked him. The Cavalier shrugged. "It is all much as we suspected. Ruark contacted Lormar High Braith by view-screen. No one seems to know where the Kimdissi is presently, and offered to reveal where John was hiding if Lormar would name him Corariel and thus grant him protection. This Lormar did willingly. John was fortunate in that he was within his air car when they came. He simply took off and ran. They pursued him, and finally Remar overtook him just beyond the mountains. But he was yet another old man, and not nearly the flyer that John Vickery is." There was a note of gleeful pride in Janacek's voice, like a parent boasting of a child. "The Braith went down in combat, but John's car was damaged as well, so he was forced to land and run. He was already gone when the High Bonds of Larton found where he had crashed. They had wasted time trying to assist Remar." He waved an impatient hand. "Why did you split from Lormar?" Dirk asked. "Why do you think? John is close now. I must reach him first, before they do. Sarnell insisted the crossing would be easier downstream, and I took the chance to disagree. Lormar is too tired to be suspicious now. He thinks only of his kill. His burn is still on fire, Talarian. I think he sees John Vickery lying bloody before him and forgets who it is he chases. So I went away from them, upstream, and for a time I feared I had made a mistake. The crossing was easier downstream, was it not?" Dirk nodded again. Janacek grinned. "Then your arrival is a luck in truth." "You're going to need more luck to find John," Dirk warned. "The Braiths have probably crossed the river by now, and they have their hounds." "It does not concern me overmuch," Janacek said. "John runs straight now, and I know something Lormar does not. I know what he runs for. A cave, Talarian. My ten has always been intrigued by caves. When we were boys together in Ironjade, often he would take me exploring beneath the earth. He took me into more abandoned mines than I ever wished to see, and several times we went under the old cities, the demon-haunted ruins." He smiled. "Blasted holdfasts, too, hearths blackened in ancient high wars and still teeming with restless ghosts. John Vickery knew all such places. He would guide me through them and recite history to me unendingly, tales of Aaron High Glowstone and Jamis Liontal and the cannibals of the deep cold dwellings. He was ever a storyteller. He could make those old heroes live again, and the horrors as well." Dirk found himself smiling. "Did he scare you, Goss?" The other laughed. "Scare me? Yes, he terrified me, but I became tempered in time. We were both young, Talarian. Later, much later. It was in the caverns under the Lamaran hills that he and I pledged iron and fire. "All right," Dirk said. "So John likes caves. One system opens very near to Krain Lamia," Janacek said, returning to the issue at hand, "with a second entrance close to where we stand. The three of us explored it during the first year we came to Warlond. Now, I think that John will complete his run underground if he can. Thus we can intercept him." He scooped up his rifle. Dirk lifted his own weapon. "You'll never find him in the forest," he said. "The chokers provide too much cover." "I would find him," Janacek said, his voice a little ragged and more than a little wild. "Remember our bond, Talarian. Iron and fire." "Empty iron now," Dirk said, glancing pointedly at Janacek's right wrist. The Iron Jade grinned his hard, distinctive grin. "No," he said. His hand went into his pocket, came out, opened. In his palm the glowstone rested, a single jewel, round and rough-faceted, about twice the size of Dirk's whisper jewel, black and nearly opaque in the full ruddy light of the morning. Dirk stared, then touched it lightly with a finger, so that it moved slightly in Janacek's palm. "It feels cold," he said. Janacek frowned. "No," he said. "It burns, rather, as fire always does." The glowstone vanished back into his pocket. "There are stories, Talarian, poems in old Kavalar, tales they tell the children in the Holdfast creche. Even the Enkethi know the stories. They tell them in their women's voices, but John Vickery tells them better. Ask him sometime of the things Ten has done for Ten. He will answer you with great magics and greater heroisms, the old impossible glories. I am no storyteller, or I would tell you myself. Perhaps then you could understand a bit of what it means to stand 10 to a man and wear an iron bond." "Perhaps I already do," Dirk said. A long silence came between them as they stood on the slick, mossy rock, a bare half-meter apart, their eyes locked. Janacek smiling just a bit as he looked down on Dirk. Below them the river rushed by, untiring, the sounds of its waters urging them to haste. "You are not so terribly bad a man, Talarian," Janacek said at last. "You are weak, I know, but no one has ever called you strong." At first that sounded like an insult, but the Kavalar seemed to intend something else. Dirk stopped to puzzle it out and found a second meaning. "Give a thing a name?" he said, smiling. Janacek nodded. "Listen to me, Dirk. I will not tell you twice. I remember when I was a boy in Iron Jade, the first time I was warned of mockmen. A woman, an Enkethi, you would call her my mother, though such distinctions have no weight on my world. This woman told me the legend. Yet she told it differently. The mockmen she cautioned me against were not the demons I would learn of later from high-bond lips. They were only men, she said, not alien pawns, no kin to weirs or soul-sucks. Yet they were shape-changers, in a sense, because they had no true shapes. They were men who could not be trusted, men who had forgotten their codes, men without bonds. They were not real. They were all illusion of humanity without the substance. Do you understand? The substance of humanity. It is a name, a bond, a promise. It is inside, and yet we wear it on our arms. So she told me. This is why Kavalars take 10s, she said, and go abroad in pairs, because illusion can harden into fact if you bind it in iron. "A fine speech, Garth," Dirk said when the other had finished. "But what effect does silver have on the soul of a mockman?" Anger passed quickly across Janacek's face, like the shadow of a drifting storm cloud. Then he grinned. "I had forgotten your Kimdissi wit," he said. "Another thing I learned in youth was never to argue with a manipulator." He laughed and reached out and clasped Dirk's hand briefly and tightly in his own. "Enough," he said. "We will never meet as one, yet I can still be friend if you can still be Keth." Dirk shrugged. feeling strangely moved. "All right," he said. But Goss was already off. He had let go of Dirk's arm and touched his finger to his palm, and he rose straight up a meter and then lurched out over the water, moving quickly, leaning forward, somehow fleet and graceful in the air. Sunlight shone on his long red hair, and his clothes seemed to shift and flicker, changing colors. Halfway across the surging river, he threw his head back and shouted something to Dirk, but the rush and tumble of the current swept his words away, and Dirk caught only the tone, a bloody, laughing exultation. He watched until Janacek had reached the far side of the stream, somehow too tired to take to the air at once. His free hand slid into his jacket pocket and touched the whisper jewel. It did not seem quite so cold as before, and the promises, "Oh, Jenny," came but faintly. Janacek was soaring up above the yellow trees, up into a grey and crimson sky, his figure receding rapidly. Wearily, Dirk followed. Janacek might disparage the sky scoops as toys, but for all that he knew how to fly one. He was soon racing far ahead of Dirk, climbing up the steady wind until he flew some 20 meters above the forest. The distance between the two of them seemed to widen steadily. Unlike Gwen, Janacek was not inclined to stop and wait for Dirk to catch up. Dirk contented himself with the role of pursuit. The Iron Jade was easy enough to see. They were alone in the gloomy sky, so there was no danger of getting lost. He rode the darkling winds again, accepting their steady push against his back while he abandoned himself to aimless musings. He dreamed strange waking dreams of John and Goss, of iron bombs and whisper jewels, of Guinevere and Lancelot, who had, he realized suddenly, been pledge breakers both. The river vanished. The quiet lakes came and went, and the patch of white fungus that lay like a scab upon the forest. He heard the baying of Lorimar's pack once, far behind him, the thin noises carried to him on the wind. He was not worried. They angled south. Janacek was a small dot, black, flashing silver when a shaft of sun caught the raft on which he rode. Smaller and smaller. Dirk came after, a limp bird. Finally Janacek began to spiral down to treetop level. It was a wild region, rockier than most, with a few rolling hills and outcroppings of black rock streaked with silver gold. Chokers were everywhere, chokers and only chokers. Dirk's eyes cast this way and that, searching for a single tall silverwood, for a blue widower or a gaunt dark ghost tree. A maze of yellow stretched away unbroken to both horizons. Dirk heard the frantic noises of the tree spooks and saw them under his feet flying short flights on tiny wings. The air around him shuddered to the sound of a banshee wail, and a cold tingle brushed Dirk's spine for no reason he could name. He looked up quickly into the distance and saw a pulse of light. Brief, throbbing against his weary eyes, and too intense, this sudden finger of brightness did not belong, not here, not in this grey dusk world. It did not belong, but it was there, stabbing up once from below, a savage, thin fire soon lost in the sky. Janacek was a small rag doll ahead of him, near the light. The slender thread of scarlet brushed him, touched the silver sled he stood on, slightly, quickly. The image lingered in Dirk's eyes. Absurdly, Janacek began to tumble, flaying his arms. A black stick went spinning from his grasp, and he disappeared down among the chokers, crashing through their interlocking branches. Noises. Dirk heard noises. Music on this endless winter's wind. Wood snapping, followed by screams of pain and rage, animal and human, human and animal, both and neither. The towers of Crying Lamia shimmered above the horizon, smoke-like and transparent, and sang to him a song of endings. The screaming ceased suddenly. The white towers melted, and the gale that swept him forward blew away the shards. Dirk swung down and raised his laser. There was a dark hole in the high foliage where Goss Janacek had fallen through. Yellow limbs twisted down and broken, a gap big enough for a man's body. Dark. Dirk hovered above it and could not see Janacek or the forest floor, so thick were the shadows. But on the topmost limb he saw a torn strip of cloth flapping in the wind and changing colors. Above it, a little ghost stood solemn guard. "Goss!" he shouted, not caring about the enemy below, the man with the laser. The tree spooks answered in a chorus of chittering. He heard crashing under the trees. The laser light flamed again brightly, not up this time, but horizontal, a shaft of impossible sun in the gloom below. Dirk hovered, indecisive. A tree spook appeared on the limb just below him, oddly fearless, liquid eyes gazing up, wings spread apart and thrumming in the wind. Dirk pointed his laser and fired, until the little beast was nothing but a soot stain on the yellow bark. Then he moved again, circling out in a spiral until he saw a slanting gap among the chokers, wide enough for him to descend. The forest floor was murky. The chokers, joining overhead, screened out 9/10 of the hell-eye's meager light. Huge trunks loomed all around him, gnarled yellow fingers twisting every which way, stiff and arthritic. He bent, the moss along the ground was decomposing, and pulled his boots free of the silver grid so the metal went limp. Then the shadows parted between the chokers, and John Vickery came out to stand above him. Dirk looked up. John's face was lined and empty. He was covered with blood, and in his arms was a mangled red thing that he carried the way a mother might carry a sick child. Goss had one eye closed and one eye missing, torn from his face. Only half of his face was there at all. His head lay gently against John's chest. "John," Vickery flinched. "I shot him," he said. Trembling, he dropped the body. Chapter 14. There was no sound in the wilderness but Vickery's labored breathing and the faint skittering noises of the tree spooks. Dirk went to Janacek and rolled him over. Bits of moss clung to the body, soaking up the blood like sponges. The tree spooks had torn out his throat, so Goss's head lolled obscenely when Dirk moved him. His heavy clothing had been no protection. They had bitten through everywhere, leaving the chameleon cloth in wet red tatters. Janacek's legs, still joined together by the useless silver metal square of the sky scoot, had been cracked in the fall. Jagged bone fragments protruded from both calves, almost identical compound fractures. The face was the worst, gnawed. The right eye was gone. The socket welled with blood that dripped slowly down his cheek into the ground. There was nothing to be done. Dirk stared helplessly. He slipped a quiet hand into a pocket of Janacek's battered jacket and took the glowstone in his fist, then rose to face Vickery again. "You said that I could never fire at him," Vickery finished. "I know what I said, Dirk Talarian, and I know what I did." He spoke very slowly. Each word dropped from his lips with a leaden thud. "I did not intend this. Never. I sought only to stop him, to knock out the sky scoot. He fell into a tree spook nest. A tree spook nest." Dirk's fist was clenched tightly around the glowstone. He said nothing. Vickery shook. His voice took on animation, and there was a desperate edge in his tone. "He was hunting me. Auchenrook warned me when I spoke to him by viewscreen in Lawton. He said that Goss had joined the Braiths, had sworn to bring me down. I did not believe." He trembled. "I did not believe. Yet it was truth. He came after me, came hunting with them, just as Ruark said he would. Ruark is not with me. We never— the Braiths came instead. I do not know if Ruark, perhaps they have slain him. I do not know." He seemed weary and confused. "I had to stop Goss, Talarian. He knew of the cave. Gwen to think of, too. Ruark said that Goss in his madness had promised to hand her over to Lormar, and I called him a liar until I glimpsed Goss behind me. Gwen is my Bethan and you are Corariel, my responsibility. I had to live, do you understand? I never meant to do this. I went to him, burned my way through. The grubs in the nest hut were all over him, white things, the adults too. Burned them. I burned them, Brought him out." Vickery's body shook with dry sobs, but no tears came. He would not permit it. "Look, he was wearing empty iron. He came hunting me. I loved him, and he came hunting me." The glowstone was a hard nugget of indecision within Dirk's fist. He looked down once more at Garth Janacek, whose garments had faded to the colours of old blood and rotting moss, and then up at John Vickery, so very close to breaking, who stood pale-faced with his massive shoulders twitching. Give a thing a name, Dirk thought, and now he must give a name to John High Ironjade. He slid his fist into the darkness of his pocket. "You had to do it," he lied. "He would have killed you, and Gwen later. He said so. I'm glad that Arkin got to you with a warning." The words seemed to steady Vickery. He nodded wordlessly. "I came looking for you," Dirk continued, "when you didn't return in time. Gwen was concerned. I was going to help you. Garth caught me and disarmed me and delivered me to Lormar and Pier. He said I was a blood gift." "A blood gift," Vickery repeated. "He was insane, Talarian. It is truth. Garth Ironjade Janacek was not like that. He was no Braith, no giver of blood gifts. You must believe that." "Yes," Dirk said. "He was deranged. You are right. I could tell from the way he talked." "Yes." He felt very close to tears and wondered if it showed. It was as if he had taken all of John's fear and anguish into himself. The Ironjade seemed stronger and more resolute with every passing second, while grief came unbidden to Dirk's eyes. Vickery looked down at the still body sprawled beneath the trees. "I would mourn for him, for the things that he was and the things that we had. But there is no time. The hunters come after us with their hounds. We must press on." He knelt by Janacek's corpse for an instant and held a limp, bloody hand within his own. Then he kissed the ruin of the dead man's face full on the lips, and with his free hand stroked the matted hair. But when he rose again, he had a black iron bracelet in his grasp, and Dirk saw that Janacek's arm was naked and felt a sudden pain. Vickery put the empty iron into his pocket. Dirk held back his tears and his tongue, saying nothing. "We must go." "Are we just going to leave him here?" Dirk asked. "Leave him?" Vickery frowned. "Ah, I see. Burial is no Kavalar custom, Talarian. We abandon our dead in the wild traditionally, and if the beasts consume what we leave, we do not feel shame. Life should nourish life. Is it not more fitting that his strong flesh should give strength to some swift, clean predator, rather than a mass of vile maggots and graveyard worms?" So they left him where Vickery had dropped the body, in a little open space amid the endless yellow-brown thicket, and they set off through the dim undergrowth toward Crine Lamia. Dirk carried his sky-scoot with him and struggled to match Vickery's rapid pace. They had been walking for only a few moments when they came upon a high, steep ridge of twisted black rock. When Dirk reached the barrier, John was already halfway to the top. Janacek's blood had dried to a brown crust on John's clothing, and Dirk could see patches of it clearly from below. Otherwise, the Kavalar's clothes had turned black. He climbed smoothly, his rifle strapped to his back, his strong hands moving with assurance from one handhold to another. Dirk spread the silver tissue of his sky-scoot and flew to the crest of the ridge. He had just ascended past the topmost boughs of the chokers when he heard the banshee cry out briefly, not so far away. His eyes swept about, searching for the great predator. The small clearing where they had left Janacek was easily visible from above, a patch of twilight close at hand. But Dirk could not see the body. The center of the clearing was a living mass of struggling yellow bodies. As he watched, other tiny shapes flitted from the nearby woods to join the feast in progress. The banshee came out of nowhere and hung motionless above the fight, wailing its terrible long wail. But the tree spooks continued their mad scramble, paying no mind to the noise, chittering and clawing at each other. The banshee fell. Its shadow covered them. Its great wings rippled and folded, and it dropped. and then it was alone, spooks and corpse alike wrapped within its hungry grasp. Dirk felt strangely heartened, but only for an instant. While the banshee lay inert, a sharp squeak sounded suddenly, and Dirk saw a quick small blur dart down and land atop it. Another followed, and another, and a dozen all at once. He blinked, and it seemed as if the spooks had doubled. The banshee unfolded its vast triangular wings again, and they fluttered weakly, feebly, but it did not lift. The pests were all over it, biting at it, clawing at it, weighing it down and tearing it apart. Pinned to the earth, it could not even sound its anguished cry. It died silently, its meal still trapped beneath it. By the time Dirk climbed off of his sky-scoot at the top of the ridge, the clearing was a mass of heaving yellow once again, just as he had first glimpsed it, and there was no sign that the banshee had ever been there at all. The forest was very silent. He waited for John Vickery to join him. Together they resumed their wordless trek. The cave was cold and dark and infinitely still. Hours passed beneath the earth as Dirk followed the small wavering light of John Vickery's hand-torch. The light led him through twisting subterranean galleries, through echoing chambers where the blackness went on forever, through claustrophobic little passages where they squirmed on hands and knees. The light was his universe. Dirk lost all sense of time and space. They had nothing to say to each other, he and John, so they said nothing. The only sounds were the scrape of their boots over dusty rock and the infrequent booming echoes. Vickery knew his cave well. He never hesitated or lost his way. They limped and crawled through the secret soul of Warlord, and emerged on a sloping hillside among chokers to a night full of fire and music. Crying Lamia was burning. The bone towers screamed a shattered song of anguish. Flames were loose everywhere in the pale necropolis, bright sentinels wandering up and down the streets. The city shimmered like some strange illusion in the waves of heat and light. It seemed an insubstantial orange wraith. As they watched, one of the slender looping bridges crumbled and collapsed. Its blackened center fell apart first, down into the conflagration, and the rest of the stone span followed. The fire consumed it and rose higher, crackling and shrieking, unsatiated. A nearby building coughed dully and imploded, falling in a great cloud of smoke and flame. 300 meters from the hill on which they stood, looming high over the choker woods, a chalk-white hand tower remained, yet untouched by the blaze. But outlined in the terrible brightness, it seemed to move like a thing alive, writhing and grasping in pain. Above the roar of the fire, Dirk could hear the faint music of Lamia Bailis. The dark dawn symphony had been broken and transformed. Towers were gone, notes missing. So the song was full of eerie silences, and the crackle of the flames gave a pounding counterpoint to the wails and whistles and moans. The darkling winds that came endlessly from the mountains to make the siren city sing, those same winds were fanning the great fires that ate at Crying Lamia, that darkened its death mask with ashes and soot, and ultimately bid it quiet. John Vickery unslung his laser rifle. His face was blank and strange, washed by the reflections of the great burning. "How—" "The wolf car," Gwen said. She was standing a few meters away, downslope from them. They looked at her without surprise. Behind her, beneath the shadow of a drooping blue widower at the base of the hill, Dirk glimpsed Ruark's little yellow air car. "Breton Braith," Vickery said. Gwen joined them near the entrance to the cave and nodded. "Yes, the car has passed back and forth over the city a number of times, firing its lasers." "Chell is dead," Vickery said. "But you are alive," Gwen replied. "I was beginning to wonder." "We are alive," he acknowledged. He let his rifle slide from limp fingers. "Gwen," he said, "I have killed my 10. "Goss?" she said, startled. She frowned. "He turned me over to the Braiths," Dirk said quickly. His eyes touched Gwen's. "And he was hunting John, running at Lormar's side. It had to be done." She glanced from Dirk back to John. This is the truth? Arkin told me something of the sort. I didn't believe him. It is the truth, Vickery said. Arkin is here? Dirk said. Gwen nodded. Inside the air car. He flew from Lawton. You must have told him where I was. He tried some new lies on me. I knocked him out. He's helpless now. Gwen, Dirk said, we've misjudged Arkin badly. The back of his throat was thick with bile. Don't you understand, Gwen? Arkin warned John that Goss was going to betray him. Without that warning, John would never have known. He might have trusted Janacek, might not have shot him down. He would have been taken, killed. His voice was hoarse and urgent. Don't you understand? Arkin— The fire put cold reflections in her eyes as she watched Dirk. I understand, she said in a thick, wavering voice. She turned back to Vickery. Oh, John, she said. She held out her arms to him. And he came to her and rested his head on her shoulder and wrapped his own arms tightly around her, and then he began to cry. Dirk left them and walked down to the air car. Arkin Ruark was tightly bound to one of the seats. He was dressed in heavy field clothes, and his head was slumped down so his chin rested against his chest. When Dirk entered, he looked up with an effort. The whole right side of his face was a swollen purplish bruise. Dirk, he said weakly. Dirk took off his cumbersome backpack and lowered it to the floor. He leaned up against the instrument panel. Arkin, he said evenly. Help me, Ruark said. Janacek is dead, Dirk told him. John lasered him, and he fell into a tree spook nest. Gossi, Ruark said, with some difficulty. His lips were swollen and bloody, and his voice trembled. He would have killed you all. Utter truth, utter. Warn John, I did, warned him. Believe me, Dirk. Oh, I believe you, Dirk said, nodding. Tried to help, yes. Gwen, she's gone wild. I saw the Braiths take John. I'd just come to join him. They were there first. I was afraid for her, I was. Came to help. She beat me, said I was a liar, tied me up and flew us here. She's wild, Dirk, friend Dirk, all wild, Kavalar wild, like Goss almost. Not like sweet Gwen at all. I think she means to kill me. You too, maybe, I don't know. She is going to go back to John, I know it. Help me. You have to help me. Stop her, he whimpered. She's not going to kill anyone, Dirk said. John is here now, and me. You're safe, Arkin, don't worry. We'll set things right. We've got a lot to thank you for, don't we? John especially. Without your warning, there's no telling what might have happened. Yes, Ruark said. He smiled. Yes, truth, utter truth. Gwen appeared suddenly, framed in the door. Dirk, she said, ignoring Ruark. He turned to her. Yes? I made John lie down for a while. He's very tired. Come outside where we can talk. Wait, Ruark said. Untie me first, eh? Do that thing. My arms, Dirk. My arms. Dirk went outside. John lay nearby, his head up against a tree, staring blindly off at the distant fire. They walked away from him into the darkness of the chokers. Finally Gwen paused and swung around to face him. John must never know, she said. She brushed a loose strand of hair back from her forehead with her right hand. Dirk stared. Your arm, he said. Around her right forearm Gwen wore iron, black and empty. Her arm froze at Dirk's words. Yes, she said. The glowstones will come later. I see, Dirk said. 10 and Bethan both. Gwen nodded. She reached out and took Dirk's hands in her own. Her skin was cool and dry. Be happy for me, Dirk, she said in a small, sad voice. Please. He squeezed her hands, trying to be reassuring. I am, he said, without much conviction. Between them lay a long silence and a great bitterness. You look like hell, Gwen said at last, forcing a little grin. Scratched all over like that. The way you hold your arm, the way you walk. Are you all right? He shrugged. The Braiths aren't gentle playmates, he said. I'll survive. He let go of her hands then and reached into his pocket. "Gwen, I have something for you." Within his fist, 2 gems. The glowstone, round and rough-faceted, lit faintly from within, smouldering in the hollow of his hand. And the whisper jewel, smaller, darker, dead and cold. Gwen took them wordlessly. She rolled them in her hand for a moment, frowning. Then she pocketed the glowstone and gave the whisper jewel back to Dirk. He accepted it. "The last I have of Jenny," he said, as his hand closed around the echoing ice drop and it vanished once again into his clothing. "I know," she said. "Thank you for offering. But if truth be known, it doesn't talk to me any more. I guess I've changed too much. I haven't heard a whisper in years." "Yeah," he said. "I suspected something like that. But I had to offer it to you. It and the promise. The promise is still yours, Gwen, if you ever need it. Call it my iron and fire. You don't want to turn me into a mockman, do you?" "No," she replied. "The other one, Goss saved it when he tossed the rest away. I thought maybe you'd want to have it reset with the new ones. John will never know the difference." Gwen sighed. "All right," she said. Then, "I find that I'm sorry about Goss, after all. Isn't that curious? All the years we passed together, there was scarcely a day when we weren't at each other's throats, with poor John trapped in between, loving us both. There were times when I was almost certain that the only thing that stood between me and happiness was Garth's Iron J. Janacek. Only now he's gone, and I find that very hard to believe. I keep expecting him to turn up in his air car, armed to the teeth and grinning, ready to snap at me and put me in my place. I think that maybe when I really come to know it's true, then maybe I'll cry. Don't you think that's curious?" "No," said Dirk. "No. I could almost cry for Arkin, too," she said. "Do you know what he said when he came to me in Crying Lamia, after I called him a liar and hit him and broke him down? Do you know what he said?" Dirk shook his head, waiting. "He said he loved me," Gwen said, smiling grimly. "He said that he had always loved me, from the moment we met on Avalon. I can't swear that he was telling the truth. Garth always said the manipulators were clever, and Arkin didn't need to be a genius to see how his revelation affected me. I almost set him free when he told me that. He seemed so small and pitiful, and he was sobbing. Instead—" "You saw his face?" She hesitated. "I saw," Dirk said. "Ugly." "Instead, I did that to him," Gwen said. "But I think I believe him now. In a sick sort of way, he did love me, and he saw what I was doing to myself, and he knew that, left to my own devices, I would never leave John. So he decided to use you, use all the things I told him, trusted him with, and get me away from John that way. I suppose he figured that you and I would lose each other again, the way we did on Avalon, and then I'd turn to him. Or maybe he knew better. I don't know. He claimed that he was only thinking of me, of my happiness, that he couldn't stand seeing me in jade and silver, that he had no thought for himself. He says he's my friend." She sighed hopelessly. "My friend," she repeated. "Don't feel too sorry for him, Gwen," Dirk warned. "He would have sent me to my death, and John too, without a moment's hesitation. Garth Janacek is dead, and several of the Braiths and innocent Emerily in challenge. And you can lay it all on friend Arkin, can't you?" "Now you're the one that sounds like Garth," she said. "What did you tell me? That I had jade eyes? Look at your own, Dirk. But I suppose you're right. What do we do with him now?" "Free him," she said, "for the present. John must never suspect the truth of what he did. It would destroy him, Dirk. So Arkin Ruach has to be our friend again. You see?" "Yes," he said. The roar of the fire had diminished to a gentle crackling, Dirk noticed. It was almost quiet. Glancing back in the direction of the air car, he saw that the inferno was guttering out. A few scattered fires still flickered weakly among the rubble, casting a shifting light over the ruined, smoking city. Most of the slim towers had fallen, and those that remained had grown entirely silent. The wind was only a wind. "Dawn will be here soon," Gwen said. "We should be going." "Going? Back to Lawton, if Breton hasn't destroyed that as well." "He has a violent way of mourning," Dirk agreed. "But is Lawton safe?" "The time for run and hide is over," Gwen said to him. "I'm not unconscious now, and I'm not a helpless Bethan who needs to be protected." She raised her right arm. Distant fires illuminated the dull iron. "I'm turned to John Vickery, blooded even, and I've got my weapon. And you've changed too, Dirk. You're not Corariel any more, you know. You're a Keth. We're together for the moment. We're young and we're strong, and we know who our enemies are and how to find them. And none of us can ever be Iron Jades again. I'm a woman, and John's an outbonder, and you're a mockman. Garth was the last Iron Jade. Garth is dead. The rights and wrongs of High Kavalan and the Iron Jade Gathering died with him, I think, for this world at the least. There are no codes on Warlorn, remember? No Braiths and no Iron Jades. Only animals trying to kill each other." "What are you saying?" Dirk said, though he thought he knew. "I'm saying that I'm tired of being hunted and hounded and threatened," Gwen said. Her shadowed face was black iron. Her eyes burned hot and feral. "I'm saying that it's time we became the hunters." Dirk regarded her in silence for a long time. She was very beautiful, he thought. Beautiful in the way that Garth Janacek had been beautiful. She was a little like the Banshee, he decided, and he grieved a private grief for his Jenny, his Guinevere, who never was. "You're right," he said heavily. She stepped closer to him, wrapped him within the circle of her arms before he could react, and hugged him with all of her strength. His own hands came up slowly. He hugged her back, and they stood together for a good 10 minutes, crushed against each other, her smooth, cool cheek against his stubble. When she finally broke from him, she looked up, expecting him to kiss her, so he did. He closed his eyes. Her lips felt dry and hard. The fire fort was cold at dawn. The wind swirled around it in hammering gusts. The sky above was grey and cloudy. On the roof of their building they found a corpse. John Vickery climbed out carefully, his laser rifle in his hand, while Gwen and Dirk covered him from the relative safety of the air car. Ruark sat silently in the back seat, terrified. They had freed him before leaving the vicinity of Crying Lamia, and all the way back he had been alternately sullen and ebullient, not knowing what to think. Vickery inspected the body, which lay sprawled in front of the tubes, then returned to the car. "Rosef High Braith Kelchek," he said curtly. "High Lawton," Dirk reminded him. "In truth," he acknowledged, frowning. "High Lawton. He has been dead several hours, I would estimate. Approximately half of his chest has been blown away by a projectile weapon. His own sidearm is holstered." "A projectile weapon?" Dirk said. Vickery nodded. "Breton Braith Lantry has been known to use such a weapon in duel. He is a noted duelist, but I believe he has chosen his projectile gun only twice, rare times when he was not content to win by wounding. A dueling laser is a clean, precise instrument. Not so this sidearm of Breton Braith's. Such a weapon is designed to kill even with a near miss. It is a great sloppy, savage thing, and it makes for short, deadly duels." Gwen was staring out to where Rosef lay like a pile of rags. His clothing had the dirty dust color of the roof, and it flapped erratically in the wind. "This was no duel," she said. "No," Vickery agreed. "But why?" Dirk asked. "Rosef was no threat to Breton Braith, was he? Besides, the co-duello, Breton is still a Braith, isn't he? So isn't he still bound?" "Breton is indeed yet a Braith, and that is your why for you, Dirk Talarian," Vickery said. "This is no duel. This is high war, Braith against Lawton. There are very few rules in high war. Any adult male of the enemy holdfast is fair prey until a peace comes." "A crusade," Gwen said, chuckling. "That doesn't sound much like Breton, John." "It sounds a great deal like old Chell, however," Vickery replied. I suspect that his ten swore him to this course as he lay dying. If this is truth, Breton kills under a pledge, not simply in grief. He will have very little mercy." In the back seat, Auchenroach leaned forward eagerly. "But this is all for the best," he exclaimed. "Yes, listen to me. This is fine. Gwen, Dirk, John, my friend, listen. Breton will kill them all for us, will he not? Kill them one and all, yes. He is enemy of our enemies. Best hope we have. Utter truth." "Your Kimdissi proverb is misleading in this case," Vickery said. "The high war between Breton Braith and the Lartons makes him no friend of ours, except by chance. Blood and high grievance are not forgotten so easily, Auchen." "Yes," Gwen added, "it wasn't Lorimar that he suspected of hiding in Crine Lamere, you know. He burned that city in an effort to get us." "A guess, a mere guess," Ruark muttered. "Perhaps he had other reasons, his own. Who can know? Perhaps he was mad, crazed with grief, yes." "Tell you what, Auchen," Dirk said. "We'll drop you off in the open, and if Breton comes along, you can ask him." The Kimdissi flinched and looked at him strangely. "No," he said. "No. Safer to stay with you, my friends. You will protect me." "We will protect you," John Vickery said. "You have done as much for us." Dirk and Gwen exchanged glances. Vickery threw their air-car into sudden motion. They rose and flitted away from the roof over the dawn-dim streets of Lawton. "Where?" Dirk asked. "Roseph is dead," Vickery said. "Yet he was not the only hunter. We shall take a census, friends. We shall take a census." The building that Roseph Highbraith Kelchek had shared with his ten was located not too far from the Iron Jade residence and very close to the undertubes. It was a large square structure with a domed metallic roof and a portico supported by black iron columns. They landed nearby and approached it stealthily. 2 Braith hounds had been chained to the pillars in front of the house. Both of them were dead. Vickery looked them over. "Their throats were burned out with a hunting laser fired from some distance," he reported. "A safe, silent kill." He remained outside, laser rifle in hand, wary, standing guard. Ruark stayed close at his side. Gwen and Dirk were sent in to search the building. They found numerous empty chambers and a small trophy room with 4 heads in it. 3 of them were old and dried, the skin tight and leathery, the features almost bestial. The 4th, Gwen said, was a black winer jelly child, fresh taken from its look. Dirk touched the leather coverings on some of the furniture suspiciously, but Gwen shook her head no. Another room close by was full of miniature figurines, banshees and wolf packs, soldiers struggling with knife and sword, men facing grotesque monsters in strange combat. All of the scenes were finely executed in iron and copper and bronze. "Roseph's work," Gwen said tersely when Dirk paused despite himself and lifted one figure for inspection. She beckoned him to move on. Roseph's 10 had been eating. They found him in the dining chamber. His meal, a thick stew of meat and vegetables in a bloody broth with hunks of black bread on the side, was cold and half consumed. A pewter mug full of brown beer stood next to it on the long wooden table. The cavalier's body was almost a metre away, still in its chair, but the chair lay flat on the floor, and there was a dark stain on the wall behind it. The man no longer had a face. Gwen stood over him, frowning, her rifle slung casually beneath one arm and pointing at the floor. She picked up his beer and took a sip before passing it to Dirk. It was tepid and stale, its head long gone. "Lorimar and Sarnell?" Gwen asked when they stood outside again under the iron pillars. "I doubt that they have returned from the forest yet," Vickery said. "Perhaps Breton Braith is somewhere in Lawton waiting for them. No doubt he saw Roseph and Charlin fly in yesterday. Perhaps he is lurking somewhere close at hand, hoping to pick off his enemies one by one as they return to the city. Yes, I think not." "Why?" That was Dirk. "Remember, Talarian, we flew in at dawn and in an unarmored air-car. He did not attack. Either he was sleeping, or he is no longer about." "Where do you think he is?" "In the wild, hunting our hunters," Vickery said. "Only 2 of the Lartins remain alive to face him, but Breton Braith has no way of knowing that. At his last knowledge, Pier and Alice and even ancient Remar One Hand were all living, and forces to be reckoned with. I would guess that he has flown off to take them by surprise, perhaps in the fear that otherwise they might return to the city in a group, discover their Kethy slain, and thus be warned of his intentions." "We should run then, yes, before he gets back," Auchenruach said. "Go somewhere safe, away from this Kavalar madness. 12th Dream, yes, the 12th Dream, or Muskel, or Challenge, anywhere. There will be a ship soon, then we will be safe. What do you say?" "I say no," Dirk replied. "Breton would find us. Remember the almost supernatural way he found Gwen and me in Challenge?" He looked pointedly at Ruark. To his credit, the Kimdissi remained admirably blank-faced. "We will stay in Larton," Vickery said decisively. "Breton Braith Lantry is 1 man. We are 4, and 3 of us are armed. If we stay together, we are safe. We will post guards. We will be ready." Gwen nodded and slipped her arm through John's. "I agree," she said. "Breton may not even survive Lorimar." "No," the Cavalier said to her. "No, Gwen, I think you are wrong. Breton Braith will outlive Lorimar. That much I am sure of." At Vickery's insistence, they searched the great subterranean garage before leaving the vicinity of Roseff's residence. His guess paid off. With their own air car stolen in Challenge and subsequently destroyed, Roseff and his 10 had borrowed Pier's flyer to return from the hunt in the wilderness. It was parked below. John appropriated it. While it was not Janacek's massive olive-green war relic by any means, it was still a good deal more formidable than Ruark's little car. Afterwards they found quarters. Along the city walls of Larton, overlooking the steep sheer cliff that frowned down on the distant common, were a series of guard towers with slit-windowed sentry posts above and living quarters below, within the walls themselves. The towers, each with a great stone gargoyle roosting on top, were strictly ornamental, a flourish to make the festival city truly Kavalar. But they were easily defensible and gave an excellent overview of the city. Gwen selected one at random, and they moved in, raiding their former apartment for personal effects and food and the records of the almost forgotten, by Dirk anyway, ecological researches that she and Ruark had conducted in the wilds of Warlorn. Once secure, they settled in to wait. It was, Dirk decided later, the worst thing they could have done. Under the pressure of their inactivity, all the cracks began to show. They set up a system of overlapping shifts, so 2 people were up in the guard tower at all times, armed with lasers and Gwen's field binoculars. Larton was grey and empty and desolate. There was little for the watchers to do except study the slow ebb and flow of light in the glowstone streets and talk. Mostly they talked. Auchenruach did his shifts along with the rest of them, and he accepted the laser rifle that Vickery forced on him, although with some reluctance. Over and over he insisted that he was unsuited to violence, that he could never fire the laser no matter what, but he consented to hold it because John Vickery asked him to. His relationships with all of them had changed radically. He stayed close to John as often as he could, recognizing that the Cavalier was his real protector now. He was cordial to Gwen. She had asked him to forgive her for crying Lamia, claiming that fear and pain had temporarily pushed her over into paranoia. But she was no longer sweet Gwen for Ruark. The bitterness between them came more to the surface every day. Toward Dirk, the Kimdissi maintained an uneasy, suspicious attitude, alternately smothering him in good fellowship and drawing back into formality when it became clear that Dirk was not warming. Ruark's comments during the first watch they stood together indicated to Dirk that the chubby ecologist was waiting desperately for the fringe shuttle Derek ne Dalhir, due to land the following week. He seemed to want nothing more than to remain safely in hiding and get off-world as soon as possible. Gwen Delvano waited for something entirely different, Dirk thought. While Ruark scanned the horizons with apprehension, Gwen was tense with anticipation. He remembered the words she had spoken when they talked together in the shadows of fire-racked Prime Lamia. "It's time we became the hunters," she had said. She still meant it. When she and Dirk shared a watch, Gwen did all the work. She sat by the tall, narrow window with an almost infinite patience, her binoculars hanging down between her breasts, her arms resting on the window-sill, jade and silver next to empty iron. She talked to Dirk without ever looking at him. All her attention was directed outside. Except for trips to the bathroom, Gwen refused to leave the window. Every once in a while she would lift her binoculars and study some distant building where she had glimpsed motion, and less frequently she would ask Dirk for a brush and begin to stroke her long black hair, which was constantly being disarrayed by the wind. "I hope that John is wrong," she said once while she sat brushing her hair. "I would rather see Lorimer and his 10 come back than Breton." Dirk had mumbled some sort of agreement on the grounds that Lorimer, much older and wounded too, would be far less dangerous than the one-eyed duelist who hunted him. But when he said it, Gwen only set down her brush and gazed at him curiously. "No," she said. "No, that isn't the reason at all." As for John to read Wolf High Iron Jade Vicary, the waiting seemed to wound him worst of all. As long as he had been kept in action, as long as things had been required of him, he had remained the old John Vicary, strong, decisive, a leader. Idle, he was a different man. He had no role to play then. Instead, he had unlimited time to brood. It was no good. Though Garth Janacek was mentioned seldom in those last days, it was clear that John was haunted by the spectre of his red-bearded 10. Vicary was too often grim, and he began to fall into sullen silences that would sometimes last for hours. He had earlier insisted that all of them should remain inside at all times. Now John himself began to take long walks at dawn and dusk when he was not on watch. During his hours in the guard tower, most of his conversations were filled with rambling recollections of his boyhood in the holdfasts of the Iron Jade gathering, and tales taken from history of martyred heroes like Vicar High Redsteel and Aaron High Glowstone. He never spoke of the future, and only rarely of their present circumstances. Watching him, Dirk felt he could almost see the man's inner turmoil. In a matter of a few days, Vicary had lost everything. His 10, his home world, and his people, even the code that he had lived by. He was fighting it. Already he had taken Gwen as 10, accepting her with a fullness and a total dependence that he had never shown toward either her or Garth individually. And it seemed to Dirk that John was trying to keep his code as well, clinging tightly to whatever pieces of Kavalar honor had been left to him. It was Gwen, not John, who spoke of hunting the hunters, of animals killing each other now that all codes were gone. She worded things as if she spoke for her 10 as well as herself, but Dirk did not think that was so. Vicary, when he spoke of their impending struggles, always seemed to imply that he would be dueling Breton Braith. On his long walks through the city he would drill with both rifle and sidearm. "If I am to face Breton, I must be ready," he would say, and like an automaton he would take his daily practice, usually within sight of the tower, preparing himself for each Kavalar dueling mode in turn. One day he would run through Death Square and 10 paces, burning down his phantom antagonists, and the next day it would be freestyle and walk the line, and then single shot and Death Square again. Those on watch above would cover him and pray that no enemy saw the insistent throbs of light. Dirk was afraid. John was their strength, and he was lost in his martial delusion, his half-spoken assumption that Breton Braith would return and grant him the courtesies of code despite everything. Despite all of Vicary's vaunted prowess in duel, despite his daily ritual of drill, it seemed to Dirk increasingly unlikely that the Iron Jade could triumph over Breton in single combat. Dirk's own sleep was plagued by recurrent nightmares of the half-faced Braith, Breton with his strange voice and his glowing eye and his grotesque twitch, Breton slim and smooth-cheeked and innocent, Breton the destroyer of cities. Dirk woke from those dreams sweaty and exhausted, twisted in his bedclothes, remembering Gwen's screams, high, shrill laments like the towers of crying Lamia, and the way Breton looked at him. To banish these visions he had only John, and John had a weary fatalism about him now, though he might still go through the motions. It was Janacek's death, Dirk told himself, and more the circumstances of that death. Had Garth died more normally, Vicary would be an avenger more angry and impassioned and invincible than Myrick and Breton combined. As it was, however, John was convinced that his 10 had betrayed him, had hunted him like a beast or a mockman, and the conviction was destroying him. More than once, sitting with the Iron Jade in the small watch-room, Dirk felt the urge to tell him the truth, to rush up to him and shout, "No, no! Garth was innocent. Garth loved you. Garth would have died for you." Yet he said nothing. If Vickery was dying this way, consumed by his melancholy and his sense of betrayal and his ultimate loss of faith, then how much quicker would the truth kill him? So the days passed, and the cracks grew, and Dirk watched his three companions with growing apprehension, while Ruark waited for escape, and Gwen for revenge, and John Vickery for death. Chapter 15. On the first day of vigil it rained most of the afternoon. The clouds had been piling up in the east all morning, growing thicker and more threatening, obscuring fat Satan and his children, so the day was even gloomier than usual. Near noon the storm broke. It was a howler. The winds whistled by outside so loudly that the guard tower seemed to shake, and rivers of brown water ran wildly through the streets and down glowstone gutters. When the suns broke through at last, they were already close to setting, Lawton glistened, its walls and buildings shining wetly and looking cleaner than Dirk had ever seen them. The fire fort seemed almost hopeful, but that was the first day of vigil. On the second day things were back to normal. The Hell Eye rode a slow red path across the sky. Lawton glowered dim and black below, and the wind brought back the dust of the common that yesterday's rains had washed away. At dusk Dirk spied an air car. It materialized high above the mountains, a black dot, and swept out over the common before turning back to descend on them. Dirk watched it carefully through the binoculars, his elbows resting on the stone sill of the narrow window. It was no car, he knew, a dead black thing, a small stylized bat with wide wings and enormous headlamp eyes. Vickery was sharing that watch with him. Dirk called him over to the window, and John looked with disinterest. "Yes, I know that craft," John said. "It is no matter to us, Talarian, only the hunters from the Shanagate holding. Gwen reported seeing them leave this morning." The air car had vanished by then, lost among the buildings of Lawton, and Vickery went back to his seat, leaving Dirk to reflect. In the days that followed he saw the Shanagate several times, and they never ceased to seem unreal to him. How odd it was to think of them coming and going, untouched by all that had happened, living their lives as if Lawton was still the peaceful dying city it seemed, as if no one had perished. They were so close to it all, and yet so distant and uninvolved. He could imagine them returning to their holdfast on High Cavalan, and reporting on how dull and uneventful life was on Warlorn. For them nothing had changed. Grain Lamia still sang its wailing dirge, and challenge was still fervent with light and life and promise. He ended them. On the third day Dirk woke from a particularly virulent nightmare in which he was fighting off Breton alone, and he was unable to get back to sleep afterwards. Gwen, off watch, was pacing back and forth in the kitchen. Dirk poured himself a mug of Vickery's beer and listened to her for a while. "They should be here," she kept complaining. "I can't believe that they're still searching for John. Surely they must realize by now what's happened. Why aren't they here?" Dirk only shrugged at her and expressed hope that no one ever showed up. The Terek Nedalia was due soon. When he said that, she spun on him angrily. "I don't care," she snapped. And then, ashamed, she flushed red and came to the table and sat down. Beneath a wide green headband her eyes were haggard. She held his hand and told him haltingly that Vickery had not touched her since Janacek's death. Dirk told her that it would be better for them once the starship came, once they were safely off Warlorn, and Gwen smiled and agreed with him, and after a time she wept. When she finally left him, Dirk went back and found his whisper jewel and held it in his fist, remembering. On the fourth day, while Vickery was out on one of his dangerous dawn walks, Gwen and Ruark quarreled during a watch, and she hit him with the butt of her laser rifle, hard across his bruised face where the swelling had only recently responded to ice packs and ointments. Ruark came down the ladder from the tower muttering that she was mad again, trying to kill him. Dirk, awakened from a sound sleep, was standing in the common room, and the Kimdisi stopped dead when he saw him. Neither of them said anything, but after that Ruark lost weight rapidly, and Dirk was certain that Arkin knew what he had only suspected previously. On the morning of the sixth day Ruark and Dirk were sharing a wordless watch when the short man, in a fit of pique, suddenly threw his laser across the room. "Filthy thing!" he exclaimed. "Wraiths, Iron Jades, I don't care. Kavalar animals is what they are, yes. And you, fine man from Avalon, eh? Ha!
You are no better at all. Look at you. I should have let you duel, kill or be killed, like you wanted. That would have made you happy, yes? No doubt, no doubt. Loved sweet Gwen and made you a friend. And where is my gratitude? Where? Where? His fat cheeks were growing hollow and sunken, his pale eyes shifted restlessly. Dirk ignored him, and Ruark soon fell silent. But later on that same morning, after he had picked up his laser and sat for a few hours staring at the wall, the Kindisi turned to Dirk once again. "I was her lover too, you know," he said. "She didn't tell you that, I know. But it is the truth, the utter truth. On Avalon, long before she ever met Jantony and took her damn jade and silver, the night you sent her that whisper jewel. She was so drunk, you know. We talked, and she drank, and later on she took me to bed, and the next day she didn't even remember. You know that? She didn't even remember. But that doesn't matter. It is the truth. I was her lover too." He trembled. "I never told her, Talarian, or tried to make it come again. I am not such a fool like you are, and I know what I am, and it was only a thing of that moment. Yet it existed, that moment, and I taught her a lot, and I was her friend, and I am very good at my work. Yes, I am." He stopped and caught his breath and then silently left the tower, although there was still an hour to go before Gwen was scheduled to relieve him. When she finally came up, the first thing she did was ask Dirk what he had said to Arkin. "Nothing," he replied truthfully. Then he asked her why, and she told him that Ruark had wakened her, crying and telling her over and over that no matter what happened she should make sure their work was published, and that his name belonged on it, no matter what he had done. His name belonged on it too. Dirk nodded and gave up his binoculars and his post by the window to Gwen, and very soon they were talking of other things. On the 7th day the late night watch fell to Dirk and John Vickery. The Kavalar city wore its dull nighttime glow, the glowstone boulevards like sheets of black crystal beneath which red fires burned dimly, dimly. Near midnight a light appeared over the mountains. Dirk studied it as it flew toward the city. "I don't know," he said, holding the binoculars. "It's dark, hard to make out. I think I can see the vague outline of a dome, though." He lowered his glasses. "Lorimar?" Vickery stood over him. The air car grew closer. It slid silently above the city, and its silhouette was distinct. "It is his car," John said. They watched it veer out over the common and circle back, heading for the cliff face and the entrance to the underground airlock. Vickery looked thoughtful. "I would not have believed it," he said. They went down to rouse the others. The man emerged from the darkness of the undertubes to find himself facing two lasers. Gwen had her pistol trained on him almost casually. Dirk, armed with one of the hunting rifles, had aimed at the tube doors and stood with the sight pressed against his cheek ready to fire. Only John Vickery did not have a weapon out. He held his rifle loosely in his hands, and his sidearm was holstered. The tube doors slid shut behind him, and the man stood very still, understandably frightened. It was not Lorimar. It was not anyone Dirk knew. He lowered his rifle. The man's eyes touched each of them in turn, and finally settled on Vickery. "Hi, Ironjade," he said in a low voice. "Why do you accost me?" He was a medium-sized man, horse-faced and bearded, with long blond hair and a scrawny build. He was dressed in chameleon cloth that was sombre red-grey now, flushed and feverish, like the glowstone blocks of the pavement. Vickery reached over and gently pushed Gwen's pistol to the side. The act seemed to wake her. She frowned and holstered her weapon. "We were expecting Lorimar High Braith," she said. "The truth," Vickery affirmed. "No insult was intended, Shanagate." "Honor to your holdfast, honor to your 10. The horse-faced man nodded and looked relieved. "And to yours, High Ironjade," he said. "No insult was taken." He plucked at his nose nervously. "You fly Braith property, do you not?" He nodded. "In truth, and ours by right of salvage. My 10 and I stumbled on it in the wild while we pursued an iron horn in flight. The creature stopped to drink, and there the car was, abandoned by a lake." "Abandoned? Are you quite certain of that?" The man laughed. "I know Lorimar High Braith and Fat Sarnell too well, and take no chance of initiating high grievance with such as they. No, we found their bodies also. Some enemy had been waiting at their camp, inside the air car, we do believe, and when they returned from hunting—" He gestured. "They will take no more heads, mockman or otherwise." "Dead?" Gwen's mouth was tight. "Entirely dead. Each for several days, the Cavalier replied. Scavengers had descended on the corpses, of course, yet there was still enough left to determine who they had been. We found another air car close at hand, in the lake itself, in truth, wrecked and useless, and also marks in the sand that indicated other cars had come and departed. The Ramar's vehicle was still functional, though full of dead Braithhounds. We cleaned it out and claimed it. My 10 is following me in our own car. Vickery nodded. These are very unusual events, the man was saying. He regarded the three of them shrewdly with unconcealed interest. His gaze lingered for an uncomfortably long time on Dirk and then on Gwen's black iron bracelet, but he commented on neither. Few Braiths seem to be about of late, fewer than normal, and now we find 2 of them slain. If you search hard enough, you'll find some others, Gwen said. They're starting a new holdfast, Dirk added, in hell. When the man had gone on his way, they began the slow walk back to the watchtower. No one spoke. Long shadows grew from their feet and followed them down the sombre crimson streets. Gwen walked as if she were exhausted. Vickery was almost jumpy. He carried his rifle warily, ready to snap it up and fire should Breton Braith suddenly take form in their path, and his eyes probed every alley and dark place along their route. Back in the brightness of the common room, Gwen and Dirk slumped quickly to the floor while John stood for a moment just inside the door, his face thoughtful. Then he set down his weapons and broke out a bottle of wine, the same pungent vintage that he had shared with Garth and Dirk the night before the duel that never was. He poured 3 glasses and handed them around. Drink, he said, raising his own glass in a toast. Things draw to a close. Now there is only Breton Braith left. Soon he shall be with his Chell, or I shall be with Garth, and in either case we will have peace. He drained his glass very quickly. The others sipped. Ruark should drink with us, Vickery announced abruptly as he refilled his glass. The Kimdissi had not accompanied them to their midnight rendezvous. His reluctance had not seemed to be from fear, however. At least Dirk did not think so at the time. John had gotten him up, and Ruark had dressed with the rest of them, slipping into his finest silkeen suit and a little scarlet beret, but when Vickery had handed him a rifle at the door, he had only looked at it with a curious smile and handed it back. Then he had said, I have my own code, Jontony, and you must respect it. Thank you, but I think I will stay here. He delivered the statement with quiet dignity. Beneath his white blonde hair his eyes looked almost cheerful. John told him to continue the watch from the guard tower, and Ruark consented to that. Arkin hates Cavalier wine, Gwen said wearily to John's suggestion. That is of no matter, John replied. This is a bonding between Kethy, not a party. He should drink with us. He set down his wine-glass and went up the ladder to the tower with easy grace. When he returned an instant later he was less graceful. He dropped the last meter and stood staring at them. Ruark will not drink with us, he declared. Ruark has hanged himself. On that particular dawn, the 8th of their vigil, it was Dirk who went walking. He did not go into Lawton itself. Instead, he walked the city walls. They were 3 meters across, black stone covered over by thick slabs of glowstone, so there was no danger of falling. Dirk was alone on watch. Gwen had cut down Ruark's body, and afterwards she had taken John to bed. Staring out on those walls with his laser uselessly in hand and his binoculars around his neck, when the first of the yellow suns came up and the fires of night began to fade. The urge had come upon him suddenly. Breton Braith would not be coming back to the city, he knew. The watch was a useless formality now. He left his rifle leaning against the wall next to the window as he dressed warmly and went outside. He walked a long way. Other guard towers, much like their own, stood at regular intervals. He passed 6 of them and estimated the distance from tower to tower to be roughly a third of a kilometer. Every tower had its gargoyle, and none of the gargoyles were quite alike, he noticed. Now, after everything, he suddenly recognized them. They were untraditional, those gargoyles, not old earth cast at all. They were the demons of Cavalier myth, grotesque, mythologized versions of dactyloids and Huron and Yankee soul-sucks, all real in a sense. Somewhere among the stars, each of those races still lived. The stars. Dirk paused and looked up. The hell-eye had begun to edge above the horizon. Most of the stars were gone already. He saw only one, very faint, a tiny red pinpoint framed by wisps of grey clouds. Even as he watched, it vanished. High Cavalan's star, he thought. Garth Janacek had shown it to him, a beacon for his run. There were too few stars out here anyway. These were no places for men to live, these worlds like Warlorn and High Kavalan and Dark Dawn, these outworlds. The great black sea was too close on one hand, and the Temptress Veil screened off most of the galaxy, and the skies were bleak and empty. A sky ought to have stars. A man ought to have a code, too. A friend, a ten, a cause, something beyond himself. Dirk walked to the outer edge of the walls and stood staring down. It was a long, long drop. The first time he had sailed over the wall on a sky scoot he'd lost his balance just from looking at it. The walls went down a ways, and below them the cliff went down forever, and way at the bottom a river ran through greenery and morning mists. He stood with his hands in his pockets, the wind ruffling his hair, shivering a bit. He stood and he looked. Then he took out his whisper jewel. He rubbed it between thumb and forefinger, as if it were a good luck charm. Jenny, he thought. Where had she gone? Even the jewel did not summon her back to him. Footsteps sounded nearby, then a voice. Honor to your holdfast, honor to your ten. Dirk turned, the whisper jewel still in his hand. An old man was standing next to him, tall as John and old as poor dead Chell. He was massive and leonine, with a head of wild snow-white hair that blended into an equally stormy beard to form one magnificent mane. Yet his face was tired and faded, as if he had worn it a few centuries too long. Only his eyes stood out. Intensely, insanely blue eyes like Garth Janacek once had, burning with icy fevers beneath his bushy brows. I have no holdfast, Dirk said, and I have no ten. I'm sorry, the man said. An off-worlder, eh? Dirk bowed. The old man chuckled. Well, you haunt the wrong city then, Ghost. Ghost? The ghost of the festival, the old man said. What else could you be? This is Warlorn, and the living men have all gone home. He was wearing a black woolen cape with huge pockets over garments of faded blue. A heavy disk of stainless steel hung just beneath his beard, suspended on a leather thong. When he took his hands from the pockets of his cape, Dirk saw that one of his fingers was missing. He wore no bracelets. You have no ten, Dirk said. The old man grumbled. Of course I had a ten, Ghost. I was a poet, not a priest. What sort of a question is that? Beware, I might take insult. You wear no iron and fire, Dirk pointed out. Truth enough, yet what of it? Ghosts need no jewelry. My ten is 30 years dead, haunting some holdfast back in Redsteel, I imagine, and I'm here haunting Warlorn. Well, only Lawton, if truth be known. Haunting an entire planet would be rather exhausting. Oh, Dirk said, smiling. Then you're a ghost too? Well, yes, the old man replied. Here I stand, talking with you for lack of a good chain to rattle. What do you think I am? I think, Dirk said, I think you just might be Kirok Redsteel Cavis. Kirok Redsteel Cavis, the old man repeated in a gruff sing-song manner. I know him. A ghost if there ever was one. His particular fate is to haunt the corpse of Kavalar poetry. He goes about at night moaning and reciting lines from the laments of Jamis Lyon Taal and some of the better sonnets of Eric High Ironjade Devlin. During the full moon he sings brave battle chanties, and sometimes the old cannibal dirge from the deep coal dwellings. A ghost, in truth, and a most pathetic one. When he especially wants to torment one of his victims, he recites some of his own verse. I assure you that once you have heard Kirok Redsteel read, you pray for rattling chains. Yes, Dirk said. I don't see why being a poet is quite so ghostly in and of itself. Kirok Redsteel writes old Kavalar poetry, the man said with a frown, and that is enough. It is a dying language. So who will read what he writes? In his own holdfast, men grow up speaking only standard star talk. Perhaps they will translate his poetry, but it is really hardly worth the effort, you know. In translation it does not rhyme, and the meter limps along like a broken-backed mockman. None of it is any good in translation, not a bit. The rattling cadences of Galen Glowstone, the sweet hymns of Laaris Blind, High Ken, all those dreary little shanagates exalting the iron and fire, even the songs of the Enkethi, those hardly count as poetry at all. All dead, every bit of it, surviving only in Kirok Redsteel. Yes, the man is a ghost. Why else did he come to Warlawn? This is a world for ghosts." The old man tugged at his beard and regarded Dirk. "You are the ghost of some tourist, I would venture. No doubt you got lost while looking for a bathroom, and you have been wandering ever since." "No," Dirk said. "No, I was looking for something else." He smiled and held up his whisper jewel. The old man studied it, squinting his hard blue eyes while the cold wind flapped his cape. "Whatever it is probably dead," he said. Far below them, down near the river that ran sparkling through the common, a sound came drifting up, the faint, far-off wail of a banshee. Dirk's head snapped around, and he looked to see where the sound had come from. There was nothing. Only the two of them standing on the wall, and the wind pulling at them, and the hell-eye high in a twilight sky. No banshee. The time for banshees had passed here. They were all extinct. "Dead?" Dirk said. "Warlawn is full of dead things," the old man said, "and people looking for dead things, and ghosts." He mumbled something in Old Kavalar, something Dirk did not quite catch, and he began to move off slowly. Dirk watched him go. He glanced toward the distant horizon, obscured by a bank of blue-grey clouds. Somewhere in that direction was the space field, and, he was certain, Breton Braith. "Ah, Jenny," he said, talking to the whisper jewel. He flicked it out away from him as a boy might skip a stone, and it went far and far before it began to fall. He thought for a moment of Gwen and John, and for several moments of Garth. Then he turned back to the old man and called out after his retreating figure. "Ghost!" he shouted. "Wait! A favor for me. One ghost to another." The old man stopped. Epilogue. It was a flat, grassy place in the center of the common, not very far from the space field. Once, in the days of the festival, games had been held there, and athletes from 11 of the 14 outworlds had competed for crowns of crystalline iron. Dirk and Kirok Redsteel were there long before the appointed time, waiting. When the hour drew near, Dirk began to worry. He needn't have. The air car with the snarling wolf's head canopy appeared in the sky just as predicted. It swept by once with its pulse tubes shrieking, a low pass to make sure that they were really there, and then came down for a landing. Breton Braith walked toward them over the dead brown grass, his black boots trampling a host of faded flowers. It was nearly dusk. His eye was beginning to glow. "I was told the truth, then," Breton said to Dirk, with a touch of wonder in his rasping voice, the same voice that Dirk had heard so often in his nightmares, a voice several octaves too low and far too twisted for one as slim and straight as Breton. "You are really here?" The Braith stood several meters away, looking at them, infinitely pure, dressed in white dueling finery with a purple wolf mask embroidered above his heart. His black belt carried 2 sidearms, a laser on his left side and a massive machine pistol of blue-gray metal heavy on his right. His iron armlet was empty of glowstones. "I did not believe the ancient red steel, if truth be known," he was saying. "Yet I thought, this place is so close, a check will do no harm. I can return to the port quickly enough should it prove a lie." Kirok Redsteel got down on his knees and began to chalk a square out in the grass. "You presume that I will honor you in duel," Breton said. "I have no cause to do so." He moved his right hand, and suddenly Dirk was facing the barrel of his machine pistol. "Why should I not kill you, here and now?" Dirk shrugged. "Kill me if you like," he said, "but answer some questions first." Breton stared and said nothing. "If I had come to you in challenge," Dirk said, "if I had come down into the basement, as you wanted, would you have duelled me then, or killed me for a mockman?" Breton slid his weapon back into its holster. "I would have duelled you. In Lawton, in challenge, Here it makes no difference. I would have duelled you. I do not believe in mock men, Talarian. I have never believed in mock men. Only in Chell, who wore my bond and somehow did not care about my face. Yes, Dirk said. Kirok Redsteel had the death square half complete. Dirk glanced up at the sky and wondered how much time was left. And one other thing, Breton Braith. How did you know to look for us in Challenge, in that one city out of all the others? Breton shrugged his awkward shrug. The Kimdissi told me, for a price. All Kimdissi can be bought. He had planted a tracer in a coat he gave you. I believe he used such tracers in his work. What was the price? Dirk asked. 3 sides of the square were drawn, white lines on the grass. I gave my honor bond that I would do no harm to Gwen Delvano, and would protect her against all the others. The last rays of sunlight were fading. Trailing yellow sun had joined the others below the mountains. Now, Breton continued, I have a question for you, Talarian. Why have you come to me? Dirk smiled. Because I like you, Breton Braith. You burned down Crying Lamia, didn't you? In truth, Breton said, I hope to burn you as well, and Jontany High Iron Jade the Outbonder. Does he still live? Dirk did not answer that question. Kirok Redsteel rose and brushed the chalk from his hands, the square complete. He brought out the matched blades, straight sabres of Kavalar steel, with glowstones and jade set in the ornate pommels. Breton chose one and tested it. It moved through the air with a song and a shriek, and stepped back, satisfied, to one corner of the square. He was very still as he waited. For an instant he appeared almost serene, a slim black figure leaning ever so slightly on his sword, like the bargeman, Dirk thought. And despite himself he glanced wildly at the wolf car to make certain it had not been transformed into a low barge. His heart was beating hard. He pushed the thought aside, took the other blade, and retreated in turn. Kirok Redsteel smiled at him. It will be easy, Dirk told himself. He tried to remember the advice that Garth Ironjade had given him so long ago. Take one blow and give one. That's all, he said to himself. He was very frightened. Breton tossed his sidearms on the ground outside the death square and moved the sabre back and forth again, unlimbering his arm. Even across the 7 meters that separated them, Dirk could see the twitch of his face. Above Breton's right shoulder a star was rising, blue-white and large and very close, creeping up the black velvet sky toward zenith. And beyond the zenith, Dirk thought, to Eshelin, and Ai Emerald, and the world of the Black Wine Ocean. He wished them luck. Kirok Kavis stepped outside the death square and said a word in Old Kavalar. Breton started forward, moving gracefully, light on his feet, very white, his eye glowing. Dirk grinned the way Garth would have grinned, tossed the hair back out of his eyes, and went to him. No starlight ran down his blade as he lifted it, and reached out to touch Breton's. The wind was blowing. It was very cold. End of Dying of the Light by George R. Martin. Narrated by Dale Carter in the studios of the American Printing House for the Blind, Louisville, Kentucky, for the Library of Congress, September 1978. For special distribution as authorized by Act of Congress under Public Law 89-522, with the permission of the copyright holder and the publisher, Simon & Schuster.
End of book.